the Prague Masters 2024. Amruta, the tournament is building up beautifully, isn't it?
Absolutely, we are already at round number 4 and we are already having some amazing games which could be called as game of the tournaments already.
Yeah, I mean, so many beautiful moves, so many tactics, so many games going up and down, also some beautifully played games from start to finish. I think we are seeing classical chess in its pure beauty here.
Totally, and players analyzing after even the heartbreaks, for such long hours. It's really incredible.
Yeah, and we have two leaders right now after 3 rounds. Let's have a look at the standings of the tournament. In the lead is Parham Makhlou and Nadirbek Abdusattorov, followed by Richard Rapport, who had slight luck yesterday against Praggnanandhaa, and Gukesh, who is on 2 points. Vidit, 3 draws with 1.5, the only guy on 50% score. And then we have Prague, Vincent, David and Gukesh on 1 point and Bartel on half.
Yeah, that's so funny that this is the only one on 1.5.
Yeah, that just goes to show that there have been a lot of fighting games here. Let's have a look at the pairings of today, because today is going to be an exciting day of chess ahead. Amruta, we have David Navara taking on Parham Makhlou. So Parham will be trying to sort of extend his lead today.
And David always very creative.
Yes.
So that way, I think we have Rapport versus Vincent Keimer, right? That would also be very, very cool to watch. By the way, Thai won yesterday. He was on 0. He won the game, and today
against Bartel.
Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, and Prague had a heartbreak. So let's see how this game goes, because it can go in any direction.
But normally on an elite level, we have hardly seen anybody losing 3 games in a row. So that is one of the thing in general statistics that I don't think should be possible.
Yeah, let's see. Vidit takes on Mateusz Bartel, and I think Vidit might be aiming for his first win in this tournament. In the background, we see Makhlou just entering and shaking hands with David. And the big clash today, Nadirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh. I mean, Amruta, we've been speaking about this for quite some time now. I can see Gukesh on the far right end. Maybe we can have a look at that image as well. Gukesh and Nadirbek have had a lot of fighting games against each other.
Yeah, they have played number of times, and it was very interesting when I was just checking their past games. Nadirbek has beaten Gukesh many more times. But the fact was that there were also a lot of blitz games, and if you remember earlier, Gukesh used to never play much online and blitz, and he was not so good at it.
Right.
It is only recently that he has been improving there. Oh, what's happening there?
That's the best game prize going to Nadirbek Abdusattorov there, and it's been given by the son of the main organizer of the tournament, Peter Boleslav. And
Nadirbek is so happy.
Yeah, he's very pleased with his win yesterday. Rook d6 move, we all know. Fantastic game there. And today he'll be looking to get another this award.
Yeah, in fact, I did clash with him right now. Like, he was coming down from the stairs, and then what happened?
You clashed with him?
No, not that way. But he was going downstairs. He forgot that the hall is on this floor. So he's like, it's here. So.
Yeah, I think Nadirbek is really pumped up for his battle against Gukesh. He's also world number 8 right now with 2758. So he is really the man of the moment here in the world of chess. And we have the first move today being made by our chief guest, as Nadirbek says, can you please push my d pawn 2 squares up the board? And it has been done. Will Nadirbek take back that move, or will he kind of say, okay, let it be there? I think he'll take it back.
No, I don't think he will take it back.
Meanwhile, behind, yeah, he took it back there.
Ooh, you were right, Sagar. I hate it when you're right.
Behind Nadirbek is the young Indian talent Ansh Nerurkar in the yellow shirt there. He has been on fire in the futures category, where he scored 3 out of 3. But more impressive is the fact that he has not really taken time at all. He's just made his moves with like 90 minutes still left on the clock and so on. So
also, Sagar, when I entered the hall today, it was like 10 to 12 minutes still to go. By the way, the game begins. So I'll share the story later. But what's the first move? D4. He did take the pawn back, but only to play the same move.
Yes, I think Nodirbek is happy to face Gukesh's Ragozin today, if Gukesh goes for it, because that is the move that Gukesh goes often. Knight comes out to f6. Exciting one there. And you also see the sponsors of both the players on their shirts. While Gukesh is sponsored by Westbridge, Nodirbek is supported by Aloka Bank there. It's very nice to see these young talents getting their support deservedly. And C4 played. No London systems today, Amruta. C4 on the board.
Because Gukesh plays the London system and maybe Nodirbek did not want to go into it.
Possible. And also, I'm sure Nodirbek has some great prep up his sleeve. E6. And Amruta, I'm actually a bit curious as to who Nodirbek is working with currently, because in a recent interview on YouTube, I saw that Arjun Erigaisi mentioned that he's working with Rustam Kazimjanov. So we do not know if Nodirbek still continues his work with him.
I was in fact going to ask you that, Nodirbek from Uzbekistan is now in top 10 in the rating list. So it would be, who was the earlier one from Uzbekistan? Would it be Kazimjanov?
I don't think Kazimjanov reached top 10 in the world, although he had become the FIDE world champion. We have the Catalan here played, not knight c3. I was actually thinking that if Nodirbek went knight c3, Gukesh would have played bishop b4, which is his favorite line, the Ragozin. But with g3, we are now in Catalan territory. This is going to be very exciting to see what Gukesh will choose. My guess is Gukesh has two main lines which he loves to play. One is bishop b4 check. And when you meet it with bishop d2, he likes to play this system with a5. Very, he plays this a lot.
Yeah, Abdusattorov plays this a lot, but let me just interrupt you for a moment, because Abdusattorov versus Gukesh in Tata Steel India Blitz did happen with g3, where Gukesh had over here captured on c4.
And that was the other move which I was going to say that Gukesh loves to play, which is the open sort of variations in the Catalan. And he takes these pawns. These are very sharp lines, sharp games. Well, he goes for bishop b4 check. Let's see now how this game pans out. I'm sure Nodirbek goes bishop d2, because that's the sort of the best move here. Yes, he plays his bishop there. And will Gukesh go a5? Because the other move is to go back with your bishop to e7. It's also very normal and common. But a5 would mean that you are facing Nodirbek's prep. And I would do that at my, I would not risk it, to go into Nodirbek's prep. But Gukesh is, after all, Gukesh. And I don't think he'll be too afraid of that prep, because Gukesh generally backs himself to his lines. He goes bishop e7. So that's a smart decision there.
Yeah, the main move, bishop e7, with many thousands of games there already.
Yeah, and Nodirbek, of course, well prepared here as well. Goes bishop g2, and now I'm expecting Gukesh to simply castle here, and he does it. He castles, and Nodirbek also castles very quickly. So the game is building up, and now d takes c4. Is one possibility here to
or will he play the solid c6?
C6 is possible, Amruta, for sure here. But the thing is that if you play here d takes c4, that's supposed to be a bad line, because generally you go for g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, and then d takes c4 when the bishop is still on c1. Here, when you have provoked your opponent's bishop to d2, it's wise not to take, because this is generally a useful move in the open Catalan. So yes, c6, playing the closed Catalan is the right decision here to go c6.
And you were very right about d takes c4, because even Anish has beaten Hansen.
Yeah, no, it's a bad line. Yeah, I don't think anyone at the top level would go for d takes c4 there. So c6 is a good move here by Gukesh. And now I think Nodirbek will go queen c2. That's the normal way to go here. It's the main line. But the way in which Nodirbek is looking away from the board, I believe he has some small little idea here that he's going to try out.
Year or later, I don't know, but he could also be very happy that he is prepared in something like this. That's what we are predicting. Everything is based on the expressions. We don't know.
But Amrita,
Gukesh's expressions, you don't get anything from that initially.
These lines are always prepared by these players. You know, they would be well versed with it, have few ideas up their sleeves. Queen c2 is one main move here, Amrita. The other one could be to play somehow like a gambit with knight c3. Maybe a bit too rash. I don't think that's.
Ooh, you know what? And knight c3 has been played a lot by Andrekin.
Yeah. No, it's possible he goes queen c2. Yes, that's of course the main way to play. And Gukesh instantly responds with knight d7. I think that also reveals a few things, because Amrita, if you remember, we were once looking at the move b6 in our preparation, keeping the knight flexible on b8 so that later it can go to a6 as well in some lines.
Yes.
And so right now, with Gukesh already committing his knight on d7, he is not really looking for knight a6 development.
Yeah, b6 was very popular earlier, in fact. And there were a lot of draws with bishop f4, knight h5, bishop d2 as well, right, Sagar?
Yes.
The repetition.
No, but that's not going to happen here for sure. And rook c1 played, Amrita. This is a very interesting move. Again, rook coming here, and you are basically creating a lot of pressure down the c file. And I think in a way, just discouraging the move b6. Because if b6 is played here, which can be played, then cd, and there could be some ideas of going in with your queen to c7 with the rook on c1. It's just a possible line. I don't say that this is something good, because your rook will instantly be kicked out with take, bishop d6 or bishop a6, and it's not so great.
Yeah.
But
would be a bit too early.
Rook c1, what is the main move, Amrita, according to the theory here? What is the best move that Black can play?
Instead of b6, yeah. Here. Actually, a5 and b6 have been played. There have been not too many games, because as we know, the main line instead of rook c1 was bishop f4 or rook d1. Right. So the more than 1000 games for bishop f4 and rook d1, but rook c1 only 100 something games. And a5 has been, in fact, on top level, we have had this between Gelfand versus Ding, Vidit versus So, Grishchuk versus Anish. So it's Dumbo versus
many draws, very solid line.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of draws. And if I must go to the recent good game, let's look at what Ding had played. He had played here h6.
h6.
Let me tell you what So Wesley had played with it. He'd gone b6.
b6. Very likely that Gukesh also goes b6.
No, but
in this
Anish
position.
Giri had played a5 against Grishchuk.
So
but that was a little bit ago.
all these moves possible here with b6, h6, a5, and we'll wait for Gukesh to come up with a response here. This will be very exciting to see what Nodirbek has up his sleeve. As always, Nodirbek all the way up to 1 hour 33 minutes on his clock. This is the way he plays his openings. This is the way he puts pressure on his opponents. Gukesh, meanwhile, taking his time. And we must remind everyone here that these two players, we always enjoy their games. You know, couple of things happened in the last few days with Gukesh and Nodirbek, Amrita. If you remember, we were at Weissenhaus for the freestyle chess, and there the organizers
had a boxing match or something like that. So I was wondering what happened, which I'm not aware of.
They both were playing there in Weissenhaus, and the organizers would sort of decide who would sit where in the dinner, right? They would put the name on the table and the players had to sit down. On the final day after the tournament was over, Gukesh and Nodirbek got the same table, and it was very nice to see them sitting together. While I do think that they are on friendly terms with each other, because they do play for the same team as well, maybe in the Turkish league, I think, or some league, yeah, maybe Turkish league, they play for the same team. I also feel that they do have this sort of rivalry also brewing, you know, somewhere. So it's like sort of frenemies, not enemies, but friendly rivals. So
Where have you learned this, Sagar? It seems you're watching a lot of reels by youngsters.
No, this is very common, yeah, that in chess, your rivals become friends at some time. Like we know this very much with Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. They were biggest of rivals when they played the World Championship match with each other. But then at some point, they became good friends. When Topalov was facing Vishy, then Kramnik became friends. Then both of them became fathers. They had something common. So this is very, very normal in the world of chess, that they have the friends become enemies at some point, then enemies become friends.
I thought it's very common in marriage. I didn't know about chess.
Well, I never thought you are my enemy, Amruta. Yes.
Really? I always thought. Okay, we have some discussions later.
Yes.
But for now, Vidit looks so intensely in the position.
No, Vidit always at the start is like meditating and in his own thoughts. Maybe let's go quickly to his game, because we also want to check the game of the leader, the other leader of the tournament, Parham Maksoudlu.
Oh, yes.
But because we can see Vidit on our screen against Bartel, so e4 by Vidit, he pushed his pawn. Bartel responded with e5, and here Vidit went for Scotch.
Are you serious?
Yes, and Amruta, guys, I must tell you, this opening, we have been seeing bishop developing here a lot, but d4 is something that brings a smile on Amruta's face because this is something you played your entire career.
Yeah, I did play that, and now we don't see it much happening on the top
Yes.
level. In fact, earlier Nepo used to play Scotch
And
a lot.
also Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, Garry Kasparov. Recently, we had seen Vaishali playing
Yes.
Scotch. So there are some interesting lines. Sometimes maybe Bartel is playing not the best line. It could be one of the
Also,
reasons.
it's Surya's impact. You know, Vidit second.
Surya played
is
Scotch
Surya Ganguly,
beautifully, actually.
And Vidit, of course, has revealed that he works with Surya Ganguly. And look at this. You are told by your trainers when you are growing up in chess, don't get your queen out too soon. And here, Bartel immediately brings his queen out, but puts pressure on that knight. Vidit brings his knight back to f3.
Ooh, knight f3.
Well, there are other moves, right? Amruta, bishop e3, you defend it with your bishop. This is common.
There is bishop e3, there is knight takes c6, and there is some very tricky knight b. No, not here.
Yes, not here. And so, by the way, I must mention something very interesting that happened. Like something like this in the game of Surya Ganguly at World Rapid Championship.
Oh my God, that was the most shocking thing
It was
which
a
happened.
blind spot for him. He moved his knight at some point here. I'm just making a random move, and he had gotten checkmated in some 7 or 8 moves. Yes, that was a very big shock there. But of course, Vidit, very careful here, brings his knight back to f3. Now the bishop comes forward. You want your bishop on this square. But what the bishop is doing is kind of poking. You know, he's coming here and saying, do you want to put your knight out? Then I'll take it. Do you want to bring your bishop out? Suddenly your pawn is hanging. So Vidit says, okay, I'm going to push my pawn. But suddenly the knight now loses its square where it can come out.
And may I add something here?
Yes.
Vidit has played this with Mamedov.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When?
It was in
Oh,
Kashimo Memorial, which was pretty
Very recent, very
actually.
recent. So Vidit knows these stuff, and maybe Bartel, look at Bartel's time, 1 hour 29 minutes. He's also prepared. Bishop comes out to e2. Of course, Vidit wants to simply castle his king out here. Knight comes out to e7.
Castle.
White castles. Pawn comes to h6.
Oh my god, they're following the game. Vidit Mamedarov.
Yes, same line, same
Yes,
moves.
yes,
Ooh.
absolutely.
And now Vidit plays queen c2. Maybe a new move.
Yeah, because there in the game he had played knight bd2.
That's where you see, Amruta, all the top players, you know, they come with this bag full of new ideas to these tournaments, which are very little tweaks. It's not even like an earth-shattering new move. It's a little tweak that you make, and then you tell your opponent, now you are out of your preparation, let's play a game.
That really does sound nice that they are coming with a bag. Like,
Yeah,
you know, Vidit can actually gift Anish on his birthday a novelty. You know?
I think that would be the best gift to a top player. If you can give him a good new idea in the opening, they will remember you for the rest of their lives.
But when sometimes you give gifts to people, they're like, okay, I won't be using, I don't like it. So can Anish say, Vidit, come on, I don't like this.
No, here I think if you give a gift to a top chess player, which is a good novelty, you become a good friend of them. So all the people out there looking to make good friends with top players, think about it. New ideas, but not easy, yeah? You might give them an idea and they will say, oh, I have seen it before.
Or you might give them a bad idea and they would be like, oh, come on, I'm never going to talk to you.
Then you get a frenemy there. Okay, so queen c2, pawn comes up to d6, and now b4 played. Ooh, this is so risky chess. And Bartel very quickly plays his bishop back here. I'm actually tempted to ask our viewers sitting here, what would you do if Bartel would have taken this? Isn't your rook hanging in the corner here? Take.
Pin. There is a pin there.
Queen takes. And what is the move that white should play here is the question. We have a few live viewers sitting here. In case you just have an answer, just shout it out. And what should be the move? Because black has won material. He's won a rook for a piece. We also have a grandmaster in our midst. So basically this is not a very tough question for him. Bishop b2 is a very nice move because you are just hitting the queen. The only problem is maybe the queen tries to escape. So you want to actually first cut that route out and then play bishop b2.
Knight c3, queen goes back to e6.
Yes. So let's inverse the move order.
Knight c3.
Yes, play the knight here, cut the queen out. Next move, okay, he can win another pawn, but that's nothing. We can just move our queen here or here. And next, bishop b2 is coming and the queen is completely trapped.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Actually,
there.
I thought of bishop b2 and I just forgot queen can go back to e6.
Yes, but now it's trapped here.
Nice.
So clearly Bartel knew all these things, and so he
didn't take
quickly moved his bishop back.
But you know, Sagar, the funny thing is, there are a few games, very few games. Bharat has in fact played with Mamedarov as well, and
Bharat Subramaniam, who's playing in the open section here.
Yes, in the World Championship Blitz.
Just recently, yes.
He had played b4, bishop b6 did happen, but black is having amazing results.
Which also is a little curious for me, Amruta, that Vidit, after playing b4, bishop b6, is now thinking, like, why? I mean, if you are prepared, then bishop b6 is the first move that you consider, right? So I guess he's just recollecting his lines. He's trying to think what is the move he should play, because clearly there are two options. You can put your bishop here or you can bring your knight here. And both these options look pretty good. So let's move to another game.
Yes, let's go to Makhlou,
the leader. Yes. Oh, look at him there. He is in the lead. Yesterday I met him at the dinner table and I said, Parham, why did you not take that piece which Vincent had offered you, bishop takes c3? And Parham was like, no, it was too aggressive, you know, like I calculated a few lines, but I didn't see that happening. And then his wife came in and then we started analyzing some lines and his wife was nodding her head. And that's when I remembered that his wife is actually a strong chess player. You know, she's around 1900 rated. She's a FIDE arbiter. She's an international arbiter here. Not in this tournament, but she has been an arbiter in different events. And Parham said it was a good result for me. You know, I'm 2.5. It was a fair result. Because at some point, you remember, he was also winning that game.
Oh, yes. And did he know that at that point of time?
Yes, he knew, but he didn't knew it during the game. Later, he got to know. So, d4 played by David. Now, David, played a brilliant game yesterday against Nodirbek. He was like matching move for move. Of course, he was losing out of the opening, but then came back and then eventually lost to that one move blunder that was made. Let's see how he reacts to that result today. He plays knight f3, d5, just the same moves that we had in Gukesh's game with Nodirbek, but now not the Catalan, but he goes knight c3. And Parham takes the pawn. It's the Vienna. It's the Vienna game here. Yes.
We have seen Berlin and Prague, now it's Vienna.
Yeah, all
and
cities
Prague.
coming in here.
Do we have any Mumbai or
Well, Amruta,
Delhi
you
or
should create some
Mumbai
opening,
Indian?
Mumbai opening or something like that.
Yeah.
Pune opening.
I'll definitely think of that.
Yeah. E4 played here by David, going for the most critical line, because next move, if I can get this pawn, I'm the happiest as white. I have my knights out, I have the center control. So clearly Parham says, sorry David, I'm not giving you this pawn. I save it with my own pawn. But this pawn is hanging. And if you take it, then you lose the central pawn here. So therefore David first pushes his pawn.
But wait a second, Parham has played this against Zhu Wenjun in Tata Steel recently in January.
Nice. We are seeing so many games. Finally, I mean, openings are limited, so they will repeat.
Yes.
But I'm very interested to see where they sort of deviate. So knight comes here, he snatches the pawn. And this is one of those lines which for me personally is a big curiosity in the world of chess. It's become very popular. But think about it. Black is taking on mangled pawns in return for white having space and beautiful structure. Why would anyone do that, Amruta? And maybe the question to the viewers, why should black take such a bad structure for themselves? And I asked Anish Giri this question when we were making this opening course recently, and he gave one line answer. Let's see if you guys can give this one line answer. What is
that's
it?
a very tough task to do. Firstly, Anish is very good at using
Okay,
words.
basically
he's the Twitter
we don't
king,
we
so
don't
he's
need
used
the
to
same
using
answer.
short. Can't compete with Anish for sure.
But what do you say? Why is black doing very well here? I mean, not very well, but it's a good position for black. What is the reason?
Like how earlier times when if somebody like the kids love chess, they would not think of how much money they are spending. They would spend all the money, go to tournaments.
Because they were not spending, yeah, their
So it
parents
was like
were spending.
It was like the structure, you see. I mean, the money, if it was the structure, it didn't matter because of the experience. So here,
so what
what
are you
experience?
saying?
What is that experience Black is looking at?
Good,
is
good
I'm trying to
analogy
think.
there. So now tell me, what is that experience here? Like, what is it that black has in return
So
for this terrible pawns?
I think he's gonna get great piece activity.
Yes.
And strike
But
in
which
the
is
center.
that one piece which is very beautiful for black?
The bishop,
Which one?
light square.
Yes, exactly. This diagonal is what black is aiming for. That bishop is so happy on that diagonal, and you will see after bishop e2, knight coming out, castles and bishop e7. He's not developing it. Queen d2.
Like when is he going to get ready for that experience?
And he played it. He plays his bishop to b7, and now rook comes to the center, and Parham is thinking. I don't know why is Parham thinking here. Maybe he's just trying to remember his analysis, because
d2, bishop b7, yeah, and then rook d1.
yeah, rook d1 played, and I think black should castle here, and that would lead to a normal position. But I think Parham has some other thoughts in his mind here. Amruta, is there anything else that black can do apart from short castling?
So I'm just also Makhlou has played a few games in this, like after bishop e7.
It seems like he is an expert here. This line,
Yeah.
you can see he's played with Andrekin, Aronian, Pultinevicius, the grandmaster from Lithuania, and Le Quang Liem. So lot of games here for Parham. And I'm sure David Navara has done his homework. Yeah, he's been at this line, he studied it, and he's here. So that's why you can see his time is 1 hour 29 minutes, while Parham Makhlou is thinking now.
Yeah, by the way, for queen d2, I think earlier Parham had short castled against Andrikin and lost that game. With Pultenevicius also he had a short castled, and with Lekwang also he had short castled.
So here,
in fact,
all
because he had
the
kept
games-
a bishop to develop on a6 idea as well.
So this bishop b7 already is a step in a new direction
For Parham.
for
So
Parham.
yes.
And that's why when rook d1 was played, it seems maybe he's already out of his theory.
Possible. But rook d1 he would consider, because you know the main ideas were queen f4 over here and rook d1.
Yes.
Two
So
ideas.
let's say black castles here. We come back to this moment where I am actually feeling that white with the space and these nice pieces can at least claim a small advantage here. Clearly Parham will make use of the d5 square for his knights. The bishop will open up, but we'll see how this
No,
game...
but you are assuming that Parham will castle, and I guess this is what he's thinking. Not castle, go back.
What does
queen
he want?
d7 first.
And do you want to go the other side?
Not sure. Now if you go queen f4, there is a very interesting idea. Queen f4 here.
Ooh, let's
Black
ask
to
our
play.
viewers, because you haven't castled here, what is the move, the additional option you have at your disposal? Because your king
And
is
it
still
has
in the
given
center.
amazing results to to black.
Wow, fantastic answer there. G5, pushing the pawn. And what's your idea if I just snatch this pawn? Isn't that a free pawn?
Open up the G file against the king.
Yes, opening up the G file against the king with the bishop here. That's how you kind of think, you know, your bishop was beautiful on this diagonal. Why don't we also enter with our rook? And that would become quite strong.
Yeah, that bishop is definitely having the experience of his life here after knight g5.
I agree. So that's what Parham is thinking now. Fantastic input there, Amruta, by you to say that we don't castle. We keep our queen in the middle, we keep our king there, and who knows, maybe we get to push the pawn. And isn't that in Maksudlu's style?
Absolutely, and he would be loving to get into such a position. So queen d7 is, I'm guessing, that he's going to go for, and then we will see what.
I have one thought, Amruta, here.
Yeah.
Can black go for g5 directly here and say, you know, I'm going to be very, very bold here. Perhaps it's a bit too much.
I mean, we don't have any games, but your idea is
My idea is that if he takes,
Okay.
to go rook g8 and then look here with my bishop and rook. But perhaps it's a bit too much because the knight simply comes back and the bishop's diagonal is blocked.
Yeah, and also with queen d7, you're asking white, what is the move you're going to play? You need to develop the c1 bishop.
Yeah.
G5 is always in the hand, so I think queen d7 is calm.
So now, by looking at this, I'm a bit curious that if white takes here, black sort of takes here, I take here, what is the best move here for black? Because look, you've given up a pawn. You've actually not been able to even long castle because the rules of chess are against it. So you cannot even connect your rooks. So what is the move
Great
that white
question.
can play here, which gives black can play here, which gives him compensation?
Amazing, yeah.
Not
This
so
is
simple, no?
Not at all easy.
Not so simple.
But if you're alert and if you really know what you want, then in that direction, let's say if you want to become a grandmaster, you cannot be every day just watching movies and become a grandmaster. You will prepare, right?
Although I know a lot of stories of top players who watch a lot of movies and
Yeah, they must have already become a grandmaster, and then to find inspiration they are doing that. But it's very
I
common
never
fact
saw
that chess
any
players
movies,
love movies.
many chess players. They watch.
Because they're so used to being alone, preparing in the room after the game. Sometimes you've lost, you need a change of mind, you need stories.
But you know, when I was playing back in the day, I used to watch certain movies during my game.
Oh, he's about to play.
He played rook b8. He did not play any of the moves that we were thinking of, which was castles or queen d7. He played rook b8. But just to finish my point
Yeah,
here,
please tell me the
move
story.
was the move first, not the story. The move was knight e7. Fantastic move. opening up the bishop, playing rook g8, and also long castle coming in. So a multi-purpose move there.
Yeah, knight e7 is beautiful. In fact, it's a backward move, very
Yes.
calm, but ready to completely storm out.
Yeah, and just to end that story, I was saying that when I was playing chess, I used to watch a lot of movies.
Yeah.
Not like every round, but I used to see them to get inspired. Like there were some movies I still remember, like Rocky Balboa and some sporting movies related to it. But I feel it wasn't the best for my chess because they would create certain emotions within me, and I would go to the round with those emotions. Perhaps it was better to go without them and maybe to build myself up without that emotional thing is what I feel now.
You would never know. That's the point, because
Yeah.
everything builds up some emotion. So if not that, then some other emotions you would not know.
True. Okay, let's
So
go.
rook b8 is a very weird move, and I guess that has to be preparation.
Yeah, in a way.
You don't make such a move.
It's like making use of this open file. At some point it'll come in handy, making this rook active, and it's a useful move to play, right? So rook b8 played. We'll come to this game in a bit. We've seen 3 games now. If we can have the overview there of the 5 boards, we have seen the game of Bartel Vidit, who's gone bishop b2, by the way. We've seen the game of Makhlou Navara, which is the Vienna game there. We've seen the game of Gukesh Abdusattorov, which is the Catalan, which will come to closed Catalan. But the craziest game, Vincent Keimer versus Richard Rapport. Guys, let's go to this game because we are seeing some fire on the board by Vincent, not by Rapport. Vincent is come here with an intention to sack his pieces. So we had e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We have the Spanish Ruy Lopez, a6, and now Rapport goes and snatches the knight. Now,
What is this opening called?
exchange variation.
Berlin or Vienna?
No. It's the Spanish exchange variation. And he takes here. Now clearly taking this pawn is not enough. We can ask our viewers here, what's the best move for black here? If you know already. Queen d4, fantastic. You go here, you attack the knight and the pawn, and you are going to get the pawn back with the bishop pair. Great position for black. So can't take the pawn, so he goes castles. And now he is threatening to take this pawn. So bishop comes here and says to the knight, you can't move. Pawn comes up and says, go away, bishop. Because look, if you're going to give up your bishop here, white is the happiest person in the world, right? Because then you have a good structure and your opponent doesn't have the bishop pair. So what is the move that black can play here?
Oh my god, did he play that?
Yes.
Wow.
Because if you go bishop h5, which is also a very, very playable line, I believe, g4, bishop g6, and then knight e5 is something that you need to know, this line. But this was not played. Vincent Keimer went for something. Yes, h5 is the move. Also, if you remember, Amrita, we made a trap here. We have this trap series.
8-year-old boy.
It's called the fishing pole trap, I think. So if you take here, which is a blunder actually, then I open up my rook. The knight says, well, I take this pawn, and now it's game over. It's mate in 4.
Queen h4.
Yes, queen h4, threatening mate. You try to escape from here. I push my pawn in, and it's a forced mate. There's no way to stop it. So clearly, taking that bishop is filled with lot of dangers.
Many people actually have fallen for the trap. There are so many games.
Yes.
It's funny.
Yes. It's that greed, that I have an extra piece that makes people take that bishop. But of course,
Even a 2295 rated player has fallen for that trap.
Yes, but here we are talking about 2720 players.
Yes,
So
he won't
he
definitely.
won't fall for it. d3, queen f6, and now he goes knight d2. And Amrita, I had actually briefly looked at this line.
When? Were you preparing for GM?
At some point, there was this book by Nicholas Nitrilis
Yes.
on E4, E5 repertoire for
Wonderful
black.
book.
And in that, he had suggested the move knight e7, if I'm not mistaken. And I was preparing that, I was looking at it, and you know, this position, which right now looks, oh no, actually, the move which I thought was the main one was bishop e3 there. Because then you put your knight on d2, your bishop is outside there. Here, Rapport has gone directly knight d2, and Vincent now goes on an aggressive mode with g5, and I guess this is the reason why they put the bishop outside the knight's development on d2, because then g5 is not possible.
You know, in this line, Sethuraman has played this, by the way, with the black pieces.
Sethuraman is playing in our open tournament here
Right.
in Prague. He's the second seed after Eltad Safarli.
Then we also have Hans Niemann playing this with the black pieces.
Whoa.
We have Anton Gujaro. But the thing is, the results have been very mixed, very unpredictable.
Which is
for
what
both the sides.
you can sense from the position, right? He took the piece now. He took it. Black took back. And now, dear friends, there's only one move you can play here not to lose the game. What is it for white? Oh, this is not easy, huh?
Only move.
Only move. If you play anything else, you are lost because the queen simply switches and checkmates you down the h5. What is that move that you would play here? Rook?
E1.
E1. Exactly. This is the move that Richard Rapport has also played, and somehow this has made Vincent Keimer go into the thinking mode. Now my question is, Amruta,
Yeah.
what happens if I go queen h6? What is the point?
So he said rook e1, right? That means king f1 is forced.
Yes, exactly. King starts running away. That's the point here. He wants to run away with the king. Okay, so that means what should Vincent do? He should take the piece. But then I go queen takes pawn. You take me. If you take the queen, I take here. And we reach this position, which is definitely slight advantage to white.
Yeah, the pawn structure.
Slightly better, you know.
But
Yeah,
maybe still not
much,
enough, but
but okay. It's a nice edge. So you want to take the piece, which I think Vincent would do.
if you delay it as much as possible, do you have a move like bishop c5
Yes,
here?
fantastic. We could do this actually.
Because rook has moved from f1.
Yeah.
And you have ideas like g3 later, queen h6 again.
Yes, I think always queen h6 will be met with the king running like this. That is the point of rook e1.
But does it matter? Because queen h6, king f1,
Yeah.
queen h1. Just make a move like a3 for a.
Sorry,
for-
bishop
for-
c5.
A3. Just like if it is black to play
Okay,
to
A3.
understand the thread.
Sorry, a3.
It's a bad move. Yeah, queen h6 now.
Yes.
Though g3 also. King f1,
Yeah.
queen h1, king
Yeah.
e2, queen g2.
Maybe I was thinking
That should
should
be
I go
over.
knight g1?
Anyway, g3 shouldn't be.
Whoa! What an attack there by Amruta now with this bishop looking here and the queen. Nice.
Yeah, so this should be very difficult for white. So even it's not about your king running only.
Yeah.
Because king is running but full of pressure. You know, he's running a marathon, but there is some very deadline in the school or something there.
No, for sure. The king is actually in danger. I'm a bit
I like
scared
bishop
here,
c5.
but in a way, I think Richard being prepared means that he knows this line well.
Yeah, because it has been played in many games. Can you believe that? H5 is pretty popular, in fact.
And now maybe the main move after bishop c5 is knight b3, and then if you go back with
No,
your
I
bishop,
don't know main move, because already here at which point the game's really reduced. Knight e7 was the main move on 8th move. So knight b d2.
yeah, instead
here-
of g5, right?
Yeah, here knight e7 was there, but okay, if you play g5, which has also been played, for that move knight c4 is played by white.
Yeah. So rook e1 is not played too many
Rook
times.
e1 is played very less.
That's
and
why
for
you can
rook
see Vincent is thinking now, because he is out of his preparation.
Oh no, but the bishop is still on g4. When did he pick it
No,
up?
now.
Now.
No, actually.
Yeah, because that's an
In the
important
game,
question.
Amruta, he took and played rook e1, not directly. Yeah, he took and played rook e1. So now.
So G5,
G5 takes.
first takes on it. That is not played.
That is not
That
much.
is why he's thinking. Directly rook e1 has been played where the bishop can go back to e6. That is another choice you have. You can
If
take
you
back
play
the bishop.
directly,
Bishop
then
c5
bishop
is
goes
also
back.
possible. But yeah, that's why he's thinking.
Okay, so guys, we have
Very
this
interesting.
live position right now, which is this one. Vincent Keimer is taking his time. He's not so sure what to do. Should he take the piece and fizzle this out, or should he be bold, bring his bishop out? I think he'll choose the latter.
Bold. Vincent is bold.
Vincent is bold. That is for sure. Youngsters never shy away from a fight. Okay, we've now seen 4
But
games.
amazing games today also, and maybe until now, if you see the opening of the day, which one would it be, Sagar?
One more game.
We can
still
have
left.
which one?
Praggnanandhaa versus Guen
course,
Thaidai
of
1.
course.
We have this game left to be seen. Prague having maybe one of the toughest tournaments of his recent life, like last year, because he had 47 games of unbeaten streak.
Yeah.
Then he lost to Makhlou, then he lost to Rapport, 2 back-to-back losses, and now he's facing.
And that too majorly because of time pressure. So today, right now in the opening, if you see his time, he is having more time.
Yes.
Also, Sagar, important was he never came under time pressure very quickly. He always had good enough time, but just towards the end, last 5 moves, it was very difficult for him.
True, true. By the way, he's gone Nimzo Indian, and this line d6. This is not common, d6 move. Yeah, like the main lines are short castles here, d5, c5, but d6. It clearly shows that Prague wants to fight today, and it's played something less theoretical.
Yes.
Okay,
You're right.
but it's played before. E3 played by Thaidai 1. You go castles. He plays his bishop out. You go what?
What did he play?
D5. Suddenly it's like you start asking a question. Why did he not push the pawn 2 squares
Yeah,
before?
like if it was an online game, you would think, oh, d6 was a mouse slip.
Yes, yes.
But
Has this been done before? D5?
just like one game, Hans Niemann.
Hans Niemann has played it with Benjamin Bock.
That was in very recent, in fact 2024, Chessable Masters.
Oh, Prague taking a leaf out of Hans Niemann's book. Huh? This is interesting.
No, I don't think he would even know that.
No, come on.
I mean, only one.
No, these top guys look at every single game that happens across the globe. Ask them about Shenzhen Masters, which finished the second round finished just like an hour ago before their game. They would know.
They would know
this,
that.
this.
Classical games.
Yeah. No, but this is a good level game. I think Bock versus Niemann. Oh, but d5, Amruta, what could be the logic? Because you could reach this position actually without wasting a tempo. You could have played d5, e3. Of course, that would lead to other lines. But you could reach this position here with black to play. But instead, you've reached this position with white to play now.
And that too, you've not used more time, which
Yeah.
means it's a part of some plan.
I think what essentially Prague is saying is that Thaidai 1, I think I want a fresh position where you are not prepared, and I just want a game.
Yeah,
Even
I
if
just
it
want to
means
confuse you.
slightly worse position for me, let's go for it and then we'll see. I think that's the attitude with which he's going here.
Correct. And I think in that way, he has achieved a little bit in the opening already because,
Time-wise.
yes, 59 minutes for Van Newman.
And we have this position on the board, which is a very typical position here for black. He would go knight d7 and then break in the center with c5, and this looks like a very, very normal position for black. But I like white's chances here, Amruta. I mean, a3 would come in, the bishop has to then decide whether to give itself up or not, and so on. Maybe e4, e5 could be in the air. Nice position.
Nice position. No, it is interesting to see how he fights back after such a loss. There is so much to learn from that as well. What kind of openings he should, his decisions on the board here should be observed well.
Yes. This decision of his reminds me of Magnus Carlsen's decision, which we saw at the tournament World Rapid Championships 2023, when he was facing Vladimir Fedosiev, and Fedosiev played his pawn to e3 here, and Magnus, I think e3, or was it knight? Yeah, he played knight f3, sorry, knight to f3, and Magnus here simply took bishop c3, bc3, and then continued the game, which is maybe slightly inferior to normal lines. But Magnus said, hey, I'm happy to play a long game. I'll play d6, queen e7, and I'll continue, and let's see what happens there. So this is what Prague has decided. Maybe this is the approach he's taking. Okay, so those were the games, Amruta. As you said, let's have an overview and decide which one is the sort of the opening of the day. Meanwhile, to all our viewers, go to praguechessfestival.com/voting, and you can vote for the game of the day in less than 15 minutes from now at 4 p.m. The voting lines open.
Yeah, and they are actually getting a very nice trophy. In fact, the players are getting based on your voting. So be very careful when you vote.
Yes.
Yesterday, I think Northerbek Navara was a perfect.
Yes, I also felt
it was
that
so
was the game of the
amazing.
day.
It was too good.
Okay, so Amruta, which one, according to you, is the opening of the day today? Because
I would argue between Vincent
Rapport,
Vincent for sure,
and Queen takes, and I think it's kind of becoming a little bit sort of.
But still, opening of the day it could be. I don't know the game of the day. One choice is that, and the other one I think could be Makhlou or Vidit also going for Scotch is very interesting. So Makhlou, if he doesn't short castle, I think that would fall in opening.
No, but look at
the
Makhlou and Navara. Navara had 1 hour 28 minutes. He's been thinking for 17 minutes for his last move.
Because Rook B8 is such a weird move.
Yes.
Maybe we should go back and try and
Oh, he
understand
played
a little
Queen
bit.
F4. He, just as we were saying,
Let's go.
that he's taking a lot of time. We now see him making the move Queen to F4 as Parham comes back to his chair and writes down the move. Will he also blitz out his move, or will he wait? I think now it's time to castle, right, Amruta? Because if you go for that same plan which we were mentioning with g5, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and knight e7 with the idea of rook g8, this time it doesn't work at all. There are many ways to continue, and maybe the main one here is just f3 or g3, and somehow this position is completely fine. Because in the last line when the queen was here,
Yeah,
you
you were ready to
gaining a tempo, right, on the knight.
Oh, that one also. Plus, at some point, long castle ideas were existing. So he did
Short
castle.
He's gone a normal move. He's castled it out here. I'm actually finding this game very exciting, Amruta, because from the imbalances perspective, whenever you have your pawns like this, the chances of a kingside attack grow drastically. And somehow, if this pawn is removed, the bishop can come here, the rook can swing over. I think David will have some aggressive chances.
Oh, with that, it sounds like a very interesting idea later. If David is able to get his bishop to e3. Okay, not even that, Sagar. Maybe e3 is not a good square. Maybe after queen f4, David wants to go queen g4, right?
Yes. Queen g4 with the idea of bishop at 6 is what he wants to do. And you know, when I was little, I had seen one video series by Daniel King, and he used to always call this the zone, the attacking zone. And right now the queen has entered the attacking zone, but in the game he goes back knight to c3. He brings his knight back, and I feel that Parham's choices are now not too many. He should go knight b4, right?
Oh, knight b4. In fact, one thing is important for the people to know, that when you have the pawn on e5, as you were mentioning, but just to elaborate, the f6 square is taken away from the knight, and that's why h7 is a weak link over there.
True. I'm actually wondering if after knight b4, what is the way in which White continues because black is now looking at many nice squares.
Can I go knight e4? Because for sure, if you take the knight, I am happy.
Possible. It's
Or
very
you
much
will
possible.
have to take the knight.
No, I won't take it because you don't have any threat as such. So I can just continue maybe normally with my bishop here. It seems like a fine position.
Bishop d5.
Yeah, just putting my bishop there, aiming
And
at
what's
some
your
point
plan
to
for
break.
queen g4?
You want to continue with this attack, huh? I'll just put my king to the side.
And what's your plan to bishop bishop g5, bishop e4, bishop e7, queen e7, queen e4? No, there are too many takes.
Yeah,
over
just
there.
taking here, and if you take here, I can take here.
Oh,
attacking
bishop
your
f3
queen.
is an
Yes,
intermezzo.
so not a
Aha.
good idea. Oh,
What did
that
he
knight
play?
b4 on the board. That's the move that we were talking about. The bishop opens up. The knights are looking at the central squares. Very, very sharp, interesting struggle here. I'm enjoying it. I also enjoy David Navara's games a lot. And when you pit him against Parham Maksoodlu, it's always fire on board.
Do you know how many times David has actually won the Czech nationals?
Oh no, you know it?
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, Wikipedia, of course.
What's the answer?
12.
12 times.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a
It's
lot.
amazing, no?
It also shows that David really enjoys playing in his country, you know, because generally when you win a title like few times, you then stop playing it, right? We've seen many players win it for a few times and then they say, okay, I'm not going to play. But David plays, and I think that really helps. When you have the biggest star of your country playing, it really helps to grow the sport. I think it helped in Philippines at some point when Torre was like one of the big stars and would play. In Indonesia, perhaps there was Adianto who used to play, and all these top players used to play for their national championships.
Absolutely. Even when the little kids come here and they're playing, they see David. It's always nice. It's like for us in India, Vishy Anand.
Yes. So Queen G4, King H8 was played here, and now Parham has just moved his bishop king to the side. So David has to figure out what his next idea is going to be. Okay, should we go and check the game of Gukesh and Nodirbek, because
Yes.
we saw a new
That's the
idea.
pairing of the day, I would say, for
Yes.
sure.
We saw a new idea here. Like
A5
A5 we saw
was played.
has been played.
I like this move very much.
A4 by Nodirbek.
So he has given up the b4 square.
He's given
forever.
up that square, but the knight is already here, so it can no longer go from A6 to B4. Now you go rook E8, which is kind of slightly weird, but okay. It's
Why?
Just,
Why
I
do
mean,
you
it's
think so?
some
Because
kind of a
he's
waiting
preparing
move.
CD5, ED5 as a possibility.
Possible,
Yeah?
or just dropping the bishop back could be an idea. And now bishop E1.
It's like, you know, within the pawn structure, there are too many secrets happening. At some point, they all will be revealed, and then we know what happens.
Actually, Amruta, this suddenly starts to feel for me that Nodirbek has this idea well prepped up, because bishop E1, generally you want to remove your knight on D2, like develop, then you put your bishop on F4, G5, these squares. But when you play bishop E1, your idea is later to go knight D2, knight B3 perhaps, and start attacking this A5 pawn.
Exactly. That's a good one.
It's very much possible. So Gukesh drops his bishop back, the knight comes out, and now Gukesh is thinking, because Nodirbek has two plans. One is to play E4, which is a normal move right in the center. The other one, of course, is to maybe move the knight away to B3 and attack the A5 pawn.
So, if you start thinking for black, like as a candidate moves, yeah, E5 looks very bad. It can be discarded because the D5 pawn becomes weak.
Well,
When you go E5?
not so senseless, no, Amruta, because white has been playing very slow moves, and so E5.
So, I thought C takes D5. Do you have E4 in between?
Yes, or
That's
maybe
why.
I take, and it's not like the end of the world to play such a
But
position.
this is a little bit of, passive for black. I mean, Gukesh would not enjoy such a position to
Yeah,
play with black
mainly
pieces.
after take. The main issue is that now my knight looks at these squares,
Right.
and white's pieces do look preferable.
Correct.
For sure.
So if we go back, so then the move comes as, can you first play d takes c4?
I don't like it. Because when you
The earlier move I thought was senseless, and you said, oh, it's not that senseless.
this is like you giving my knight such a beautiful square here, and the knight.
Anyway, you're stopping e5.
Yeah,
Okay, I forgot about
it's just a
that.
beautiful knight.
So d takes c4 is also eliminated, which means for black to find a move is not an easy task over here. The c8 bishop, you really want it to come to life, and how
I
do you
can
make that
actually
Nice.
sort of, from Gukesh's expression,
happen?
make a bet here that he's going to play the move c5. I think he's going to do that because Nodirbek has been playing these small little moves, slow little moves, and it's time to now sort of punish him for that little bit. Not like punish, but okay, I'm just going to push my pawn and I'm going
What
to ask
happens
him.
for knight b3 here?
Well, knight b3 would then just kind of clear things up, right? In the center, I can take on c4, I was wondering.
Then
But
queen
then
takes
queen
c4,
yeah.
I am happy.
Maybe let's do b6. Let's keep everything in under.
Yeah, this I like because
And
now
then-
the bishop is coming to
Yeah.
life. Plus your knight on b3 with that pawn push to b6, like how we play g3 when the knight is on g6.
Yeah, it's kind of dominated here.
Yes.
By the
This
the
I
pawn.
like. This is very good. And for d takes c5, you're going to capture with what, by the way, for b, just to continue.
Here
Not
or
here.
with the knight?
Knight b3, b6, d takes c5.
I thought to take back with the pawn or the knight, both look okay. Let's take with the pawn perhaps.
And you don't mind a5 being isolated.
For now not, because I have many other things also going my way, which is the center really is in my control.
Yeah, this looks good. So c5 is something, in fact, is a necessity for Gukesh, right?
Yeah, this looks not a necessity, but it looks like a nice move because Gukesh can also play b6, I thought, Amrita. Just kind of getting his bishop out here or here. It seems like a normal way to do, but then you have to be ready for e4.
That's why I like c5 move.
Yes, c5
What
is
happens
in
for
the spirit.
e4, by the way, if you go c5, push the pawn there. Now central break. Now what's the plan?
Now maybe I take in the center. And you don't have very easy way to sort of deal with this. If you take with the knight, I kick your knight away, then I push my pawn forward. I have very nice position.
Okay, so that these are the two possibilities which Gukesh is having. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah. So here we'll come back to this one. I am very much for Gukesh going c5. I think he will do it. We go to Keimer versus Rapport, and we just spoke about this position where Rook e1 was played, and then Vincent said, I'm taking your knight. He didn't go for this slightly more brave approach with
Yeah.
bishop c5.
Takes.
He took.
Actually, I was
takes.
expecting bishop c5. It would also have been a lot of fun. But let's see what he has. Takes,
Take.
takes.
Maybe he could have kept the queens on the board with queen e7 or queen g7.
Maybe it is also very psychological, Sagar. Maybe rook e1 was not, he was not expecting there. And then he might think that the opponent is better prepared. So maybe let me enter into a safe territory.
But in a way, we can say that Richard Rapport has been successful in his opening attempt of playing this bishop takes c6 exchange variation in the Spanish, because with this now, he has a very cool position. He can go g3, maybe king g2, bring his rook here. Other ideas could include c3, d4 break, many plans.
Dark square bishop clearly is bad for black.
Yeah.
So that is something white is going to use. Initiative for Richard. Okay.
Okay, so going to the game now of Bartel versus Vidit, because there we saw we left it at bishop b6, and we were talking about what is it Vidit will do. Will he put his bishop here? Will he put his knight here? and with it went bishop b2. Queen moved to the side. The threat was perhaps to go bishop h3.
No, I was just checking if your voice and mic is okay.
Yeah.
But that was 15 minutes ago.
Okay, maybe if it persists, queen g6.
That's fine. Don't touch it, otherwise it will be a lot of sound for them.
Okay, knight d2, and now castles here. So haven't played too many moves here, but I believe Vidit should be very happy with the position that he has, because knight has gone to d2. All the pieces are well developed. And Amruta, what would be your next move that you would play here if you were white in such a position?
First, I would start thinking with knight c4 because I'm attacking the b6 bishop, which is good. I also then later have ideas with, yeah, knight c4 looks decent. Yeah.
Producer ji, is our mic okay? Maybe right now castles has happened, and in this position let's just see what will with it. I think two ideas here, rook a e1 and bishop g, and the other move is a4, a5 could be an idea here that can be played. And let's just see what is it that Vidit will come up with, and before he decides what to do, let's just take a very short break and be back. Welcome back everyone. We are in the 4th round of the Prague International Chess Festival, the Prague Masters tournament here, and the games are getting very exciting. We were looking at the game of Vidit against Mateusz Bartel, and let's go to this encounter because Vidit's last move, slightly weird. He plays his king to h1. Well, it makes sense because he is preparing against bishop h3 ideas, but even if Amruta he had played, let's say, a3 with the idea of playing c4 and opponent plays bishop h3, there's a very strong move that white has. Maybe we can ask our viewers here, what is the move that white can play in this position to get an advantage?
Really?
Yes, it's a very nice little move, and it's a typical idea when your opponent tries to checkmate you here on g2. You can play this move, which is very calm, cool, collected, and yes, knight h4, fantastic. That is the right move. You attack the queen tries to remain on this file, but then the other knight joins in, and all of a sudden black is in big trouble, because even if you keep your queen here, you have no real threat as such. I just go king h1, and now I'm picking up your bishop next. So in that sense, there was no real threat with bishop h3, and Vidit could have played an improving move.
But I think, Sagar, king h1 is a very prophylactic move, and you don't want that, mental worry all the time, constant. Like when you long castle, you move your king away to the b1 square, because in future the bishop g check ideas on c file or that diagonal. Just I think practically I always prefer such a move. In Scotch I played this and I like the move.
Nice move there. Okay, so we'll now wait for what Bartel is going to do. I was wondering, Amruta, if Mateusz gets a little bit aggressive and pushes his f pawn.
Which is usually the case. Black is very happy to do f5.
Yes.
So f5, he will start calculating. One more thing to remember after king h1 is he's gone out of that pin as well. The bishop b6 to g1, that a7 to g1
pin.
diagonal.
True.
At some point, f4 ideas, knight h4, f4 could be the ideas as well. But with f5, how should white continue is definitely a question.
Yeah, this is important now to decide what is the way in which we will continue in this position. One is to, of course, play bishop d3, but we'll see if Mateusz goes for this break. It's definitely on the cards with the bishop opening up and the rook opening up here. So we'll see how that builds up. Let's go very quickly and check the game between this one, Makhlou and David Navara, because in this game, Amruta, we were talking about what does Navara do after king h8, and he's answered it with knight to g5.
Wow.
Yes.
No, this position is the most, exciting. Yeah, exciting middle game.
Yeah.
This structure, the king on h8, the pawns on h7, g7, how the attack is going to pan out is always very exciting.
And clearly as black, you don't want to give up your bishop, because that is just suicide. Black would then have all these dark squares which are weak, and at the same time white has the dark squared bishop.
Yes, not bishop g5 for sure.
And if you push my knight away with h6, I very happily slide away to this square.
No
and
sacrifice,
on,
nothing on e6 or f7, that's too early.
Yeah, not now,
So
but
knight
now
e4.
I can later on think about queen h5 and sacking something on h6.
Yeah, white is practically very happy, because again, Makhlou has to keep calculating the sacrifice ideas every single moment.
Yeah, I agree. So this is not an easy moment for Parham Makhlou, and also he would, very happily switch sides here. He would go and sit on the white side and say, thank you, I would love to attack from such a position.
Yeah.
But playing with black, never so easy in such moments.
Okay, what else is possible? I was for knight g5. Do you have a direct threat?
Not really, but
Let's say queen h5 is a direct threat, no?
I guess so, yeah. This seems like a big idea, no?
Because f7, knight f7 and queen h7.
But I was thinking, if you go queen d7 and I go queen h5, now if you take, I take, and then
that's forced. Yeah,
there could be some plans where you lose this pawn, and that might be worth giving up the bishop, because next move I will then fix my knight with the move c5.
Oh, you are using your doubled pawns over there. And
Yes.
that's the second pawn, right? Which you're winning?
No. I'm pawn. It's equal pawns. So in a way, Amruta,
So the bishop actually can give it up itself for
only
the
if you
knight.
get d4 pawn. And right now the queen is defending it. So the moment you go here, your defense of the d4 pawn is weakened.
Got it.
So there are some tactical possibilities. I was wondering if here there is the possibility to win material.
So knight c2, rook b1.
Well, if you have to go rook b1, then this becomes like a good thing for me as black.
Same problem.
With then c5 coming up. But there's something very powerful here after knight c2, and which may be something that
Wait.
that Parham might be a little bit considering here, but
It has
if
to
he
be
does
either
this-
bishop f6 or
bishop h6 you mean.
bishop h6 or
It's
anything
like
to do
you
with knight
prepare
f6.
it, Amruta. You prepare it. It's beautiful actually. This move. Next move
Okay.
is kind of insane. Wow. It's also very deep.
It's sinking in now, I think, to you.
Yeah, it's an amazing move. Because in a way, if you don't react well, you're going to lose this pawn on d4. And you know what the move is? Queen h3.
And is it like any different than queen h5, for example?
Yes, that's the point. That's the beauty of this. So now if you take my rook, then clearly you're going to get smashed, because after bishop takes h6, g h6, queen h6, knight f6, it's a forced mate.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can't do that. So you are then going to here play your king up to h7. And this is where the nice idea of bishop c4, queen h3 is revealed. Because now you can take this pawn.
Oh, I was actually thinking of bishop c4 before instead of queen h3, because I wanted rook d3 and rook h3. But
And now here, what's the winning move for white? Why did we give
there
up
has to be rook d3, no?
No, not rook d3.
Oh. No, come on, queen d3?
Queen d3. Fantastic, with the threat of a double check and mate. So you need to block it somehow or move the king.
Queen
and then I
c2.
take here and I'm better.
Oh my god, this
This
is
is very cool, right?
really
This entire
crazy.
variation was so nice.
This is
But
like
just-
a prank, yeah. I'm going queen h3, threatening everything over there, and suddenly picking this knight up on c2. It's a complete prank, like April Fool.
And also the thing is, if you go queen h5, Amruta, this same idea does not work now.
Yeah, you don't have queen d3,
You
right?
don't have the queen here. Yes, exactly.
Oh, I don't think you can find it on the board.
Well,
Impossible.
David Navara is
David
the
Navara,
guy
yeah,
of,
we remember his king walk, right?
yes.
It's the most
Against
amazing.
Wojtaszek.
Against Wojtaszek?
Actually,
Or
Wojtaszek
MVL?
was the one who
Wojtaszek, yes,
made
Wojtaszek.
the king walk, or David. I think David did the king walk against Wojtaszek. Yes, with his king going all the way from e1 to h8. Okay, so knight g1, knight g5 is played here, and we are waiting for the next move from Parham, who is looking under some pressure there, and he's the leader of the tournament along with, oh, Amruta, Nodirbek, we have to go to his game because Gukesh has played the move which you recommended. e5 is on the board. Are you surprised?
I am very surprised because I I mean, I really liked c5 first of all.
Yeah.
And with e5, it's a lot to, kind of defend.
It's kind of the same attitude you have, that you think white is playing slow, you have to open up the position, but c5 was a better break, but he goes for e5 break, which is logical, Amruta, because your rook is here on the e file.
Yeah, and maybe I think what has excited Gukesh for this move is, when you said about d takes e5,
Yeah.
knight takes e5,
Yeah.
knight takes e5, rook takes e5, cd5. You showed me cd5, right? But you can also
here
take
you can
knight
take
d5.
with the knight, but I think if you start off with taking here, perhaps then I was talking about pawn takes pawn, but here, Amruta, even knight takes pawn is possible. So maybe Gukesh is angling for this way to play.
Because if you go e4, now the b4 square is beautiful.
This knight would love this square. So here maybe you take knight takes pawn, rook takes pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, knight c4, attacking the
and
knight.
rook h5, is he excited? I was just
Rook H5.
wondering about
I
that.
think
Because
the
he
rook-
loves rook
No, the
lifts.
rook
Yeah,
is
Gukesh
misplaced
loves
there.
rook lifts.
The rook does not have any supporters to attack there. So let's say you go back, yeah.
But sometimes in the world, it's said that don't follow. You will be
Yes.
alone on the path, but it's okay.
Also, the world says you should believe in teamwork. So here we don't know. I mean, rook h5
As
does
per
feel like
your
a lonely
convenience.
rook there. Oh, he takes on e5, Amruta.
Take
He
care,
takes.
rook mat.
He takes here on e5. And Gukesh chops it off with his knight.
Now is Northern going to take on d5? No, he takes. Maybe he's going to maintain the tension in the center.
Rook takes. And now what? Rook takes.
C
he
takes
takes
d5.
CD.
Oh, we are going to that position. Very nice. So a big transition has happened, and now we have the clear-cut imbalance
Do you
of the
take
pawn
with the
structure,
pawn
Sagar.
or the knight?
Knight, right? That's what he showed. Because if you take with the pawn, let's say
Yes.
c takes d5.
I'm not very happy with this.
Yeah, the isolated pawn.
And the knight.
Okay, what's your prediction?
Okay, let's go back and see carefully, because if you take with the knight, the downside is that the knight jumps to c4, and that is something which you have to consider with the knight looking at this pawn, b6 and so on. So I'm not you can see that Praggnanandhaa, by the way, looking at the game of Gukesh. They both I got to know very recently, they both live just 1 kilometer apart from each other in
Really?
Chennai. Yes, their house is like 1 kilometer away. So if
They can
ever,
play correspondent
if
chess.
ever there is world championship match between them, they can just say, okay, we'll live in our homes and we'll meet right in between, like
500 meters, yeah?
500 meters away. But okay, CD. And
Or
now,
the Chennai government is anyway so supportive that they might even consider building a tunnel from one place to another.
so now, Amruta, pawn takes or knight takes is the question, and both moves look playable. Both lead to different kinds of positions. With pawn takes, you are playing against this knight settling here and hitting this a5 pawn. By taking with the knight, you are actually letting the knight come to c4. So it's like in both cases there's a small inconvenience you have to face as black. But not too much, not too much. I also enjoy such scenes there, Amruta, where one of the future's youngster, that is Andrei Tomash, and he is the top seed. He's 8 years old. He's born in 2015.
Wow, so cute.
Suddenly Gukesh and Nodirbek start looking old. They are born in 2004 and 5 in front of these futures. Yeah, sorry, 2006 for Gukesh, 2004 for Nodirbek.
But Gukesh has taken c takes d5,
Yeah.
which means he's in a very upbeat mood to, fight with that isolated pawn. Usually you accept isolated pawn when you want more piece activity. So that's what he's going to look for, and maybe now rook in the future could come to h5, but for now e2 is hanging.
I'm
Is
not a
it?
big fan of this position, to be honest. I feel Nodirbek is really going to grind this slowly. It's his kind of a position. He'll put his knight on b3. He maybe put the pawn up on e3, get the knight to the center, the bishop moves here, c-file is in his control. Okay, maybe Gukesh has the b4 square for all his pains and misery here, but somewhere I do feel this is a very nice position for white.
But I think, okay, just imagine where would Gukesh think that his bishop should be.
Which one?
Imagine one bishop is on the a7 g1 diagonal. Just imagine, okay?
Yes.
Now imagine the other bishop to be on either g4, it will provoke something. So either it will be on f5 or g4 where it has provoked something. And h2 could become weak. I'm not sure about that 100%.
Well, I mean, Amruta, generally in Tarrasch-like structure, because in Tarrasch opening, you have an isolated pawn and this structure. Black does attack with h5, h4.
Right.
And that is very common. But here, it just doesn't feel right.
Okay, another thing is, white, will he play e3 or not at some point? Because then maybe at some point d4 will just come and it would all fizzle out.
No, I think he will play it at some point because e3 does look like a nice little move to play. But we will see.
Okay.
My feeling is Nodirbek is happy with what he's got. Gukesh, okay. I mean, I would say plus equal for sure, but 60%.
Yeah, also 25 minutes more for Nodirbek, so
Yes.
that is a big advantage there. So I would say that Gukesh is on the, defending side.
Agreed. Let's go to the game of David Navara and Parham Maksudlu, because in the game, we have seen Queen d7 happening.
I
No,
think this game is moving towards game of the day again.
No, Amruta, Queen e8 happened. Queen e8.
Which is not a nice move, but it feels so natural that you want to defend the f7 pawn and you want to keep that queen c6 ideas in the future.
Okay, so he's defending here.
How do
and
you
as
continue with
said,
the
the
attack?
queen comes here. A very powerful idea could have been queen h3, as we've been discussing the queen.
But that is
here.
impossible.
No,
If you don't see the ideas with bishop c4.
No, not here. It's different position. Here, just the queen is way better placed on h3 than on h5 as David Navara has played. Because now, after bishop takes, black has a very typical move, which
F5 or 6.
yes, f5 is the move I was aiming for, because you see the queen on e8 is right opposite the queen on h5, and once you trade the queens here, let's say this way, there is no longer a possibility to do en passant. And that's, I think, the reason why queen h3 might have been slightly more superior, because then when you take this and this, and if someone goes f5, already ef6 leads to like a completely opening up of the position.
Makes sense, completely makes sense actually. So queen h3 was important, but David played queen h5, which looks very natural.
Very natural, yeah.
And after f5, has it been
Not
played?
direct f5, because if you play directly, you get checkmated in one move. But
I think I need my coffee.
yeah, take here. I was also wondering, Amruta, if queen can take here, because then you don't have this f5 ideas to trade. So
I like this better, because when you're attacking, you don't want to exchange queens. It feels, whenever you're attacking and suddenly queens are getting exchanged, how does it feel like? Does it even feel like anything to you?
Amruta, I don't attack too many times, so I haven't had that feeling
For
much.
me, it was always like losing something.
Yes.
It was, I used to be
It
so
feels-
attached with the
I think
queens.
it feels to you like what happens at 9:50, 9 p.m. when the buffet is closing and they come to you and say, please take what you want, we are closing down the buffet, and you're like, oh no, I wanted to eat this, I want to eat that. So here, that's the same kind of a feeling, but David instantly takes it with his bishop. And
He's fine to go in the end game.
yes,
with F5.
I believe he is okay, because he has thought of something which helps his position. F5, if played, I take. You can choose between which rook you want to take with.
One question, do you need to take?
Which you want to move the queen?
Yeah.
Queen h4, also possible. But
Because now you have double bishop. D4 is well protected. Your knight on B6 cannot, if you can just, knight on B6 cannot move because C4 would be hanging.
Yeah.
Knight C2 is a one move threat,
no,
nothing
it's no
more.
longer a big threat, yeah.
So
Yeah,
C5
it's
is something
possible
which
to
you have
avoid
to
the queen
bank
threat.
on. But then your C4, I mean my rook on
just
D1
I
is happy.
put my knight on D5 and try to play on the light squares. That's also possible.
Yeah, one thing I don't like is that the knight on C3 was, you know, so happy to go to E4. And
Yes.
suddenly that F5 pawn is
Exactly.
a big enemy.
It's taken away a key square from your camp. So I'm expecting Parham to go F5, but we'll come back to this game and see if he has played
Oh, but
it.
also one moment, let's not forget that there could be ideas like A4, A5, Rook A3, and you could think of some rook lifts.
Here.
Could be.
Aggressive Amruta there. Okay, Amruta.
Yeah, let's go to the which game? Round up?
I want. Oh,
And then
let's,
you can
okay,
decide.
let's look at the 5 boards and see what is happening in each of the boards. We have Vidit having a very nice position against Bartel. The bars showing in his favor as white on the first board. Then we have Gukesh versus Praggnanandhaa. We left off this position at some point, but it seems like white has a very stable edge in that game as well. Prag's bishop on a5 looks a little bit misplaced. We'll come to that game. Oh, we want to see, okay, let's have a look at this game because bishop a5 has been played and we left it off.
Yeah,
at-
can we look at the opening a bit? Because
Yes,
after
we'll look till here. Pawn went to c5, knight came out, takes, queen is suddenly hitting the rook. So knight came here and now white pushed the pawn, bishop here, and I'm a bit worried for that bishop. Because imagine you are careless and at some point you take cd, b4 traps the bishop. Oh, he went back with his queen. Oh, I understand why he went back with the queen, Amruta. Because if you take here, he would very much.
B takes c5 is forced.
He would love.
no, knight c5 is a tempo, sorry.
Knight c5 is possible, but I think he would be happy to take with the pawn and let the queen bishop come back into the game.
By the way, knight c5 is not possible still. I think it's a blunder, no? Because anyway the queen moves with the idea of b4.
Yes, and very rightly pointed out. The bishop is trapped.
b5 is not possible, yeah.
So queen c2 has been played, and now Thaiday says to Prague, this situation which we have here with your bishop is kind of a deadlock, right? You can't ever take on d4 because I'll trap your bishop with b4. So if you take here, I trap it with b4.
But I have rook c8. What's the plan for rook c8?
But what's your plan?
Because you are preparing rook d1 and d takes c5.
I'm going b4 now.
And go c4. If you tell me your plan, of course I will stop it.
c4.
Did you forget en passant,
You know, Amruta.
en passant, as in India, many people call it.
Yes, en passant,
is a-
of course. I haven't forgotten because then your bishop on a5 is very comfortable.
Very
But-
happy.
But somehow, don't you feel like I have a very nice center now, like the central pawns?
But I also love my pawns, c4, b6, which is a great situation. You are happy with your position, I am happy with my position, and that's a fight,
Yes.
yeah, all the
that's,
time you
That's
think.
how a good life should be, like two partners happy with each other. But Amruta, bishop d2 suddenly. I was just thinking, like, if you take, I take, this is hanging, who knows, perhaps there's
Oh, double
something
attack,
there.
yeah?
Yeah,
And I don't
if,
have
if you
anything
play queen
to
c7,
defend.
trying to defend here,
Rook
I bring my
c1.
rook and I attack here. So, you know,
I
sometimes
like that bishop
this
d2
is
move.
actually bishop d2 is a move
Very
where
nice.
sometimes you are like, oh, this bishop is terrible, I would never ever trade anything for it. And then when you play c4, the terrain has changed, and now I trade it because then suddenly these pawns become weak.
Yeah, good example.
Yeah. So I don't know if Prague today, it's like this, right? You came to this tournament in great spirits. Then you won the first game. You're feeling confident. You became India #1. You crossed 2750 for the first time in your life. Then you playing with Parham. You have a good position. You lose. Then you are getting a winning position with Rapport. Then you lose. Then today you try to do something completely unusual in the opening, and now you are facing this slightly worse position, and it's not a pleasant feeling to play this position with black.
But he still has 25 minutes more. He is the
It's a-
stronger player over here.
He
Although
is, but-
Guen is a very talented youngster from Czech.
But it is a very uncomfortable position. I
agree
feel
with
it.
you.
Like white's moves are simple.
Maybe the thing which he should do is not come under time pressure today, because at least that is one thing he has better in this position.
Correct. Okay, we'll come back here, but we'll leave it with that Guen Thaidaiwan has an excellent position. He can press slowly here, a very small edge, but a very sustained edge. And look at what happened in the game of Parham. We left it off here. F5 did happen, and David said my bishop is actually protecting my queen, so I just take it here.
Oh, we never even considered
Yeah,
this
we
move, but
didn't
it
consider.
is worth considering for sure. So queen takes h5. If you go in that endgame,
No, but then aren't you?
oh, check, no?
Yes, I was thinking check, king takes, bishop h5.
Oh.
Did I win a pawn?
No, rook f5 is a problem.
Exactly, rook f5. Oops, sorry. Rook
Mouse.
f5. Attacking both the bishops.
And if I go h4 or f4,
H4,
then there is
H6.
h6. Yes, that's what I wanted to
H4.
show.
I go h6 and you're going to lose a piece.
Wait, g4. One second. G4.
Okay.
Then there is rook a5. That's the only
But
move.
Amrita, if you want to do this way, why don't you push your f pawn so that then after h6, now you have g4 and the rook can no longer come here. Like when
Rook
you-
was not going to f3 anyway. It was going to a5.
It was going because let's say if you go h4 here, g4, I can go rook f3 as black.
Ah, you don't need to be on the 5th rank. h5 is
And then my rook can go here, and then with my bishop combined can checkmate you. So that's not what we want. But maybe we can start with f4 so that your rook is further limited, and then g4. And perhaps this is what David has been thinking about here.
Wow, this is getting super complicated.
It's like queenless position, but still very complex.
Yeah.
And then Parham switches with the rook to the other side, and then you are still losing a piece, right? Because if the bishop is defended, so let's say you move it here.
Or e7. Why not to attack the b4 guy?
Yeah, it's possible to go here, bishop e7,
Because
attacking
bishop
here.
c5 at some
And
point.
then
But
I
it's
play
a
here,
mistake.
and no, it's not a mistake. It's just that this resulting position is not at all simple. Like imagine if you take here, and I take back with my knight, your pawn is hanging, my rooks are now suddenly active here. What is your bishop doing?
So then bishop e7, I allowed you a tempo where your knight was anyway waiting to go to the center in d5.
But we are getting ahead of
Okay,
ourselves.
yes, let's go
because
back.
right now the live board position is here, and I don't know what Parham will choose. He can take this pawn with his pawn, or he can take the queen and go into this pawn. It's a tough decision for Parham. Imagine you are in his shoes and you are calculating this position. Now the queen, should it take?
I can put both my feet in one shoe. But tell me something, Sagar. gf6 is, why would you play gf6 and go in this structure with the queens on the board? Or isn't that happening? If you play gf6...
Well, because the next move I'm going to take the queen. Your bishop is hanging.
So it's just a move order you're figuring out.
Kind of.
Otherwise the position is more or so leading to the
But
same
no,
thing.
it's not a move order thing, because
More or
when you
less.
take here, I have the additional option of taking with a check, which I'm kind of removing there. So that is what Parham is thinking.
And
in
look at
his
his time.
In his mind, he's definitely calculating the lines we were calculating here with rook f5 and seeing if there is enough.
Yeah, because when he sees ideas like g4, rook f3, rook h3, he wants to go at the king.
Or when he
That is
sees
how-
f4, and he sees his rook getting completely sidelined, he's like, no, let's not go here. I don't know. That's what human mind does not have this bar, there. That's why he took GF6. GF6 is done, and I think that's a logical human move because you don't want to lose material. While in the other line, the engine was much more happy. You are a pawn down. While here, material
engine
is
has
even.
Emotions?
Well, with the bar, yeah, like showing better position. But now white is better. So Parham has now David has to decide: take the queen or move the bishop. What do you think?
Yeah, don't feel like taking the queen.
Because if you take the queen, my rook takes the
Exactly.
queen, and then you decide to hit the rook, I move my rook away. And now suddenly this is attacked, but I move my pawn up. And now assess this position. What do you think, Amruta? 6 pawns for each side. White has the bishop pair. Black has this nice d5 square. What do you make of it?
No, with the pawn structure, you definitely prefer white.
Yeah?
There is no doubt.
Because of rook c1 maybe coming in at some point and attacking this c4 pawn.
Yeah, long-term advantage, knight at some point will jump to c5.
But I feel that it's not so easy to assess this. That's why for David, again, it's a tough decision to maybe move his bishop or take the queen. What is the right way? Because if he moves his bishop here...
Yeah, I like direct bishop at 6, rook g8. Can we look at queen c... If queen c6 is dangerous at some point? No, there you have bishop f3 all the time.
Yes, you can't play for mate here because just bishop f3 and I win your rook. Next.
Oh, he takes
the queen. He takes the queen. Logical chess there by David Navara. He takes here. Parham most likely will use his other rook because you don't want to lose your f6 pawn. And now bishop h6 will be played because that's a nice little tempo to get. Oh, or you can keep your bishop here, keeping an eye on this pawn. I guess that's also possible.
Because if you go bishop f4, tell me e5 is the problem, right? If you go bishop f4 attacking the c7 guy, oh, even knight d5 with a tempo is a problem.
Knight d5 might be also possible there. But maybe it's also...
I like bishop h4.
Actually, there are many moves here. Bishop h6, bishop f4, bishop h4.
And David has more time. What he should definitely do is not use a lot of his time.
Why? It's move number 19, no? Like 20, he can think a bit. And
So don't you feel Makhlou is under pressure?
he is, but position-wise, not time-wise. I think time is okay for both sides, but position-wise, Makhlou is going to come under pressure because imagine I put my bishop here, I keep an eye on this pawn, then as we said rook c1, kick this knight away, c4 is slightly weak, play that position.
It would be a very important day for David if he is able to beat Makhlou today with the white pieces. And also brings back his, yesterday the way he lost, he played so beautifully. So...
Okay, so we'll come back.
Yes.
We are actually today is a good day for Czech players because Thaiday is slightly better, David is slightly better. Going to the game of Rapport and Keimer, where we thought was the most exciting opening of all, but now has become kind of a slowish middle game.
Slowish.
Yeah, very slow, like, both
New
players.
word, yeah, Sagar?
Yes, moving around this. I think even though white is very slightly better, this game should end in a draw. I mean...
You don't think that dark square black bishop on d6, which looks like a complete idiot at some point, would matter?
It doesn't do much, but it also doesn't allow the white bishop to do much. And the moment the white bishop tries to do something, which is with a pawn break, c3, d4 or g3, f4, this bishop will get its life.
But if white is able to get the knight versus bishop, like dark square bishop is exchanged against the black knight, which is what his dream is, then I think that would be...
It would be a very terrible thing to do. Let's say, for example, if you are black, perhaps, to go like this and give up something.
Wow,
something
and
like
it
this.
still works. I'm very surprised. I thought it would be a strategical blunder, but now this idiot on d6 seems like a very...
Well, the only
not
thing,
at all an idiot.
Yes, because this knight also doesn't have a very stable square to go to. So perhaps this bishop, which you think very lowly about, it actually is a fine piece, you know. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
doing
so
its
bad.
job well.
Yeah,
For sure.
it's doing okay. It's
Wrong
limiting.
judgments there.
It's limiting also white's pieces. Okay. Meanwhile, as we were discussing about Gukesh versus Nodirbek, this position is getting. We left it here. He brought his knight. Gukesh went back. Knight came to the center. Oof! What a pretty knight there. Beautiful, beautiful. B6. Gukesh finally needs to get his bishop out, and Nodirbek calmly plays E3. I can literally sense Nodirbek getting ready for a marathon here. He will grind this to the very end, you know, like, beautiful knight.
But I do think that it's not a typical isolated pawn which will be too much pressure for black. Like black is the only one, because Gukesh is a person who keeps finding new ideas and ways to create pressure even on the opponent.
Okay, so here's my question to all of you here. Imagine you are facing Nodirbek like Gukesh is here, and you are sitting here, you're thinking, how should I create some play? Because Nodirbek is just going to slowly grind me, maybe come with the queen in, maybe try and maybe rearrange his rooks, push the pawn. How do you play as black? What is the way you get a counter play flowing? And I feel Gukesh will do it, because this is something that once I was recording a video with him and he said this, I need some play, I need to find some way of doing it. He's going to make a move, but I don't think in that direction. Any ideas for black that you have here? What is the way in which black can do something useful? I mean, bishop b7 looks, he plays bishop a6. He puts his bishop here, which is a good diagonal maybe to be on. Somewhere, Amruta, my thought was that Gukesh would go for h5. So h5.
Oh, h5 is the question.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe you can create some kind of a play with h5, h4.
Will it not make the black king weak in some sense with that one pawn less over there as the shelter?
I mean, it's just that you can create some play. Once you play this h4, then you take, then suddenly these pawns are a little softer. You try to get your bishop here, f3 is not possible anymore. I mean, it's just that h5, h4 is a good idea to play in such structures.
How dangerous it can get if the white bishop is on c3 and you're intending to go knight f5, or you would just exchange it for the bishop. But then that is an open position with a double bishop advantage.
Yes. But maybe, Amruta, what Gukesh wants to do is bishop a6, get the rook, trade it a bit, go queen d7, get the other rook, maybe just trade stuff.
And another idea, Sagar, for Gukesh, there is knight e4 and knight c5. Those d3 and b3 squares are really weak.
That's a good point. Yes. I like this idea that you suggested, to get your knight here settled in on a nice square.
And then you decide what to do with the dark square bishop if you want to bring it to f6.
Yes. Okay.
But lot of maneuvering and planning needed in this game.
Yeah.
You exchange a wrong minor piece, it's a problem. You move a wrong pawn, it's a problem. You put a piece on a wrong diagonal, it could become a problem. So in that sense, Gukesh is the one who has to take extra care.
Yeah.
He is crossing the road.
For sure.
Yes.
Let's go to Vidit versus Bartel here, and we saw till
Very
king
slow
h1.
game, no?
no, some moves have been played. King h1, then a6 by Mateusz, and Vidit went a3. And his point was to defend the b4 pawn to activate his position with c pawn. Queen h5 played, and now Vidit went for this very interesting move. Any guesses? I mean,
It's not c4, yeah? Because that's what you said.
We now have the bars covering the live board. So knight g1.
What?
Yes. Knight g1, and he went back queen g6. I think
he wants to go f4 and then knight f3
Vidit
again.
will come here, then they will come. They will say, now I won't go knight g1.
No, Bartel won't repeat, because Bartel will know that Vidit is not going to repeat.
But then what was the plan
F4.
now? F4, yeah? You think he'll go F4?
Yes. Only thing I have to see is F5. Normally for F4,
Of course.
F5 is the problem.
Because if you allow me F5, I'm happy as white. F5, F6 coming in. So F5 here for black.
So then F4 is not a good idea. But then knight G1, if queen G6, what did he intend otherwise?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. What is the knight doing there?
Maybe he wants to go bishop D3 and then knight E2, knight F4 or
But
knight G3.
I'll still go F5. I mean, as black, my plan...
F3.
there's
F3.
only- F3?
That's pretty normal
Yes.
to play.
Okay, F3. I'm just wondering if you are ready to, I'm going to now just fix everything on dark squares, knight E5 and try to attack you.
C4, knight E5.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Maybe
C5.
C5, yeah, for me to worry about. So I should maybe put my bishop in here and then play this same thing.
So are you saying knight G1 is not a very good
No.
idea?
I think Vidit should correct himself here and play knight F3. But it's like, Amrita, many times you do something wrong and then you have to immediately say to yourself, oh, I agree, I didn't do something right.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes. And I'll make the move back again. But that's the toughest thing to do. Because then you are like, why did I do that anyway? Because imagine this position, just a move ago, it was white to move here. Queen H5, knight G1, queen G6, knight F3. And now Bartel need not play queen H5, he can do something else.
I mean, he can play F5, right? That's what
Yes,
he has
yes.
been waiting for.
But I don't know what will happen here. So let's go back to the live position. Knight G1, queen G6 and wait for what Vidit comes up with.
Okay, and as per the bars, right now, Vidit and Navara's advantage in comparison, maybe it's a little while ago, yeah, if I'm not wrong, this slight edge. Was with Vidit and
Yes,
Navara.
he still is slightly better if he brings his knight back.
Yeah, but the rest of the games, they are a little bit
Today
unclear.
equalish. Yeah, no one's got a huge edge. Meanwhile, Yuan Thaidaiwan decided to take on C5. I'm a bit surprised with his decision because Rook C8, he could have gone what we were discussing, Queen A4. But he decided to take, pawn takes and Rook D1. And now Prague's bishop is slightly breathing here, it's happier.
Yeah,
it
the
can go
B4
back.
ideas are gone. At least you don't have to worry about the bishop getting trapped. It's a relief.
Exactly.
For that, in return, you have accepted an isolated pawn.
Yes. But it's okay. Like generally these pawns, they sometimes move to C4 and then this B2 pawn is weak. You can shift your rook and put pressure. So it's not a big
Also, I
weakness.
like the bishop can go to C7 at some point and there can be some issues on the diagonal.
For sure. That bishop could become an important piece in the game. Okay, we'll go to Baksudlu's game against
Yeah, until now, I
Navara.
would say this could be the game of the day until now,
Yeah.
from what it looks like. And guys, after 4 p.m., like right now, you can already vote for the game of the day on praguechessfestival.com/voting over there. And with your votes, one of the guy will win the trophy.
game of the day. Every
Sagar, do you
game
think-
before the round, they give this small little memento
Yeah.
to them. And I'm expecting one person to go back home with 4 or 5 of them, who's in good form.
But Sagar, one question. I think for you, you had won this prize when you had beaten a grandmaster, Ziaur Rahman, if I'm not wrong, in Malaysia, right?
There was this Malaysian Open where every time an untitled player beats a grandmaster, that player gets $100. And at that point, I was untitled. So I won and I got $100. And I've still kept that note.
And now the bank will not accept it, so it's gone.
Yes, now that's what we got to know from the change shop here. When we went with an old note, not with that one, they said, oh, this is old now, this is no longer in circulation, you need to go to the bank and change. But it's such a memory for me, I would never part with it. Although it has appreciated, yeah, the dollar has I mean,
That
as
was in
compared to
2008, so
Indian
15
currency.
years ago. Yeah, for sure.
So good
But
investment.
my question would be, like when you get a best game, two people are involved, right?
Yeah.
So the winner gets the best game.
Yes, generally.
But the loser actually helps him to
I
win the
agree.
game.
Actually, it's a very important point you said. Like, without the opponent making a mistake, you would
Yeah.
never get the best game prize.
Yeah, because a lot
So
of my
maybe-
opponents got the best game to me, so I felt that I feel for them.
So you're basically saying they should have shared things with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe that's what one of the players will do here. Like when they
And
really
then
think
he'll break the glass
No, he won't
in
break
two.
it. He will go to the opponent and say, "You keep it. Because of you, I won this. Let's share it." Okay, we'll see. Rook e7 played. By the way, we were talking about the bishop Amruta going to this other diagonal to f4. You mentioned this move. I was more about going here, but bishop f4 was played by David. Knight d5 wasn't played because of takes. And then if you take with the knight, later on this pawn gets weakened, and if you don't take it, then this pawn is weak. So instead,
Yeah, also end this with one exchange of the pair of knights, like the white knight with the black knight. White somehow feels a little bit relief
Yes.
there with the pressure on the queen side with both the knights.
so that's why he played rook e7,
I like that move, in fact.
and now bishop went back to g3. So
I think he will double. Makhlou will go rook g7 or rook g8.
here,
either
but
of-
then what
rook
do you
G-
do with doubling of your rooks, because this bishop is very nice.
Are you asking what do you do with that bishop on b7 and h5, h4 at some point? No?
Bishop takes such a-
No, at some point, of course.
But I don't think that's a big thing, because if you play f5, then my bishop gets e5 square, h5, h4 is not coming. So I think nice bishop
If
here.
that's not the point, then what is black's play actually?
What is black's
here?
play? Yeah, that's a good question. What is black going to do next? And I think that is exactly why Navara went here. He said, I'm going rook c1 and I'm happy. So he's happy here, David, and I think Parham Maksudlu has to figure things out quite seriously. Meanwhile, we can go to the game of, which one should we go to? Gukesh versus Abdusattorov, because there has been some movement here in Gukesh versus Nodirbek game. We were thinking, oh, it will be a slow game, Nodirbek will move his pieces around, but Nodirbek has come up with this b4 move. Wow, that came out of the blue. He actually moved his pawn 2 squares, giving up the pawn. If you take a b4, he maybe wants to play, what does he want to do? Queen b2? Because queen b3 is met with maybe bishop c4, and then the pawn pushes forward. So, or maybe not forward, but bishop c4 is a tempo, so queen b2 maybe. And then you want to take this pawn. That is the idea perhaps. And Gukesh is thinking about how to meet this move b4. A very interesting moment, because also after you take here, there can be ideas of knight jumping into c6 and attacking this pawn on b4. So we have this slightly change in the mood of the game, but also still very, very logical play, because if white does get back this pawn, then we will have two weaknesses to play with, b6 and d5. And I think Gukesh will have to play very carefully in that position. Vidit still is thinking about what to do about his move. I think Vidit is not feeling comfortable with this position. You know, sometimes players do prepare an opening and they go for it, but then later on they really don't feel comfortable with the dynamics of the position, and I think that is exactly what is happening with Vidit here. He moved his knight back. He's now thinking, should I go back to f3? If we can have Vidit on the screen, like there you see, he's bleeding on time. He's gone down to 34 minutes. They have just played 15 moves, and Bartel has 47 minutes. You can hardly ever see this happening when a player has an advantage with white and a very nice position, well prepared 10 moves, but then he's taken more time and he's not been able to find the best move. So Vidit not really sensing this position so well. Maybe he goes back with his knight as we were discussing, maybe he doesn't, he's not taking a decision yet. Meanwhile, Gukesh has played this pawn up to b3 against Praggnanandhaa. He's pushed his pawn forward and maybe he wants to put his bishop on this long diagonal. Also, he stopped c4 here, because if you play your pawn to c4, I push b4. And then somehow the queen moves forward, bishop comes here, and on this long diagonal would be a very nice position for white. So b3, and white keeps a small edge there. And going to the game of Vincent Keimer and Richard Rapport here, white has some pressure. Down the a file, he has pushed his pawn to a5. You can never push it b5 here, because then c5 pawn becomes weak. So in a way, Rapport with this sort of formation with the knight, bishop and pawn here is keeping up the pressure on Vincent. And maybe next he goes rook a2, rook a1 and tries to put pressure there on the a file. Maybe let's try to think, like if I go rook a2, what do you do as black? What is the way in which you would play if you were Vincent here? Because my plan is simple. You can never push your pawn. I'm simply going to take, not now, but first double and then take and win a pawn. You can either go on the defensive with a move like king c8 and put your king here, or you can decide that I don't care about the a6 pawn, I will actually go at you, because you double here, I double there, and I try to mate you. That could also be a way, but although I think the king will be very, very safe on e2. So definitely some questions to be answered for Vincent, but before that, Richard Rapport has to decide what is the way in which he will continue here. Will he go for doubling on a file? Will he go for rook d1 and d4? We will come back to this game and see what is the way in which he continues. Meanwhile, Gukesh and Nodirbek has continued with queen b2, putting pressure on the b4 pawn. And now Gukesh, how does he continue here with queen b2 coming in? Does he cling on to the pawn with queen e7? Possible. Or does he go, just let his opponent take it. Just put your bishop here. If you take, I'll wait. If you take, I'll take back. So maybe here, put the bishop on this square. If you take, I'll take back with the pawn. Oh, he goes knight e4. He plays his knight on the center of the board. And if you take here, bishop b4, I think Nodirbek's going to do that. White still has some pressure for sure, like a small nagging edge, p6 slightly weak, d5 slightly weak. And we have a move in Praggnanandhaa versus Van Nguyen. We are on top of each game, like each move being played, you're trying to follow it. So Pragg goes here h6, bishop b2, queen b7. So Praggnanandhaa says to Nguyen that, hey, I understand that my pawn is weak here, but you too have a weakness. And what is white's weakness here in the position? What is it that black is trying to aim for to attack? It's the b3 pawn. He's just going to rook b8 and attacking on b3. And maybe it's not so simple to defend it. I guess rook b1 could be an idea, so that if you go rook b8, then maybe I go bishop a1 or I go rook d3 trying to defend here. So these are the plans which are there. And meanwhile, Parham Maksudlu has gone for rook d8. in his game against David Navara. He's attacking the pawn on d4 and he has a big threat now, which is knight c2, attack the rook and then win the pawn. But I think very clearly here David is going to play a simple move, rook c1. He's just going to go rook c1 and he will ask Parham, what's your next plan? And I think Parham's next plan will be to double here and attack this pawn again. So Parham Makhlou has found his counterplay, the d4 pawn. And then to defend as white, I don't know, maybe you have to play knight b5, but then the a2 pawn is hanging. It's not so simple. How do you defend this pawn on d4? And this is why Parham's moves were actually very, very smart now that you think about it. I think David's decision of putting his bishop on f4, meeting it with rook e7, rook d8, and now trying to bring the other rook to d7. Fantastic play there. So perhaps David doesn't want to go rook c1 here, but then, yeah, it's not so simple as white what to do. Maybe bishop h4, just try to attack this pawn, but the king will come up and defend it. So that's also not a big thing. I think Parham can be quite happy with his position. Very, very curious to see Vidit still thinking, going down to 27 minutes here. Wow. Not making a move. Can we have this video on full screen and see Vidit actually struggling there? The time on his clock, I think the last move is thought for nearly 20 minutes. Look at that. Is that typical situation where you made a move and then it's not working out and then you don't know, like, should you go back knight gf3? You want to justify your retreat of your knight to g1 with the pawn push to f4, but then you don't like the position after f5. It's a bad day at the office. It's not a very pleasant day. The brain doesn't just work. It's not flowing for him. The moves are not flowing. And this happens with the best players in the world. Yeah, Vidit is close to 2750, but today is just not his day. Yeah, but let's see if he can bounce back and start rolling, because his position is fine. It's a great position for white. Just get your knight back to f3 and let's go on. As he continues to think, he is bleeding on time. He's down to 25 minutes now with 25 moves to make. He wants to play a move. I'm actually very curious whether he'll go knight f3 or not. What do you guys think? Will he play his knight back? Or do you think he will sort of justify this move knight g1 by something even more sort of, I don't know, maybe bishop d3, maybe c4. He has possible moves. He could also, by the way, play knight f3, queen h5, knight g1 and get a draw, which I'm sure Bartel would be happy with right now. Look at that. Look at him. He's like trying to calculate. And this happens quite a lot. So if c4, I believe he then would ask himself a question that why did I play knight g1? You know, anyway I could have gone c4 with my knight here. So at this position when queen h5, he could have gone c4. It's a great move. Even here, after queen h5, he could have gone rook e1. So this is his actually, this is the trouble now. That after knight g1, queen g6, Even now c4 is decent. Even now rook e1 is fine. Even bishop d3 is fine. But it was much better with the knight on f3. So that is the reason why he's taking so much time, and now he's running down. 24 minutes left. While Vidit thinks here, we have some movement in the game of Gukesh and Abdusattorov. Oh, he gets his jacket off also now, yeah. You know, he's like... This is discomfort, you know, like for a chess player, you generally don't see too many emotions, right, on a chess player's face, but these are these micro expressions where you just sense it. I'm very curious what he will do, but let's go to Gukesh versus Nodirbek, because here Nodirbek comes up with a very interesting decision. He doesn't take this pawn, he first chops off this knight. And you know, we've been sort of told always, hey, don't give up your fianchetto bishop, it will then help you control all your light squares. If you give it up, you then have light square weaknesses. But Nodirbek says it doesn't matter what goes outside the board. What matters, it's what remains on the board. And here, after bishop b4, queen b4, I love my knight here. I don't think your bishop's going to ever create mating attack on my king, and you will struggle with this. So very, very nice positional decision, I guess, by Nodirbek. It also shows his flexible thinking. He's just given up his very important bishop for that central knight. And now with rook b1, he can actually put pressure on b6. He has the c6 square. I don't know. I start to feel like Gukesh's position has worsened a bit than what it was before. So fantastic play by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati, if we go back, has brought his knight back to f3. Wow. That requires some, a queen h5 on the board. Do you think he'd draw incoming? I mean, Vidit is, after all, 100 points higher rated than Bartel, or 90. But at the same time, he's down to 22 minutes. Bartel has 47 minutes. So psychological moment here. And Vidit, being one of the best players in the world, has recently won Grand Swiss, won the Gashimov Memorial, was very close to sort of being in the top in World Rapid. Also in Vaikanze, he was one of the top finishers. So clearly, he's one of the best in the world. He says, I am actually going c4. Wow, this is excellent play. And bishop g4, Bartel actually now moving quickly. He's playing bishop to g4. Game getting very exciting. But I like this overall thing that happened here, where Vidit played knight g1, knight f3. We reached the same position back, but with 30-35 minutes lost. And still, he went on and played c4. And Bartel had his move ready, which was to play bishop g4. So, Amruta.
Yes.
Good fighting spirit shown by Vidit.
Yeah,
there.
I really like that he went back knight f3. That was important. I don't think he's going to repeat at all.
No, he's not. He played c4. So now we have bishop g4. So we have a new position. But Bartel is kind of sensing that time will become a factor now. So he's playing fast. And with it down to 21 minutes, they have played 17 moves. They have to make 23 more moves.
Oh, that is a huge time pressure.
Yes.
With such a complex position he's getting into.
Yeah, I don't know what should be White's next move here. What would you guys think about doing in this position? Because clearly h3 is never going to be played. Yeah, you just sack there. It's not like you can move that bishop away. But I was wondering if we can...
Wait, when you ask a question, then you don't answer, Sagar. But c5, then you're thinking. You're very fast, but
I'm
c5
waiting
is
for anyone. By the way, any of you want to answer it, just shout out the move. It would be fun to sort of analyze together. Here we have few people who have joined us in the live room. And by the way, if any of you are in and around Prague, tomorrow is a weekend. Please join us here. Saturday, then Sunday is a rest day. I don't know, on rest day, if you come here, the open event would be happening and maybe the Masters would be sort of
resting.
Little
That's why
free.
they have a rest day.
Yeah, it might not be easy to catch
But
them.
Sagar, c5 has a very good control with the h5 queen. That was the main problem, that you couldn't go c5. So that's a blunder.
Yes,
But
the queen was there all along.
I saw it,
Watchful
Sagar.
eye.
You thought I came after a break
Yes.
and I would have missed the queen, but that's not the case.
No, you saw it, Amrita. I didn't see it. So you did see it.
Maybe you need some break.
Oh, Vidit, brutal. Mate in one threatened Amrita on g7. Clearly, Bartel's going to come back and he has only one move at his disposal, which is?
f6.
Oh, well, if you play queen g6, the problem is that after knight h4, you might fall into some trouble. I don't know.
Queen g5
Yes,
now?
queen g5, only
f4.
and then f4, and all of a sudden, you're getting mated on g7. So,
So f6 is forced.
f6 is the only move, and Bartel is not to be seen. He's somewhere. He will come and play f6.
But isn't that a happy thing, because black always wanted f5?
Yeah.
And white also had to worry a bit about f5. So this is a good thing.
Maybe it's a good development here for white.
For
that
Vidit,
now f5 is no longer possible. But then Bartel is going knight g6, knight f4, rook e8. His pieces are coming into the game. And also, as you rightly pointed out, c5 is never coming. The queen is looking here. Bishop is on a decent diagonal. Knight is looking at the central square.
I don't know, because rook c1 and then I'm threatening c5.
Possible, yes. Rook c1 and c5. But then I take, and the bishop pops out from this side. So it's not actually an easy position for Vidit as well, because Bartel's pieces are quite well positioned here. So we'll come back here,
Okay, sure.
Amrita.
Let's
I
go
was
to
very, very
f6
impressed.
has been played. We'll go to David's
Yes.
game.
David, huh? I was
that
just
is
very
the game of the
quickly
day.
wanted to see Gukesh versus Abdusattorov. I wanted to discuss this decision that Abdusattorov took. What was your impression? Would you ever give up your bishop like this for the knight?
I am shocked.
Yes?
Normally with bishop on d3, they do take on e4.
But then
but
your
with
pawn,
g3,
yes, your
exactly.
pawn is back here on g2.
So that's why
generally.
I'm shocked. With bishop e4, but for sure Norderbeck would have his reasons there. And is it like a good move?
Yes, it is excellent.
Man, what an understanding this guy has.
Well, he's world number 8. He's actually one of the best players, best youngsters in the world. So, the world always talks a lot about the Indian youngsters moving up and so on. But I think Norderbeck is making a run to the top with, moving ahead of everyone. He's now 2758. He's world number 8. If he wins today, he might become world number 7, and he's moving, and he's not even made it to the candidates. Yeah, he's just moving
very
rapidly with the rating.
Sagar, as you say, normally when things get exchanged, it's not what got exchanged, what's out of the board, but what's on the board. And I think the reason why Norderbeck was able to take such a tough decision was here it is this knight versus that bishop.
Yes.
And
I
that
agree.
is where he assesses the knight is better than the bishop.
I mean,
with the b6
Amrita,
pawn.
if you can get your bishop here somehow, magically, and then you get your queen here, yes, you have an attack rolling.
Can you not go bishop e2? Wait, that's a good question to the people there. It's a big blunder. Why is it a blunder?
Yeah. Yes, rook c8, well done. Also another nice move. Yeah, rook c8 is one way to win. And then forking here. Do you go knight e6 or knight e7? I guess makes
matters?
more sense. Because knight d6 has this suddenly very sad story that you got checkmated.
Oh, that
This
was
exactly-
funny. That
exactly
was
why
funny.
The bishop is a very good piece, no, for
Yeah.
attack. But
I mean, can we believe that chess can be hilarious?
yes, chess is hilarious often.
But only the people who play chess know that.
Yes.
That's the sad
Well,
part.
has it ever happened to you, Amruta, that you're sitting on the board and you are laughing?
Yeah, it does. It has happened. Like
Yes.
sometimes, earlier when I was a child, I could not control my laughter. So that was a very big problem.
During the game?
Yeah, if I get something like where I feel like laughing, it was very difficult. So of course I wouldn't laugh, but that would be a struggle not
No,
to laugh.
I've seen some players often laughing at the board with
Yeah,
because
with
they-
Nepo
they've
we have
thought
seen
something.
Nepo laugh so often. We have even seen sometime
So
Richard.
maybe we can ask our viewers who are watching this live that they can share an anecdote with us, maybe on social media, on Twitter, where they can tell what was the story or something which made them laugh on the board. And they can use the hashtag Prague Masters, because that would be nice to read out, I personally don't have such a story, but I do remember Mikhail Tal once was thinking about a hippo falling down into a well. It's a very well-known story that he was calculating, and then for a long time he thought, and everyone thought, wow, what is he calculating? But actually he was thinking, oh, the hippo has fallen into the well, how should we remove the hippo? And then he sacrificed a piece, and then he
Oh
won.
my God.
Everyone thought, wow, he must have calculated so much, but he was thinking about some hippo.
Was it the
So-
opening was hippo? What is the name of the opening?
Yeah, the opening was not hippo. It's also a well-known opening, by the way, for all the people who do not know
Oh, nice
about
story.
the
In fact, I did not know about this Tal
hippo.
thing.
This is how the hippo happens. Maybe you can try it someday at your own risk. Don't tell me if you lose the game. A6, A4, B6, and then you put your bishop here, then you put E6, knights here.
That is because of
And
the
then
structure. No,
H6.
E6, D6, B6, A6 and H6, G6.
Yes, and then whatever white pushes, you push the other pawn forward. So if white goes D5, you go E5, and then it's a very tenacious opening. But it's also a very lazy opening, just like the hippo, it lies in the water waiting. Oh, by the way, Gukesh finds the best move here. He goes queen F6.
I like this move because you have your bishop on the light squares. Okay, Sagar?
Yeah.
Then you have your queen on the dark squares,
Yeah.
which means you are trying to control both the color squares. The knight on F5
Amrita,
is
can I
attack.
ask one question?
No. You don't. If you ask me, then I'll say, okay, of course, go on.
My question is, if rook c8, do you take back with the bishop or the rook?
Isn't it obvious?
With what?
Bishop?
See, I tried to fool you, yes.
Oh no! Oh my god! Oh god.
Yes,
Yeah.
queen a1 is hanging. That's why he played it there. So now no longer this
Tricky Gukesh and
Yeah.
tricky Sagar also.
tricky
but-
one, yes. So queen f6, actually you can't even move your rook. And this check no longer is a
I
threat.
love this move, Queen F6.
Because then the rook is also defended by the bishop. So clearly this one, queen f6, is a nice move, and maybe Nordirbeck did not consider it.
How would he not?
Because
it defends B6.
This is a massive blunder here, guys. Here, this is your moment to shine. Black to play.
Maybe he first thought that knight d6 is happening, and that's why he must have
No,
underestimated
he
the move.
basically thought knight d6 I can play, but Gukesh, of course,
But there is really no threat, yeah, as
always
such.
thinks a little bit deep here, and he has found a great move. What is the move that black can play? Wow, what a nice move. Rook c2.
Amazing.
Fantastic move, attacking here and here.
Beautiful.
And if you take the rook, we know that loose piece drops off, and now suddenly the bishop says, hey, did you think I was a useless piece? Because I am going to help you checkmate.
Oh, this is amazing.
Isn't that pretty? Rook c2 in the air. So Nordirbeck, who I believe wanted to do knight d6, now has to reconsider his decision of moving knight, and just like Vidit, has to go back, and which is always tough because you waste two moves.
But he has to go back, yeah? There's no better way. That
Unless
can-
he says, oh, knight d6 is working. If he takes on c1, I will take back on c1. I'm doing fine. But then rook c2 comes as a bolt from the blue.
Yeah.
But
No,
I
you,
don't
but
think
you
that,
can miss
no,
rook c2, no?
Northern doesn't miss such tactics. Yeah,
In fact, yesterday after rook d6 threat which he found,
Isn't
this
it
is
similar?
very, yeah.
Isn't it similar where he
Totally.
put his rook opposite David's rook and now suddenly rook c2. So maybe
Correct.
he doesn't fall for such a trick.
Yeah. And g4 would be crazy, I guess.
G4 might be too weakening, no, Amruta?
Yeah.
Just h5. So
Agreed. So the bold knight on f5
Yeah.
suddenly
actually
is very weak.
Gukesh called it out with queen f6. So we'll come back here.
Prague watching the game right now. So he's up from his board as well. So we have to see David's game because I think that was going as a game of the day for me. But
But
Let's
Amruta,
see.
what has happened is after rook c1, I was considering that he would go rook d7 and try to attack this pawn, Parham. But in fact, Parham went king g7. He brought his king up. Now the knight jumped forward. Isn't a2 hanging? Oh, if you take here, I just bring my rook here and then chop off the pawn on a7. Okay, got
yeah,
it. So
it's
he
a
didn't
sharp
lose.
end game. So you chop off the pawn.
Yes. Rook d7 to defend c7.
Did you get the joke, Sagar?
Yes, I got it, Amruta.
Okay.
Chopping off because of the sharpness, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Bishop c4 played here by Parham. By David. And now Parham goes bishop a6. Wow. So David is now a pawn up.
But no, discourse like if I play a3,
Yeah.
you move your knight, and don't you have to be?
Well, the main problem is the knight takes bishop here, Amruta, and then you lose this guy also on b5.
Oops.
So that doesn't work.
Oh, that's
actually.
a blunder. Rook
Yes.
c4, bishop e5, rook b4. Though I have that, but still.
No, if you take here this move, then I play a nice move here actually.
Not bishop b5.
Not bishop b5. Black to move. Yeah. Very cool.
Okay.
Again, a nice little jump from the knight. Maybe you guys want to try it out. Black to play.
Knight d3. he
Knight
said.
d3. Brilliant. Because if rook takes, bishop b5 skewers the two rooks.
Nice move. And knight b2 is also the
Yes,
threat.
and knight b2 is a 4.
Bishop
Beautiful.
b5 is a-
Beautiful.
yeah, yeah.
Well done.
Lovely.
So bishop a6, he goes bishop f1, and David says to Parham, I saved my bishop. I'm attacking your c7 pawn with my bishop, knight and rook. What's your plan? Because if you play knight takes a2 here, then I'm going to chop off this pawn. And pawn up. David Navara is a pawn up. So he takes on a2, by the way, that has happened. And will David take on c7? Because, Amruta, you want to go rook a1.
Where did he win the pawn? Ah, the c4 pawn.
Yes, yes,
was
yes.
doubled
He-
pawn.
He won a pawn.
Oh,
And-
he won the pawn when I was on the break. That's why I did not realize.
Yes.
Yes, knight a2, rook c7. Wow. David playing amazing chess.
Yeah, he's playing well this game. But I'm a bit sort of not sure if his advantage is big enough to claim that, oh, he'll win. Because rook c7, let's say I take the bishop. Now the rook is hanging, so you have to take rook d7. The point is that if you take now bishop d7, then there is rook a1.
Yeah, first bishop d6 I thought, but yeah, rook a1, knight b4, bishop d6 is over.
Yes, and bishop d6. So this is the tactical justification of taking the pawn on c7. But if you don't want to do this rook c7 business, then you do rook a1. And I think this is more human way to go, right? Rook
Bishop
a1.
b5, rook a2.
No, bishop b5, maybe just take on b5. And
Ah,
attack
double
your-
bishop.
yeah,
And then the
attack
knight
this
on
and-
a2 again, knight
Exactly.
b4. Rook a7 is bishop
is
d7
hanging.
is also
Is
hanging.
So right now, actually rook c7, David has to calculate bishop b5, rook d7, bishop d7, rook a1, and then knight goes back, then bishop d6 with a double attack. This
But
is
if
one.
knight doesn't go back, one second, black cannot save material, right?
No.
Is there any other? No.
But the knight is trapped.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what will David do? Will he go for the more sort of calculative approach with rook takes c7, or will he play rook a1?
That forcing calculation I don't think is in any way difficult for David at all. But the question is the assessment at the end of it. What do you think practically he feels more comfortable, which makes him feel that this is closer to, you know, I can convert?
I don't know actually, really, because rook
Rook
a1,
a1. I like rook a1
knight
more.
b4. I don't know how this position should be evaluated.
Rook, let's try to think here.
Yeah. We were like, this knight cannot be attacked by our rook because the knight controls this square. The bishop is well positioned. So maybe it's not too much.
No, but 1 second. Aren't you winning the pawn on a7?
How?
But your knight c2, d4 can
So
also get
take,
Yes.
bishop takes, king takes,
Knight c2.
and yeah, knight c2. But also, let's think here, because your knight is sort of trapped there on a7.
c6, you mean?
Yes, beautiful. c6. Suddenly the knight cannot come out. These two knights are such good friends of each other that if you try to attack here, this guy is here. If you try to attack this guy is here. You know?
Yeah, okay. So maybe then he takes rook c7. Nah, you're right.
Maybe. I don't know. Rook c7, you have to sort of go beyond this initial thought of yours, which is like, oh, if I take here, bishop f1, knight a2. If I take here, then my opponent, you calculate in your head. If he takes here, I will take here, I'm better, pawn up. But if I take here, he takes here, oh my god, now I can't take here because I'll lose my rook. So I need to take here, oh, but he takes back with his bishop, and you stop your calculation here. But then you have to go even further deep here with rook a1 and see that the knight is trapped. So I don't know if David would calculate like one move further here. He's known for it. He's known to calculate that way, but let's see.
I mean, at least he's very, very capable of doing that.
Oh,
but
for
right now, at this moment, can he do that? Do that or not is the question. He has 38 minutes, which is a very good thing for him. 18 minutes more than Parham. How many moves have they made?
They've made 25 moves, 15 more moves to go. And meanwhile, Nodirbek very quietly came back knight d4. Very, like, you know, this is the thing. He says, yes, I saw your rook c2. I'm coming back. g6 by Gukesh. King g2 played.
Do you think Gukesh can also be the one who can actually press here?
Who knows, yeah, with h5 now. Because suddenly...
The king on feels weaker, the white king.
Because of the two moves that were sort of made with the knight back and forth. Suddenly you see black's position looks a little more harmonious.
But what white will do is exchange both the rooks so that queen and knight is a better combination than queen and bishop.
But you can't do it easily, right? If you take here, then how do you exchange the last pair of rooks? Like, it's not so trivial.
Yeah, that's...
And if you play h4, stopping my h pawn coming forward, I don't know, Amrita, there is some kind of thing I had thought of, which was, can I go bishop e2, bishop f3? You take with your knight, right? I want to improve my bishop. So you take here.
Queen a1, no?
And then, yes, this is hanging. I was actually wondering if something here happens, because if you go king g1, I was trying to take here, king f1, but then...
Knight g1.
Yeah, there is knight coming back. But yeah, a1 is hanging. So bishop e2 to f3 can be a plan if the rook is hanging. So...
Nice.
G6.
The only thing which Gukesh needs to take care is he doesn't lose the b6 pawn. That means. Yeah, that's the only thing Nodirbek is fighting for.
Correct.
The weakness on b6.
True. And can we go quickly and check?
Oh, he plays.
goes
Just
bishop
a moment.
d3.
Which stops rook b1 for the while. And then maybe Gukesh would prepare his agar rook lift. If I know Gukesh well, he is going to think of a rook lift at a point.
You mean after trading these rooks and then trying for like rook e5 stuff,
Yeah,
right?
the only problem is rook c6.
Yes.
You know, the
also rook
c6 square
C8
is
and queen
very
f8.
weak.
I don't think rook lifts are going to happen here.
Practically not possible. Okay, but this game is still in control for both the players. Let's have a round. Let's either round up our next game.
Well, Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh Thaidai we left
You and
it
Thaidai
here.
versus Praggnanandhaa, you mean?
Yes. We left it at Queen B7. Then he went Rook C1. Played his bishop back. Oh, Prague is trying to actually trade the bishop like this.
Nice idea actually.
95. They took.
Is
Bishop
it going
came
in
here.
major piece
Yeah,
endgame?
very stable position. He's trying to attack here. In came the move F6.
Oh, but he's putting his
Bishop
pawns on
D6.
dark squares?
Rook D8. Bishop
Maybe
E7.
because the bishops are getting exchanged.
I'm actually thinking this will end in a draw.
But isolated pawn, don't you think there would be pressure there?
Yes,
Pin,
he will put
typical
pressure,
pin.
but I think it may not be enough to win. So maybe a draw might be the result, but let's see. I mean, white is pleasant.
Yeah, but no matter what, it's white who is
White,
fighting
yes.
for both the
White is
results.
pleasant.
That is
Very
very
well.
incredible of Gukesh actually.
He's playing well.
Yeah.
He's putting the pressure on Prague. And meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati, after we saw F6, he went knight to B3, knight E5, C5 played. He pushed his pawn forward. Bishop went back and he's played Rook A E1.
Rook
A D8.
A1 is a very, like
Sophisticated
normally you
move.
think of Rook C1 or Rook D1.
Yeah.
You don't think about Rook E1. So it's.
I can
I
tell
don't
you,
know what his plan
Amrita,
is.
Bartel is using all his experience here and not simplifying the position because he realizes Vidit has only 17 minutes left. I think he's also playing on the clock here.
Yes. How many moves they've reached?
21, 19 more moves to make
Wow,
before the
such
time
a
control.
complex position. They have all 4 minor pieces, all pieces in fact on the board. Only one pawn is exchanged and the time pressure.
Also, don't you feel that he's threatening takes and then at some point this rook is looking at the square, like d3 might get bit weakened.
No, I don't. I don't really like the Rook A1 move for sure. It doesn't feel that the rook belongs there.
Maybe, yeah. I just
I
feel
think
like
he-
Rook A1 brings like all the pieces together. Your rook defends the bishop, so maybe you want to move the knight some point. I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe he wanted to go knight d4 and exchange the bishop, but why would you want to exchange
No,
that
no,
bishop?
Maybe not knight d4, but maybe knight.
Bishop c4.
I don't know. Actually, with its next move is also tough. Yes,
Yeah,
maybe knight
takes,
d4 is
takes.
one idea.
Sagar, does he want to take on e5? Knight takes c5
Yeah,
and then give bishop c4 check.
but Amrita, knight e5. Can we go and
Look at
snatch
Vidit
the
there.
e2 pawn, e2 bishop? So that might not work out for you, right? Because I just take the bishop.
f3, what are you doing for f3?
No, rook is hanging, yeah.
Ah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's not working.
Oh, he's worked hard today, for sure. He's
Oh,
playing
he's
knight
moving
d4.
the knight.
He's going knight d4.
Because he's following up with his plan of rook e1 then.
Yes.
So knight d4, bishop e2.
Actually, the trump card which Vidit has here is this bishop on a7 being locked up.
Ah, and then he's going to use the light square weaknesses. I think that is what he wants to do
Maybe.
with exchange of that bishop. Which is very different way of thinking, to be honest, because you always feel like your bishop on c4 would be beautiful.
Yeah.
And that is the idea you would have in mind. But instead, he is ready to exchange those light
He's
square
ready
bishops.
to trade so that this e6 square becomes
Right.
a weak square.
So
yeah.
if bishop e2,
Yes.
over here, you take with the rook, correct?
Yes, I was.
So that he wants to go f4 and rook f2 as well at some
Yeah,
point.
suddenly like
F4,
white's
F5.
position does make like now getting a little bit of coordination flowing.
Wow, I mean if rook, this is a very different idea, rook e1, and if this is good then amazing.
Yeah,
amazing
it's a good
understanding.
good.
Because it's very tough, I would
But
say.
let's see. After knight d4, what does Bartel do? Is the question. He can take on e2. He can take on c5. Both the moves are possible.
Okay. By the way, a very big curiosity, did David make a decision there?
Yes, David Navara does not disappoint. He took on c7 And then after bishop b5, rook d7, bishop d7, he goes rook a1 and tells Parham, your knight is trapped, my friend. Wow. David Navara now pawn up, quite a healthy pawn up now.
Absolutely, with the pair of bishop as well. And more time. This is just a great advantage.
So this is great position. I can agree with you. The only thing which Parham has going for him is that the d4 pawn is weak. So let's say if I go bishop c6 here and then bring my rook to d7, I can put pressure here, but then your a7 pawn is weak.
Yeah, I'm never worried about the d4 pawn because I'm very happy that the b pawn starts rolling with the bishop on g3, eyeing on the queening square there. It's a beautiful pawn.
But this tournament, this just shows, right, Amruta, that you have a leader in Parham and he's being put under pressure by David. So there is no one who can be underestimated here in this event. Absolutely no one. Everyone's just so strong.
So true.
And this really was a brilliant piece of calculation. Little, small variations, keeping up the pressure. Parham down to 15 minutes. And always remember, mistakes happen when time starts to run low. Give these players unlimited time and they may not even lose a single game. Because, time is the thing which makes them go wrong. And as the time goes low, like he'll go down to 10 minutes, he'll start to make some errors.
So he's on 15 minutes. How many moves they have made as right now?
28 moves. 12 more moves to make.
See, David also managed his time so well that Parham to get under time pressure, like some pressure, even in this sharp end game was an important thing.
Correct. I am, Amruta, what is your take on Thaidai versus Prague? Do you think that this is something serious or you think not much? Because now one pair of rooks also traded. Because yes, c5 is weak, but also b3 is weak. So you may be able to win this here. Sorry, the last moves were rook d1, queen e7, h3, rook b8, and this is the live board now, rook d3 played.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because that isolated pawn seems really weak.
Yeah, I know.
Plus the 7th rank. Plus there is a7 isolated pawn.
In order to win this, you will have to kind of double your pieces, and then when you take, I take, you take, you will lose this
b3.
pawn.
And then even if I win the a pawn, so one question to you is, imagine a rook endgame with white having the a extra pawn.
Yeah.
Is that a draw? If you have the rook
but depends.
behind,
3 versus 1 extra is generally an easy draw. Like it's considered a draw, well studied. But 4 pawns each plus an a pawn is relatively lesser studied and can have more possibilities for the attacker, I think. So, but how do you reach there? Like let's say I go queens here after queen rook d3. I wait. Let's say king h7, queen c4, king g8. Rook c3.
No, I would try to go in fact queen a4 with that of rook d7.
Yes, I mean you can do many things, but I was just thinking
trying
about
to see this endgame.
This endgame.
Takes rook b3, rook a5.
And
but see, you still have rook b7.
Yes, he would defend it. I don't think even you can
even
forcibly win a pawn there and play that. So yes, my
no, but I think white will put maximum pressure. He will keep his pawn on h5, h4, h5. He will try to fix that. 7th rank, he will try to gain control. It would be slow. If Prague plays accurately, he should be able to defend. Yeah. But that is the main question. Will he be able to, sustain the pressure? Last 2 days have been very difficult for him. So one serious bad move can make this position hell lot of difficult.
True. And Rapport versus Vincent Keimer. It seems like Richard Rapport's position has been slightly better for now many moves, but nothing more has happened here.
No, I think Vincent will defend this for sure. He will find his counterplay.
I also felt it all the time, but I do think that the position is moving so slowly. Somewhere, I was wondering, Amruta, if this is a plan ever to start bringing your king in at some
yeah,
point.
The king walks in.
Yes, because
Check.
all other pieces are doing good job. Knight is putting pressure on c5, stopping the b pawn from moving, also the bishop.
Black knight can always go knight e7 though and stop your king
Yes,
coming to f5.
yes. It's not like it'll happen, but who knows. Here, Gukesh versus Nordirbek game. After bishop d3, we saw rook coming up. The trade happened, and then rook went back to a8, h4, h5. So Nordirbek now, again, this position is very, very kind of calm, cool.
I think at some point they might just repeat because a4 is also weakness like b6 and
He went
rook
rook
c1. So
c1.
what happens for rook takes a4 is the very first question.
Yeah, maybe Nordirbek. Let's have a look at Nordirbek's expressions there after rook c1. He still always looks very ambitious. Yeah, good question, Amruta. Take, check, and now two moves: king g7
King g7.
or king h7.
Okay, let's say king g7.
Okay.
Ah, you are doubling on the 8th rank.
How?
So queen b8.
Queen.
No, not b8. Maybe queen e8. Attacking the a4 rook as well. So go queen e8 with the idea of rook c8. With the idea of queen h8 mate.
Queen e8. Okay.
Oh, big blunder. Rook a2.
Yes, you are getting mated first. So not queen e8. What was the move that he had in his mind here?
Rook c7 with the idea of
This,
knight.
I mean, Amruta, Nordirbek is filled with so many traps and tricks which are also very deep, you know. It's not like easy ones. So what's the move here? White to play, guys. White to move. What is the move that you would play here?
Yeah, definitely not easy.
Well, the
On
only
a
thing,
scale of
Amruta,
10, how difficult is it, Sagar?
The thing is,
No,
this
don't
is
tell
a
the
problem,
move.
right? This one. So how about first trying to
Oh.
deflect that queen away from f6?
Oh, thank God. I thought you will say a move like.
Sorry? Rook c6. Yes, fantastic. Rook goes to c6, attacks the queen, and now let's say you go queen
e5.
E7.
Suppose, or e7. E7
yeah,
is safer.
Queen e5, queen e7. Let's say queen e5. Now, next I can win this pawn, threaten here, because now you don't have instant attack, and this is actually a very nice sort of a free-flowing attack. So this was Nordirbek's threat, that I'll go check and bring my rook in.
Okay. So in fact, with this, he's saying that your king can, black king can become more dangerous.
Yes.
If
Yes.
f2 is the only thing, that means that black is banking on when
Yeah.
the queen and rook enter.
And Amruta, this is what Nordirbek does so well. He does this, like many players can do it for one move, right? But Nordirbek keeps on putting such traps, move after move after move. And
Yeah.
then your opponent gets tired of calculating and at some point blunders.
No, he's so resourceful.
B5 as black.
Very
Wow,
interesting,
B5.
actually. I was
And what
also
if I
having a
take,
look
you
at
want to
it.
go rook a2?
That's what.
Ooh, rook comes into a2.
So what's the problem here? Actually, you can't defend f2. So maybe queen c8
You
check,
can,
yeah?
you can, why
Queen
not?
e1?
Yes, and then I say, okay, I have a healthy pawn.
Queen
Yes,
e1.
I'm passive, I agree, but rook d1, rook d2, maybe. I try to trade off your active rook. And then my knight and this pawn look pretty strong. So, good try.
And
but
if he would have played
somehow-
knight takes b5 for b5, then that would be also.
Oh, Gukesh finds the best move, by the way. Best defensive move.
Wait.
Bishop a6 to go rook c8.
Oh, that
These
is
two-
tough. Bishop
Yeah,
a6
it
is
was
such
not
a tough
easy.
move because you have a beautiful bishop on d3. How can you go bishop a6 back?
No, that's why these two players have good fights. Yeah, they both are good calculators. They are able to sort of see each other's traps. and now maybe Nodirbek
Yeah, it's like,
will
it would
set
be like
another trap.
if you compare in a High Court or Supreme Court a drama, then both the lawyers are having
Yes.
amazing
Good
arguments
arguments.
over there.
They both have good arguments,
Not
and
like
no one
stupid
is.
arguments like us. Yeah. Oh, nice move, Bishop A6.
I love it. I love it. And now maybe Nodirbek's plan, which was to get in, is not going to work because Gukesh is threatening Rook C8.
Hey, but what if Queen C6? No, Queen C6, yeah.
Queen goes to C6, yeah. Trying to trade. I take, you take, and maybe now I come back, and then you win this pawn, I win this pawn, and I think this
Draw.
endgame should be drawn.
Yeah.
So this one, I think with this accurate move, Bishop A6, maybe Gukesh has control. Let's see what Nodirbek comes up with. We need to go and check Vidit's game against Bartel, because after knight d4, the game moved forward. Bartel took on c5, Vidit took back with the pawn, Bishop took the bishop, Rook takes. Now remember, there is no tactic with Rook takes knight, because then the Rook would hang, because the other knight joins in and defends it. So for now, everything's safe. Knight goes back. He's actually trying to do this trick, yeah, that I'll take here, take here, take here, and then win your Rook. Vidit says, I'll block it with f3. And now, knight takes. Oh, no, he didn't take the knight. He went back, queen f7.
And he defends the light squares, basically.
Yes, he goes back, and Vidit now pushes forward with f4. This game is
But what
actually...
if knight g4 with the idea of queen h5 again?
Knight g4, or were you thinking, Amruta, also of knight c4?
No, I
perhaps?
didn't think of it at all. I mean, knight moving towards the king is more natural for me. So knight g4.
Yeah.
Is there any danger? No danger. Oh, it's such a
But I
bad
take-
move. Knight c6, b6, I thought.
And now your knight is trapped. Okay, you can come back with the
Queen
queen, but you have
h5.
no threats. So, in a way, Amruta,
Just a
Vidit's
bluff.
big threat, if the knight moves, is to take on c6, spoil your structure, make this bishop completely useless.
But if knight c4 would have gone, then that is also a problem. f4, knight
Yes,
c4.
same problem, because now I take, and again your bishop is terrible. So your
Oh, but wait, what is the good move then? Because f4 has been played.
yes, the
knight
only
d4.
move, only move is to take. Yes, you have to take, knight takes, and then the game continues, where you have to again be careful. So actually, Vidit now posing some serious questions to Mateusz Bartel. Maybe knight d7.
Practically, I still, whatever the engine says, I think it's good for white. The only thing is long-term advantages with black. The c5 is isolated, the a3 pawn is isolated, the rook on d file
Yes.
has the control.
No, I mean,
So-
pawn structure wise, black is doing fantastic. If somehow remove all the pieces, long term endgame advantage to black. But with all the pieces on the board, and especially this bishop, can have a very, very dangerous future ahead, Amruta. It can have a very nice one or be completely trapped.
Oh, cool. So we'll come back to this game, Sagar. How many more moves?
They
to be
have to
made?
make 14 more moves, 26 minutes to Bartel, 14 more moves to reach 40th move, 13 minutes for Vidit, and we'll see what move Mateusz comes up with, but knight d4 is a must. He must take the knight on d4, which he will. Meanwhile, Param
Yeah, they will.
Makhlou decided that, hey, I'm going to put my bishop here, you take my knight, I'm going to put my bishop on d5, and then we play. Yes, I'm a pawn down. Yes, right, I'm a pawn down, and you have the bishop pair. Okay, try your best to beat me here. I will now defend staunchly. That is what Param is saying.
So he's basically playing like 4 pawns versus 3 pawns. But on this side, on the queen side, he's saying my a7 is not going to let your b pawn advance.
No,
Which
no,
is a good way to defend, in fact.
But-
Also, he has one more thing, Sagar. If the black knight tries to get exchanged with the white's light square bishop,
Yes.
then we might have the best chance of opposite colored bishop endgame.
True. So what he will do, and I think this might happen, is he will gang up on the b pawn here with his knight and rook, and then Navara might win the a7 pawn and he might win the b2 pawn, and then the field of play keeps reducing and we move towards perhaps better chances for a draw for Parham. This is what Parham wants to do.
Look at the time, 7 minutes to Parham. That does show he's very much under pressure.
Yeah, sure. No, he's under big pressure here. Not just position wise, clockwise. 10 more moves to make. What is Parham playing? He goes knight c4.
And I don't think David is going to make it so, simplified, that exchanging what Parham wants to.
Yes, but knight c4. And as you rightly pointed out, we never want to take this bishop takes knight because that would end in a draw.
Yeah, good
The
night.
opposite colored
It's like
bishops. So let's stay there. And I think David, did he make his move?
No, he's thinking, he's on 35 minutes. I guess they must be having to make around 12 moves or so.
Yeah, 10 more moves, Amruta.
10. Okay, then it's fine.
I was wondering if he'll just push his pawn to b4.
Yeah, because b3 is a blunder, knight d2.
Yeah, but also Amruta, b4, and then if you can get your bishop here, love it. That would be a classy bishop.
That's serious pressure, no?
Yes.
So what if knight d2 right now? Is there anything to worry? Because
Attacking the bishop.
yeah, where do you go?
Maybe I put my bishop far end.
And knight e4 now?
You
Oh,
know.
was I getting knight b3 but you had rook d1?
Yeah, and also now bishop f4. Somehow, Amruta, if I'm able to get this kind of moves in, f3, bishop d6.
Yeah, why did the assessment change so drastically Sagar, after knight e4?
Your knight is not doing much here. f3 in bishop d6, bishop c5. I think you really have to be careful about this plan, which I have. So,
Which
bishop d6, bishop c5. So right now knight c4, and David, I guess, will push his pawn 2 squares forward. In the game between Vincent Keimer and Richard Rapport, we see the pawn has moved forward to g4, which means that this idea of g3 and f4 is gone now. That's no longer happening.
okay, so
He's just, this game is like it will heat up at some point,
After
or it
40
will just
moves, after
fizzle out.
40
I don't know what is going to happen. Maybe nothing happens here.
look at the bars there. Right now, maybe this was few moves before, but Navara is the one who still has the maximum advantage.
Yeah.
Out of all the 5 games, if you're talking about. Let's look at Gukesh versus Prague, because in that major piece endgame, anything is changing? No. If the rook gets exchanged, I think queen endgame would be much easier for Prague to hold.
But you know, Amruta, now Thaidaiwan has 3 weaknesses to work with. 1, 2 and 3.
But your a3 is also weak. Sometimes c4, don't forget the queen from a3.
Yeah, I agree. These are also weak pawns. So
Rook
maybe
d7 is a nice move, because if you exchange the rook, the queen endgame is still much simpler. If you don't exchange the rooks, then black gets the d file.
Yes.
So this one, I think Prague will hold. Then we have, so basically as of now, Vidit and Navara, these are the 2 games for the time pressure which are the most interesting.
Can we have those 5 boards and once have a look at what is happening in which board? So here we see Bartel having a key decision to make, which is whether to take on d4 or not, and he is thinking. So that's, as you said, critical. Prague, Gukesh, most likely a draw. Makhlou, Navara pressing with an extra pawn, so that looks very, very intense. Keimer, Rapport, that game, I've been saying it will end in a draw, but the more it goes on, I feel like something will happen.
Because both the players are very, dynamic. So we can't predict for them. But whatever it is after 40 moves, nothing before 40 moves, I think.
And Gukesh, his last move, bishop a6, has given us quite a lot of confidence that this game will end in a draw perhaps. But yeah, it seems like the overall 2 games are the most exciting right now.
Yeah.
Vidit Bartel and Makhlou versus Navara.
By the way, in Vidit's game, things are moving ahead.
Did Bartel make some error because he took on d4, take on d4, and now he went knight c4. And the engine is not a big fan of this move, knight c4.
A quick question, a very quick question, which was such a super blunder, Sagar. If e5, I only calculated knight b2, e6, but the problem was e5 is just a pin, so f takes e5 and...
Yeah, this you cannot take. But Amruta, now Vidit has a great move and I think he's going to make it. And you guys may want to also think, what is the move that white can play here?
Before he plays.
Wow, f5 was the best move. He wants to
He
plonk his knight into the position on e6. Fork those two rooks there.
Nice move. He's not worried about, losing that dark square bishop, which until now felt like has some power.
Yeah. And also Amruta, now c5 pawn will be lost. So the bishop will come into the game. He cannot allow the knight to sit here, I think, without winning this pawn. So let's say bishop takes c5.
You lose material, no? Knight e6.
Knight e6, knight b2.
Are you saying the exchange sack is a must?
Now we have a lot of options.
Queen b.
Should I take here? Should I take here? Should I take here? Should I take which one? Maybe I should take this guy. And then this is already a fork.
Yeah, that's the...
And then Vidit has to play this position, let's say with the queen maybe going somewhere, let's say here. He will take one of the rooks, but then Bartel's knight will sit pretty on this nice square and Vidit will have an extra exchange.
But there will be a fortress.
I don't know what will happen then. So
okay, so let's go back. Maybe the evaluation bar didn't like knight c4 for this reason, but maybe it is not enough. Humanly, knight c4 might be a good move still.
Yes, it might be a very good move by Bartel, but I think Vidit is the one who's got something to play for with knight e6, some material. And going to the game between Makhlou and Navara, we see that after b4 played by Navara, great move. Rook b7 has been played. He's attacking this pawn on b4. But you don't want to defend it, right? Like, it's not so easy to defend it. But if he takes, you want to take here on a7.
But then that is what we were discussing, that 4 versus 3 would be very difficult to convert, right?
Yes.
You want to defend it then, but you can't. Rook a4, then there is knight b2.
Yeah. Rook a4 may not be the best.
And if you go rook, knight b2. If you go rook b1, then there is a5. But then you have b5 and knight a3.
Yes, and
knight
suddenly
d2.
Amruta,
Knight d2.
Knight d2.
Oh no, knight
this
d2
a pawn is strong. No, let's not get there. Yeah, what's the next move for David?
Oh, actually b4 he played, but we didn't consider rook b7.
Yeah, what's the next move is the question.
b5.
Bishop d3, and nice move because if you take here, you not only lose a7 but also h7 is put under pressure by this bishop.
Bishop d3 is a very classy move.
Nice move. Bishop d3 played, and so Parham for the time being
4 minutes. 4 minutes on his clock.
Cannot take this pawn right on b4.
What if he goes h5? Still it is weakening, right?
I guess
for
so.
Double bishop.
I guess it's not a bad idea to play h5
or f5, but then you don't want to give up the e5 square, right?
Or you Amruta hassle this bishop, knight b2, hit it. Bishop goes back, go back with the knight maybe. Just. I mean, the only thing that black should never allow by moving this knight is this. I mean, then he can resign. No?
Yeah, bishop d6, bishop c5 is powerful. We shouldn't forget. But 3 minutes to Makhlou. How many moves, Sagar?
8 more moves to make.
No, this is getting dangerous for the last 2-3 minutes. It is not going to be easy.
No, true.
I think until now, for you, which was the game of the day? Until now.
Oh, if you have to go and vote for the game of the day, praguechessfestival.com/voting. Oh, look at what happened in Vidit's game. He sacked rook takes e6. He didn't go for this. So c5 pawn. After knight e6, he took rook takes e6. fe6, queen e6 played. Wow. So now Bartel is saying that I will get even this pawn of yours. And Vidit has to be careful because he's already lost one pawn. Okay, he's won an exchange. But Bartel has a knight and a pawn. If he gets one more pawn and then plays b5, wow, his position would be epic. But of course, Vidit has to stop it from happening. And how does he do that? This pawn to defend.
You want to defend that? I don't see a way, but I was looking at least saving the bishop on b2 to c1 so that...
But Amruta, what have you achieved after I take this? Then I play b5. It's like black is in the driver's seat. a3 is weak.
I had first thought rook f3, rook g3, but yeah, maybe it doesn't make sense.
Too slow.
No, rook d1 check.
Yes, exactly.
Wow, some exchange sack had to come.
Important moment for Vidit. Here, what does he do? 11 minutes left, 10 more moves to make.
But there is a way to support. Rook f5.
No, the only
rook
move
d1
here is queen b4, defending this.
But knight b2, rook
yes,
b2.
but you have the rook to take. Yeah, exactly. So, when you have extra material, you can make some ugly moves for some time just so that you can stabilize the position. Perhaps that's how Vidit is thinking.
But I like the move queen b4. It doesn't even
nice
look
move.
ugly.
No, it's a nice move. It's a very cool
Queen
move.
b4, what if queen c6, queen c4?
Yes,
Okay, you don't have time.
You can't use your queen to attack c5 because the queen is kind of protecting the knight.
So Vidit is not losing c5 pawn, right?
Only move, yeah. Queen b4 seems like the best option. Or Vidit suddenly starts to think, hey, can I go on an attack here with queen g3 and use my bishop and rook to attack? But then he might take knight takes b2, rook takes b2, bishop c5, but then the
b7.
Yes, b7 and also
Queen
c7
c7.
pawn actually hanging. And so that way, it might not be enough. So here, very key moment for Vidit to make a decision. Does he go here or does he go here?
And what has Parham made? Because, made a move because he had 3 minutes. So if we just go back there.
Parham
quickly.
has played his knight to d2.
Oof.
He's brought his knight here, and Amruta, as you always wanted to do, knight b3 and attack this pawn on d4. That's his idea.
But computer says there is good move for white. What's
yes,
the move?
bishop d6, this move which we always wanted to make to get
But
the
now
bishop
what
there.
if knight b3?
It's okay, give up that pawn as well, like rook a4, you take this, no, you take this, and then bishop c5, and then you have your bishop back
That
in the
was
game.
your dream always,
Yes.
that to trade the D pawn for the A pawn and you're happy with the B
I'm
passer.
very happy now. I just wanted this bishop back in the game, and I think David will sense it, because what else do you do, right? Like in this position, you don't want to be stopping knight b3. Like if you play rook a3, anyway knight b3 is coming with the support of the bishop. So use this opportunity to get your bishop into the game. Bishop d6.
Yeah, the timing is important. Just go for it. David has 30 minutes. Will he play bishop d6? But I believe he was always waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah. No, everyone's been waiting for bishop, and maybe Parham's last move, knight d2, might be a small inaccuracy in that sense.
But with the 2 minutes in hand, David managed to put that pressure.
Yes.
I think David has played beautifully this game.
He's played very well. He's played
Many
very well until
subtle
now.
decisions he had to take.
But this move is critical. Bishop d6 is what he has to play. While Yuan Taidaiwan here, after rook e3, has been putting pressure on the e6 pawn. I guess Prague might just go rook d6, just save, or rook d1.
Okay, this is
looking
this is
equal,
fine.
no?
Yeah, maybe we should focus on those two games
Okay.
Until 40 moves.
Let's go to
those
Vidit's
are
game.
the most critical ones.
Vidit versus Bartel. Queen e6. Come on. What's the move? He goes, I'm very keen to see what will he play. But Bartel has fought really well, in this game. He's just made Vidit also go real.
He's not worried about complications at all.
Yeah, no. And sometimes it happens, right? Someone who wins the challengers, he's moving his rook.
To c2.
He wants to force. He wants
Knight
to force
b2.
the trade.
Queen b2.
But Amruta, hasn't he given up the e4 pawn?
So what does he calculate? Knight takes b2 is forced.
You have to take. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you go back and say, oh,
no,
I'll
knight
put my...
B2.
No, he'll take, right? Knight
Queen
takes.
b2
Knight
or
takes.
rook b2.
I don't know. Rook b2. Let's
Rook b2,
take with
queen
the-
takes c4, supports b7, very importantly.
Very importantly. And maybe Vidit is banking on the fact that his pawn just limits this bishop a lot.
No, queen b3 check, king h7. You don't want to take the b7 pawn and give up the c5 pawn for
So
sure.
let's just analyze this position. Queen b7, queen b7, rook
Queens
b7,
get exchanged.
bishop
Bishop
c5,
takes-
rook c7, bishop a3, and maybe we can agree to a draw here. It's an equal position. Or you can try and be a little more ambitious and play a4 when the bishop quietly moves back and traps your rook. Yeah, which is little uncomfortable there with the rook kind of trapped in. Okay, so not so sure about how Vidit will continue after Bartel takes on b2 and e4. Maybe it will end in a draw.
Yeah, I think Bartel has fought beautifully. This
Good
game.
good fight there. Knight d2, David Navara, has he played bishop d6 yet? Not really. He's still waiting for his. We are still waiting for his move. Let's go to Keimer versus Rapport and give some time to this position, Amruta. Do you? Some things have moved on. Some things have moved on. Like for example, one of the most important changes here is that Rapport was the one to take.
Yeah, help him dissolve his double pawn, and in fact, black has now an outside possibility of an outside passer.
Yes, a5 played, and it's
Oh,
a
knight
slight
c4.
improvement in black's camp. But yes, as you said, now the knight, if
You know what Rapport would be thinking, Sagar?
yes, to get the d5 square, right?
Not just that, I don't even know about that, but at some point, b4.
b4,
Just breaking in some way.
b4
At some
looks
moment, if knight is on d5 or c4,
Yes.
b4 happens, the rooks are here.
b4 seems
Can
more
get-
like an aggressive move in the middle game, Amruta. Like
That's how Rapport plays, no? At
Could be.
d4, b4,
Could
some
be.
break is gonna happen. Whereas black doesn't have a break, a nice break.
yeah. So right now, Richard still keeping that small little edge for himself. Gukesh versus Nodirbek. What do
Who's
you feel?
trying? Rooks are exchanged.
Who's trying? Clearly, it's Nodirbek, no?
Sometimes I think with Gukesh playing, it's like, oh, I thought his king was weak and I could have had some chances. So with these players, we don't know.
But no,
Well,
knight
yeah.
is really much superior to the bishop. I
But
think
there is
here.
nothing
But
to
yes,
worry.
you are right that the white king is always that slightly weak. You know, bishop can come here and try to hassle it.
Yeah, and
So-
also the knight on d4 is, in triangular shape from that b6 pawn, which means to attack the b6 double times is very difficult. White doesn't have the time, but then principle of two weaknesses, Sagar,
Yeah.
at the end of it. How do you attack? e4 or b6?
No, slowly you maneuver your knight, but whenever your
No,
knight
you
moves
can't.
away, this square
If
becomes
you do,
weak.
yeah, if you do slowly,
Yeah.
then the bishop is very fast.
Yes.
That's the
So you are right, but right now e4 pawn is hanging, so you need to save it somehow. Maybe queen e7 makes a lot
I
of
would
sense.
say even bishop f5 doesn't matter, right? Because
Ooh.
queen endgame, I'm not worried at all. Knight f5, gf5. Don't think about. Why not? King
Yes,
pawn endgame, no.
even king pawn endgame should be fine for you. Like this is a draw.
Yeah.
So yeah, closer to a draw for sure. Meanwhile,
Let's go to Navara.
no, he's not made his move. He's
Okay.
not played his move yet.
So whenever he makes the move, please take us to that game. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. By the way, queen d5 played by Praggnanandhaa against Guan Thaidai 1, and I'm wondering.
Hey, you can't. Let's ask the chat.
Yeah.
If you move the queen to h4,
No, that's a mate.
and that's what.
But
the
no, he
question-
took on e6 with a check.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. If here,
No, you told him that's a mate.
yes. So take.
Rook endgame.
Yeah.
And white is a pawn up, right?
No. because Prague also won a pawn. It was, I think,
No, white is a pawn up.
here, if we see, white is a pawn up. Okay, got it.
After queen e6, he picked a
So
pawn,
he
no?
picked a pawn, and now, Thai one can actually,
Rook a6?
yeah, rook a6.
Rook b1. Rook a6, rook b1. You take the a7 pawn, rook takes b3, and then I have the c pawn, you have the a pawn, it should be a draw.
You trade it, and then you reach 3 versus 2.
Which is a plain,
draw.
simple draw.
Yeah, maybe this will end in a draw. Oh, by the way, here move has happened in Vidit versus Bartel. Knight takes b2 has been played. So Vidit choosing between whether to take it with his rook or the queen.
It's not easy, no, to decide.
Yeah, not at all. But whatever he takes back with,
Queen, he's going towards the queen. No, now.
he's going towards the knight. We don't know with which piece.
Any guesses? Rook.
Rook takes. Okay. Rook takes happens. Bartel must take the pawn on e4. Otherwise, yes. Takes on e4, queen e4. Okay. So, if we see that if there are no tactical sequences further, let's say with queen b3 check, but you just play your rook back, to assess the position, white has an extra exchange, but black has 2 pawns. The bishop is not in the game, but you can always get it via b6, and then bishop takes b6. Like that way you can activate the bishop. But the position is dynamically balanced, no?
Yeah, but I'm thinking that actually Vidit would not have any chances, right? I mean, for whom is it difficult to play such a kind of position? Is it white? Is it black? Because 7th rank can become weak and then it seems black, but then white's king has only 2 pawns in front of it.
Maybe more close to a draw, I feel, yeah, like this. Because
I don't know, maybe now that I think black would be the one to exert pressure, yeah? Black.
Could be. We'll come back to this one after rook b2. We still are waiting for Vidit's move here. Will he give a check and go for this forcing line where he takes on b7, which is a straightforward draw?
Maybe
my guess is he won't do it.
He played queen b3, by the way.
He played it. Wow.
And Sagar, do we also have a full view of the tournament hall for a moment?
Yes,
because
why?
I think there is a lot of crowd there watching maybe David's game, or not exactly sure. But we don't get to see the...
We can see the hall is full today. Right now, like all the players are still playing. I really like the fact that when futures play for a long time, but I'm sure that this boy from India, Ansh Nerurkar, has finished his game because he generally doesn't think for even a minute. Oh, there we see. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are watching it.
Wow, what a setting for spectators to sit and watch the games.
Oh, nice.
You have the screens
And also
there, you have the players.
Open is top board. Eltad Safarli there. Then we have Sethu Raman on board too. And some strong
Prague is
players.
walking. Wonderful atmosphere there in the hall for sure.
Yeah. No, this is a great tournament to play. In fact, I highly recommend anyone to come to Prague Chess Festival to play, because you not only get to play like evening open, see the masters in action, but in the mornings, there are always these extra events happening. Like today was Basque Chess.
That was so interesting.
Yes.
That one player is playing against the other. How do you explain that?
No, it's just one player playing against another, but on 2 boards.
Yeah,
One
both
with
the
white,
colours, both
one
the
with
colours.
black.
That
And it was quite a nice experience to see them playing, because I think you got a very nice shot also on the camera that a player made one move on one board but pressed the clock of the other board. And it's so confusing at some point.
It is funny. Oh, Vidit has made the move, by the way.
Vidit went for that line
Queen
which we
B7,
were
yeah?
discussing, but
I think that is going towards a draw then.
yes, it will be a
Okay.
draw. This one, queen takes b7, Bartel will take the queen, rook takes, bishop takes, and then the players will most likely agree to a draw, because we might reach into such a position. and then the bishop sits here maybe on the e5 square, which will be very safe. So yeah, doesn't look very dangerous there. Oh, by the way, look at what Navara did. He played f3. He didn't go bishop d6.
And that was after a 10-minute of thought. Wow, what is his idea? What was he worried about for bishop d6? And was there anything?
I think he's just preferring this over bishop d6. Oh, knight b3 played. Okay.
But then d4 pawn, is he losing that?
No,
Sagar?
but the thing is, after rook, let's say rook a4.
Oh, rook a6. No, he goes
played
rook
a6.
a6.
Okay.
So what's his idea for knight d4 now?
Maybe
Actually, rook b4 is
F2?
rook b4, rook a2,
Did
rook
you want to
a7.
do bishop f2 stuff? But then you
Rook
lose
b4.
this, no? Yeah.
Maybe he just
Take
missed something.
king g8 and take here. So maybe that was his idea, to get his bishop back to f2 here. So knight d4, just bishop f2.
So if rook b4, you are saying it is not a good move because of rook takes a7.
Yes, but here there is knight c6, and then it defends this and attacks this, and maybe black is okay. So
Oh my god.
He
Then
did
it
take-
could be
it
then it would
happened.
be a blunder
It
because you
happened.
just simply lost a pawn for nothing. Knight c6 b5. Okay, let's continue the
yeah,
calculation.
so bishop f2, knight c6,
B5.
b5, knight b4, attacking here and here.
That's a double attack. You don't have time for rook a7. One second, rook a7, bishop a7, knight d3, b6. There is a bishop on d5.
Yeah. So like Amruta was
Did he
just
miss knight
calculating
b4?
here, rook a7, bishop a7, and then knight d3, and the pawn is going nowhere.
Because there is bishop here.
So yeah, I guess, I don't know what
Knight
is.
c6 is possible to miss.
No, but maybe he doesn't go bishop f2, Amruta. He goes bishop d6 to c5 finally, like a little bit of a roundabout way, but he does it.
Will you still not go knight c6? Let's say right now bishop d6 if you play.
Yeah.
Knight goes back to c6. That
But this time I thought my b4 square is controlled, so I can play b5.
Oh yeah, where is the knight going? Knight d4 attacking b5 again.
Yes. Rook coming back and defending it. What did he do? He went bishop d6. He went here. So 5 more
But that does
moves
mean
to
that
make.
he missed something.
Amruta,
Sagar.
Parham has to make 5 more moves in 40
Oh,
seconds.
but it was such a relief to get the d4 pawn. I think Param will be able to figure this out. Because we have always seen whenever he gets a chance to strike back or to equalize, then he doesn't lose the momentum.
Yeah. No, Parham, of course, now senses that his position is much better than it ever was in this game.
Yeah. Maybe
What
we
did
can
he
have
play?
the
He
side
played
camera
E5.
for both the players. That would be nice.
He played e5. Okay, now bishop c5 or not? Do we get like bishop here and attack the a7 pawn?
Why not? Maybe Param wants to go knight b5, bishop b5, rook b5, rook a7 check. No,
Yes, but that would be
no,
kind
that
of
would be lost.
lost.
That would be lost.
So you are saying bishop here, knight back,
Opposite colored
bishop
bishop.
takes,
I shouldn't forget.
takes, and this might be
Oh,
closer to a
no,
draw.
no, it is opposite
Yeah,
colored
opposite
bishop.
colored bishops may not be easy to win this.
Then what? Something I missed, right? Because the bar went high.
Yes, just not to take here, but to, because this is a very, very shady setup you have. Like everything is hanging by a thread. So
How
I
to
can
improve?
calmly bring my king now slowly.
Ooh,
And not bother.
King is a piece in the end game. The time has come.
Yeah. So actually, David Navara now can go bishop c5 and really test Parham. And also he has 18 minutes now.
But for David, like he's played so beautifully. If
Yeah.
this game ends in a draw, it would be a little bit again not the best thing for him. After yesterday also, when he had this big chance to make
But
a
Amruta,
comeback.
one thing we have to really understand is that at this level, they all have made peace with the fact that advantages are going to be squandered at some point, because it's very tough to convert. The resistance level is very high. Like once I asked Vidit, what is it that differentiates a GM from a super GM? And he mentioned that the level of resistance that a super GM shows is so high. And it's very difficult to beat them. Like you have to really work hard. So here when you get a winning position or a plus position against a player like Parham, it's not a given that you will convert it. He does go bishop c5, did he? Yes.
Yes.
He does go there.
And 44 seconds for Parham.
Important moment in the game. Does Parham go knight b5, which is like that, you know, dicey kind of a position? Or does he go knight b3, which makes more sense? Because then, if I take on a7, you take on b4.
You can analyze only for 25 seconds.
Doesn't have much time. Parham Makhlou needs to make a quick decision here. And it's not an easy one to make.
Not at all.
10.
I think he'll go knight b5.
Amruta, as
knight b5 I'm
said, yes, you have to count down when it goes down to 10. Oh, knight b3 finds the best move there. Knight b3, good job there by Parham. And you know, as David shouldn't blunder here. Like rook a7 would be a terrible move. Knight c5 and
Ooh,
you just lost
rook
a
is
piece.
supported.
Yeah, no, that's not what you want to do. And also bishop a7 would just resolve everything, right? Then you just go rook
b4. Yeah.
and it's a draw. So for
what is the only
David to
move?
keep the game going after knight b3, what should he play?
Bishop d6 then, only way.
Again, yeah.
But then the knight goes back to d4. Or maybe Parham will find a better move if he has. But what should he play? Should he play bishop?
Yeah, I think he needs to move that bishop away. Or he can keep it, and then if you take, this might still be a pleasant endgame to play.
Though Parham is playing on 30 seconds, but because the position has very less pieces, he still gets good time when David is thinking.
Yes. And also Amruta, I really liked how Parham made his last move. He had 2 seconds left when he played knight b3. He's up to 32, but he had just 2 seconds, which shows he was so calm.
I don't think he was calm at all. But
Hey, Amruta, look at what Bartel did. After queen takes b7, Bartel said, I don't want to trade queens. I think my position has more potential. I go queen d3.
over ambitious, yeah? He's going.
I don't know, maybe over ambitious or ambitious. What do you say? Like queen d3 attacking the rook, and after rook bf2, now bishop c5. And maybe Bartel says, I think with it, I am the one who will fight for the full point here. Wow.
Oh, this can get risky for Vidit, as I also feel that black is the one having initiative.
Yeah, you
The
were
past
saying about it.
exchange is just safe exchange, yeah? Safe exchange down.
Safe
like you're a
exchange
happy, it's a happy thing for black. Yeah, clearly prefer black's position in practical sense.
Yes, rook f3. But I think white's also now safe, no? Like all the rooks and everyone are on nice squares, light squares.
Yeah,
Bishop
Vidit
doesn't-
is generally a good defender, so he wouldn't make it easy. But I think Vidit is on the defending side.
Yeah, but I'm sure Vidit is a little unhappy with today, the way in which game went, because he has had 3 draws. Today he got a nice position out of the opening, but that also seems to be heading towards a draw
Also,
now.
middle game was very, very, what to say, dicey.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to
Praggnanandhaa
David's
versus
game
UN.
saga right now, because
Draw.
I think
Praggnanandhaa versus
that
UN
ended in a
Taiwan.
draw. But we
First
should
result.
be at David's game.
Yes, we should be here, but David isn't making his move yet.
15 moves. You know, today, I told you, right, when I entered the hall today initially, there were no masters there. David, of course, comes a little early because I don't know where he stays, maybe in the same hotel.
Yeah, he
but
stays
the
in-
futures, they all were there.
Uh-huh.
They all were there. Their parents were there, or, you know, their coaches were there. So it was very interesting how things are. At some point, when they become masters, it's like they will come late, and that way, just towards the end, you know, it was
Maybe the masters
very
are
interesting.
preparing a lot more, and futures are here, you know, just. But okay, I mean, of course, they are not preparing, as much.
I think
Should
they're
we
relaxed.
quickly check what happened to maybe later. No, after 40 moves.
Whose game?
Futures, what happened there? Who
No,
won?
after
Who?
40
Only the
moves.
results.
After 40 moves, we can go.
Okay, we'll check.
Okay, what would you play here?
I was thinking rook d6 attacking the bishop here.
And if knight c5, what
Pawn
is
takes.
rook? Yeah.
With c pawn coming down, maybe some hope. No.
Yeah, I mean, I would avoid this kind of a thing because I don't think the position needs to allow the c passer.
So then you would not take my bishop. But then you would move your bishop, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Could be. Could be. This might be what we will see. David Navara could go in that direction.
No, but then Parham will assess it. Obviously not like me. So he will take on c5.
But we'll wait and watch. Meanwhile, Richard Rapport.
Oh, he is got his knight to d5. And then the b6 and f6, it's so typical like in the books, the bad bishop versus the good knight. Two weaknesses very easily available on your plate. I don't think the Vincent will be able to. I was so confident that this Vincent will be able to manage.
Yes, this c4 move, Amruta,
Position.
was something which was very, very interesting, which was played by Rapport, preparing knight b1, c3 to d5.
It is typical. I think what it was always a choice, but knight f8, knight e6 was always there.
Yes, but
But
no.
you can never go
know,
knight
Amruta,
d4 or knight f4, bishop takes, and then the dream, knight versus bishop, remember?
Yes, but here you can even go this check, and let's say you take.
Forced,
Yes,
otherwise you lose
and
the
I
rook.
take here, and next I set my bishop up on this beautiful square, and it should be completely fine. So
Nice.
Vincent could have given this check, but instead he went back with his bishop, rook doubled, knight blocked, and after exchange, knight came in, and I have a feeling that overall Vincent was not ready to sort of part away with his
Knight.
knight. He wanted to keep it on the board, and that's the reason why he has landed up in this position, which is quite a difficult one, like rook h5, king c6, knight c3, and now like white has good control here. Oh, it's another matter, Amruta, that how you're going to break through as white. It's not so
You don't have b4 or d4 or f4 unless tactically you know
Yes.
it is happening.
And that's why he's hoping
Oh, so-
that black takes, so he gets an outside passer here. On the other hand, he may want his king to come from this side and enter somehow. That's one entry point.
Yeah, but it's a very tough position from black side to play.
Yes. Because if you take here, Amruta, let's say for example I go king d2, you take, I think this just increases white's advantage.
And they have to make how many moves? Because they were both on 6 and 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 moves to make. I don't think
Not
time
big-
is a big
yeah,
issue. He
time
goes
is-
king d1. I think this is the plan he's angling for with his king. And black king has to remain here to be sure that when the white king comes, to welcome it, not let it enter, like say hi and just let it be at bay. But then at the same time, okay, let's imagine I can improve my king till here and the black king stands here. What is the next step that you take as white? Is there any way that you can sort of put more pressure? But then the bishop has no squares, right? Like bishop is tied, knight has no squares because it's defending the rook. Rook perhaps has no squares because then otherwise the white rook will enter. So maybe we'll reach some kind of a zugzwang.
Maybe Vincent has already calculated all of it and thinks that he can defend it.
Or maybe he doesn't see a way to defend it and he's thinking very hard.
Yeah.
Ooh, we never know what will happen here.
So, okay, so Richard is better though.
Yes.
That is very
Yes.
clear. Praggnanandhaa's game has ended in a draw.
Yes.
And any other game has ended or they're playing?
Vidit
Bartel?
versus Bartel, I am not sure what is going to happen of this game. What do you think, Amruta? because Vidit just now pushed his pawn to a4, bishop d4, and now rook d3.
It should end in a draw, of course.
Actually, what
but
Vidit wants to do is he wants to provoke c5, and which is a very useful move, right, for black.
Yeah.
But then he says the 7th rank has opened up, and then I can switch my rook and try to attack you somehow. You know, like I don't know. Yes, there he pushes his c5 pawn.
So what's his idea for rook g3? Rook d7.
Yes.
Okay. Or maybe even queen d7. No, this will end in a draw then. There is not much doubt. Maybe Vidit is not even tensed about the position. And David has not made a move, right?
No, he played c5. Oh, David, Navara. No, he hasn't played yet. After knight b3, we are still waiting for his move. But Vidit now, if you look at his body language, I do sense that he doesn't feel that great about his position. And maybe Bartel has taken a great decision to continue playing. Because I was pretty sure in my head that he would agree to a draw with queen trade.
Ah, that way.
Yes, but he's gone on. He's playing on.
So he's such a fighter
Yeah,
actually.
this is tremendous.
He goes rook g3.
Rook goes to g3, once again threatening a mate here. We might see rook d7, which is the most logical move.
Hey, will they repeat rook d7, queen c8 check, rook d8, queen b7?
But no, but why to repeat? Because I go here, you give a check, I come up. Fight
Now
for
can
the
I get the other rook, rook b1, let's say?
Aha, you want to come
Oh no,
from...
maybe my back rank is very weak. It's a blunder. Bishop f2 or bishop
Yes,
e5.
exactly.
Bishop
There's a
f2.
back rank mate brewing there. Somehow that bishop looks like such a strong piece, right? It's controlling both the rooks. We have this live board position now. We are on move number 39. So this is the 39th move. Then Vidit has to make one more move and we'll reach the time control. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa has drawn and Navara did make a move. He played bishop d6, knight d4 and king came up to f2. Knight c6 has been played.
Okay, so b4 is attacked. And if you play b5 now, there is a knight d4, yeah?
Yes, b5, knight d4 attacking here, which might
Oh,
not
he
be
played,
the best.
he played. B5.
Did he play b5?
Yes.
Knight d4 on the board. And now rook a5, yeah, protect.
Forced. What else do you do?
And we will reach 40th move. This is the last move before time control.
So Param is actually at the end of 40th move. He's not in time pressure. Plus his position is also fine materially. He just got the pawn back. If you see the position right now,
Yeah.
without much compensation. So David did miss it somewhere. What was the main mistake of David actually?
But Amrita, firstly, last move before time control. What will he play? Parham. Maybe many moves. Yes, he can just go knight b3, attack the rook, come back.
Oh yeah, at least for the 40th move, it's a good idea
Yeah,
to do
just
that.
come back. Should be okay.
Well, so this game is also going to go long with the double bishop versus bishop and knight. Now the knight in the center is very strong, so we can't even say that double bishop is a great advantage yet. Maybe a better advantage could be the pawn structure because black has two isolated pawns.
Yes, knight b3 played.
Yeah, and Parham is like sigh of relief there. 40th move has been made. It wasn't
Yeah, a lot of
easy at
pressure.
all.
He played for so many moves accurately. Yeah, that's a great job there by him. Took many good decisions and hasn't let David run away with the full point there. Meanwhile, Amrita, some movement on the Vincent Keimer board versus Richard Rapport.
Yeah.
So what happened was after king d1, Richard did take the rook. Vincent did take the rook. Richard took back. Knight went back to h8.
If knight goes to h8, then it can't be a good sign.
No, but
it's
he wants to
forced.
blockade, yeah, with the knight there. And now knight e3.
Knight h6, of course. Oh, knight h6, knight f5. Is it a problem? Huh?
Yes. Isn't
Knight-
it queening now?
No, king e8.
King e8, 6. Okay. No, but Amrita, this is lost. You go here, here, here. You go. My king comes here, 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 here. I mean, no.
Because even if you lose h5, that is okay. No, 1 second. But can we see how?
Yeah.
1 second, because
I'm wondering
curious.
if this is a faster route.
Yeah,
Let's go
I think
this way.
so. King g8, king f3, king h7, king h6, king d5, king h5.
What's your plan now? You want to come
No,
here?
my bishop is defending. Yeah, how do you get your bishop to attack?
No, I'm winning your bishop.
Oh my god, my bishop is getting trapped. I didn't
There's no
realize.
squares.
I thought f6 is supported, b6 is supported. What's the worry? Nice. Oh, my bishop is getting trapped.
So Vincent did go bishop e7. And he wants to put his bishop here so that when the knight jumps, he has two pieces looking at h6. Somehow Vincent is hanging on in the position by a thread here. I don't know if it will be enough, and getting 30 minutes after 40 moves is a good thing for him.
Also, Sagar, I think normally the assessment with such a bad bishop would be like you're lost. But it is very interesting that this position is not lost for black.
Also because the white bishop doesn't have too many possibilities, right? Because the black pawn is limiting it in quite a big way. So yeah, so this position has reached 40 moves, the rapport game. Vidit and Bartel drew.
Oh, how did it end?
The same way you said. Check. Yeah. Yes, you are right, Amrita. They drew. Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh drew. Makhlou and Navara have reached 40 moves. The game still goes on, but I guess most likely a draw. Here also they have reached 40 moves, so they'll play on. And Gukesh, Abdusattorov also drew their game. We can just look at how it ended. So we looked at till here, queen e7, knight came to c6, queen d7. They didn't trade. He offered here, takes, and they agreed to a draw here. So yeah, we have today maybe the most peaceful day. All draws could be very much possible,
Yeah,
unless
but all
rapport
fighting draws.
tries to somehow win that
No, I
position.
do think even in David's game there are some chances because of the double bishop, because of some weaknesses there and a lot of imbalances.
Yes. But should we then take a break right now?
Yes, 40
and
moves are
come
over.
back
I will also
in
stop
some
the-
time.
Yes.
And then we continue with our commentary of the remaining two games which are going on of Navara, Makhlou, Rapport, Keimer, and see you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. We have Gukesh Thaidaiwan joining us. Gukesh, congratulations for 2 great rounds. Yesterday you won. Today you drew against Prague. A very solid game. You were pressing throughout. Would love to see your games together. But before we go there, one question that Amruta and I have been debating on is how to sort of address you. What is the way in which your first name?
So I have 3 names, Thaidaiwan, but people refer to me as Van. So Van is enough. Yeah.
So Van is your
Van is my name.
And your family name is
And Nguyen, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So now I know. So I can call you Van. And Van, you today were up against Prague. Were you surprised with his opening decision where he went for this move d6?
I was expecting him to do something to get a game because Queen c2 Nimzo is relatively solid and he usually short castles instead of d6, but it does allow, for example, e4, which leads to relatively forcing stuff, and I wasn't sure if he's in the mood for that. So I had a look briefly at d6, e3. We both blitzed relatively fast, and then he surprised me with d5.
What is d5?
It's basically like just an attempt to get a game at a cost of a tempo, because it's like it's the same as e3 Nimzo instead of queen c2 if I played e3, and castle, bishop d3, d5, and it's just the same position, but I get extra queen c2, which is good for white.
He just wants a position without theory. That's
yes.
But we saw that there was one game played before, yeah. In this position exactly was between Bock and Niemann. But I don't think he saw it. Yeah, this game.
I actually even had d5 in the file. I just like didn't bother checking it because it just looked so, so stupid. But it's actually not a bad move. It's like the computer's best choice, I think. And yeah, d5, I didn't know what to do. I thought cd is critical, but knight f3 is maybe also interesting. cd ed, knight ge2, and this is like the exact same position as in e3 Nimzo, but literally tempo up.
With queen c2.
Yeah, and now black has to try to equalize. But knight f3 I thought is more in the spirit of what I prepared today. b6 castle, bishop b7. Yeah, bishop d3. Now I'm not sure. We had a look with Prague, and I think he should take on c3.
Yeah.
Pawn takes, take on f3, g takes, and c5. And probably computer will give white some advantage, but it's not so easy because after knight c6, black will also want e5, and it's not clear how I can develop the initiative because I cannot push e4 after c5 anymore. And no, I don't know. We just said it's
this typical maybe king h1, rook g1, all this. Maybe
yeah,
bishop
it's possible.
b2 you would.
I would probably play like that, but I have to be careful. Like for example, bishop b2, knight c6. If I go king h1, maybe e5, and I don't know, e5 or queen d6 first, then rook d8, and then e5. It's not clear if it's that great.
Right. So, but when he played directly c5, he then misplaced his bishop completely, right? Here on b4, and I think you might have got a bit ambitious at this point, no?
I mean, it felt really dubious.
Yes.
I mean, here I was trying to refute his play completely, but I wasn't able to, so I played queen c2, and it actually looks like a passive move, but it has the idea of queen a4. For example, queen c2, rook c8, maybe queen a4 here is critical.
Yes, exactly. I was wondering why you didn't choose this.
Because, for example, queen a4, okay, it threatens b4, so what if black goes queen e7? And I think I underestimated my chances here with e4. I think e4 is very strong. Because if I don't go e4, I wasn't sure what to play.
Amruta and I were analyzing c4 here.
c4 and bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yes.
This I was
and
happy.
We felt that this is a very good position.
This is
for you.
very dangerous, I think. Because now I just go rook c1 and the c4 pawn is basically gone.
Correct. This is very powerful. So you thought queen e7 was the critical move.
And here I'm not sure exactly. For example, if I go rook b1.
Yeah, can you try for b4?
Then already c4. And now is the question if bishop d2 is still good, because now he can take and c3, and a3 pawn hangs. So I think after c4, e4 is critical. But I think you should just start with e4 immediately.
Rook b1.
Like queen e7 was my main move.
Right.
And I'm not sure.
And go e4 here and try for something.
Yes, and black can also try e5. I'm not sure if it's good at all. Maybe it's bad.
Yeah, you might just...
Maybe. And then
gain
c4
space.
and something like this. But I think queen a4 is objectively best. I don't know what the computer says, but it feels
Yes.
like...
No, it was saying it's the best move.
And does
queen
it
a4.
give a significant advantage? Or?
Yes, 0.6 around, so 0.7. So it
Okay.
looked like a great try at least, but yeah, that's why I was very impressed when you played queen c2. I thought you were going queen a4, but then you decided to take, which is also
Yes.
quite tempting because then you have like this weakness.
And it's very pleasant to play,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. But somehow it never felt like there was something very tangible, right here, or you felt it? in the game?
Only after I provoked f6, it felt like, yes, it's not much, but I can play forever with such a nice structure, right?
Yes.
Like, rook, I think after rook d1, now it's very pleasant. He should not include taking on d1. He just gives me the file.
Yeah.
But he did, and now h3, like rook d3, queen c4, it was all normal. And after f5, I should be more patient. Just any move.
G3.
King g2.
Yeah.
It's not winning, of course. It's a draw objectively, but e4 just makes life so easy for him because he can just take and rook d7.
But on the other hand, it creates another weakness for on e6.
It does, but if it comes at the cost of changing rooks, then the queen can defend all three pawns, and I have no way to put pressure. And now I cannot not trade pieces. Either I trade the rook, or here he trades the queens.
Right.
And after queen d5, it's just an easy draw.
Here there was nothing much to play for. Yeah, like
Yeah.
you would get 3 versus 2 and
Nah,
there-
there's
it's
no
not-
point to play.
It's not like yesterday where you converted a beautiful rook endgame. Actually, amazing.
Thank you.
How you did that. If you have a few minutes, we could just look at it briefly
Yes.
because we do not have that game, but it was like such a nicely done endgame where you played d4, rook d5. Did you feel like you were always having chances, or you thought the game was going towards a draw?
I felt like objectively it's a draw, but I have to keep making moves, and I was trying to search for the most tricky continuations, and I thought I created some problems. I gave him the chance either to try to trade all the pawns on the queen side, which he would never fully succeed, or if he wants to sacrifice his whole king side and go with the b pawn. And I was trying to provoke him, to tempt him into going there. I still saw that it's a draw. I saw many draws actually, even if he did not put the rook on b5 but put it on d7, it would have been an easy draw.
But also on b5, if he brought his king back to
back,
g2,
yes.
he would have been safe,
It's
because
also
the
draw.
3 pawns and putting your rook on b3 is never easy to make
Like,
progress.
it's only a win if the pawns are going all the way.
Yeah.
If the king is already on g2, I have no way to
Yes.
out-tempo him. But the funny thing is that I had this exact same endgame already once, and in the game I decided not to take the g3 pawn, and so we just made an easy draw. And then when I came back, I checked this exact 3 against 1, and it was a draw, so I knew it was a draw.
Fantastic. Are you enjoying yourself in this tournament, especially like first 2 rounds you lost, but now you're making a comeback?
I hope the comeback will continue. But yes, it's an amazing experience for me to play. I mean, Gukesh, Abdusattorov, Prague, they're like the absolute future of chess, and it's just so amazing to be able to play them.
And with this sort of home support here in Czech Republic, a lot of people coming in to watch, does that put some pressure, or you feel more motivated?
It's, to be honest, it's hard to talk about pressure when I'm by far the lowest rated here. So I'll just try to take my chances and enjoy the tournament. It's my favorite tournament of the year.
Fantastic. Well, we enjoy following your games. Van, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back in a bit because we have another guest joining us in a few minutes. Well, joining us in the studio, back-to-back days, Vidit, thank you for coming in and joining us. A very, very exciting game today that you played. We were like on our edge of our seats when,
Me too.
when you reached this position.
Yeah, it looked such a nice position for me, but I couldn't find a breakthrough. Like he plays bishop g4 and then it's not so clear
No,
how I
but
should
this
continue.
moment where you went knight g1, why did you choose that move? And then how tough was it to again go back and say, okay, I didn't make the best move?
No, I think queen g6 was very good. I thought he wanted bishop g4, but then I have f3 and f4. But I underestimated queen g6, and if I go f4, there is f5.
F5, yes.
I was thinking knight h3 here, some ridiculous move to play some bishop h3 and then rook g1 and attack.
Oh.
But queen f6 I did not like. Maybe even one more earlier, and f4 knight g6.
You mean here?
Yeah. f4 knight g6, and I didn't see how I can continue. So that's why I did not go, and I was struggling to find a way to keep the game going, because c4 there is this d4 square issue. So maybe what I played was fine. Knight f3, queen h5, c4, bishop g4. Queen c3 is mistake, yeah? Wow.
Yeah, rook a1.
And then knight g1.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then, oh, knight g1.
Yeah, the same idea, but it's not so much actually. I thought I should provoke f6 and then I'll have something,
Yes.
but I completely lost control here. Knight b3 was mistake, and here if he had played knight g6, I was really worried.
Yes.
Because knight is coming to f4 and he has lot of play. Apparently it's equal, but the momentum has shifted.
Would it be right to say that today the game was quite uncomfortable for you? Like, although you were sort of, you were never worse, but it felt like it was not flowing.
Yeah, the moves were not really flowing here because it's a bit, what to say, the moves are a bit unnatural. That's why. Here I thought I was fine.
Yeah,
rook
at this
e8,
point you started to feel like
Yes.
more comfortable.
DC, and rook e2 takes. I mean, here he could have played rook e8 and I thought he was completely okay.
Instead of knight c6.
No, knight c6, f3, and now just rook e8, and it looked completely fine position. He played queen f7, which I thought was slight inaccurate. f4, takes, and now he should go knight d7, I thought.
Yes, yes.
And then I have to play knight b3, and it's equal, but it's no fun. Yeah, b5, queen c4, and only I think if anyone can be better, it's black, because the moves are really flowing. Knight c4 was strange because this exchange sack.
Yeah,
I
f5
thought-
was a good move here,
Yeah.
going to e6.
Here I thought I'm better for sure,
Yeah.
but I did not see a clear way how to capitalize on it. Queen e6, queen
Instead
g3 I
of
was
rook
thinking.
c2, did you consider queen b4 here,
I
keeping
thought
this
it,
pawn?
but it looked a bit loose. But in hindsight, it seems
Now
that
you
it's
have
the
like
best move.
more pawns here, like somehow.
I was thinking queen g3 instead of this.
Yes, queen g3 was the other move.
And
because
then
you-
rook d7 I did not like. I cannot take rook f6 because rook d1, but bishop f6.
Yeah.
And initially I thought rook f7 and I might be in trouble, but there is rook e f2. And bishop c5, bishop d4. Maybe I'm missing something, I don't know what it is.
This
So maybe instead of bishop c5 there is something. Queen e4, knight d6. Oh my god, this is insane. This is an insane move. But I thought he can just play bishop takes c5 here, and then he will take on a3, and I don't know what's happening. So rook c2 was kind of inaccurate in my opinion, because in the game he just got very easy.
At this point, do you think he was trying or what? Like
No,
queen
no.
d3?
No. He offered me a draw.
Here. But
Yeah.
he could have just taken and played a draw.
But you don't want to suffer, kind of like. But this was nice. In fact, this was.
This was well done.
Yeah, here after queen d6, he offered me a draw. I think. Played a4, bishop d4, and I thought if I allow him bishop e5 and pawn to c3, it can be dangerous for me. So I thought, okay, I have to force
we
the
didn't
draw.
hear the draw offer, so we thought that he was trying here
No.
somehow.
Yeah, and then. So. Yeah, overall a mixed game, mixed emotions about the game. I felt like I could have put more pressure, but I didn't really play that accurate when I had the chance, with slight chance I would say. Yeah, the moves were not easy, but and in the second half I paid the price for thinking too much,
Yes,
and I was not left
yes.
with much
You
time.
had very little time. Vidit, before we let you go, can you share with us your sort of schedule for the day? How do you follow? What is it that you do here? And are you looking forward also to the rest day coming in a day? Because
Yeah,
I
it
guess
would
it's
be
quite a stressful event.
Yeah, it would be nice to get the rest day. And they say, I think there's this saying which says eat, sleep, repeat. So for me, just eat, chess, sleep, repeat, and then.
And also go to the gym.
Yeah, now I'll go to the gym as well. So that's what's happening. There's hardly any time. Actually, time flies in a tournament. I don't know how many years I've lost because of this. And I just don't realize, and suddenly one day I'll wake up and I'll have grey hair. I don't know. Time flies in tournament.
I hope you are enjoying, but that process, yeah, or
The graying?
no, not the graying. The sleep, eat, repeat, prepare, play.
Sometimes. Need to get one win in at least.
Sure, sure. Well, Vidit, thank you for joining us, and all the best for maybe the 2 games. You want to just have a look very quickly?
Oh, this looks very pleasant for white.
Do you think
it's
that
extremely unpleasant for black?
it's easy to sort of break through here for Richard, because somehow it seems like a fortress, or not? Because there's no pawn breaks, right?
What I mean, you have to put knight on f5.
Yes, but when moment he goes knight here, he goes like bishop f8 and knight here, and somehow again it's not easy to make progress.
Yeah, it's unpleasant, but you're right. It could be a fortress. Unlike Magnus, I do believe in fortresses. So it's possible, but it's very unpleasant. Richard will keep trying. I mean, you can see Vincent just how unpleasant it is.
Yes, he's upset, but I also for white there are no pawn breaks. That is what makes it difficult, right? To make progress.
I mean, Peter will be very proud of Vincent's defense. Clearly today. I mean, very solid.
Yeah.
And what's happening in Gukesh?
No, they drew. Gukesh, Abdusattorov.
They drew, yeah.
They drew. And Makhlou versus Navara also ended in a draw. So today was a very peaceful day. I believe if Rapport doesn't convert this, we'll have 5 draws.
Ah, okay. Wow, yeah.
Well, Vidit, thank you for joining us, and good luck for the sort of remaining 5 rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. After having won here and Vidit we now have Amruta joining us. Amruta, welcome back.
So unfortunate, no Super GM, but you never know. Right now, another Super GM might just enter.
Yes, Amruta. I'm always looking forward to interacting with Super GMs, but more so to sort of commentate with you.
So that I blunder and then.
Yes, today we had a very peaceful day. 4 draws already.
Yeah, but they were all fighting though, right?
Yes, in that sense, but from a result perspective, they have been peaceful. But we might get that one decisive game because Richard Rapport is pressing against Vincent Keimer, and it's a position which we kind of discussed a bit, that the white king will try to enter from the queen side and the black king has to be ready to stop him. You know, so the black king is there. Now white king can't enter. Vidit, instantly, the moment I showed him this position, he said, oh, isn't knight e3, knight f5 coming, and then h6, h7, which is so quick. But, of course, he also spotted that there is this defense that the bishop rotates. So now, the question is, you can keep moving your knight, like if you come here, my bishop comes here, if you go here, then my bishop goes here, and otherwise it comes here. So how does white break through is the question, because b4 doesn't exist, f4 doesn't exist.
Such positions, always reminds me of Dvoretsky and his books, because if you're able to convert this, it has to go in the books. It's amazing.
Yes, but I don't even see how to do it. Like, is there even one idea that we can
okay, normally, let's say any pawn break, which is like, you sacrifice a pawn, and then you try to create a passer. But if you go b4,
he will take with the a pawn, not the c pawn.
Right.
So then there's no point of passer. And if you go here, I'll take with the g pawn. Again, no.
Yeah. So there's only one h pawn.
No, actually, Amruta, here there could be some hope with the bishop trying to get in from there, but even looks very tough to do that. And I think Rapport is just thinking about that. Like, what is the way in which I will try here, is what Rapport is thinking.
Can I have an idea?
Yes, please.
Maybe it's possible to play f4 with white.
Yeah.
He says f4.
Sacrifice the knight, and then to have the bishop on f4, and then you threaten h6, h7. So I think black has to sacrifice the knight and play the bishop endgame. Maybe it's still a draw, but maybe.
Very interesting
nice.
suggestion here, to sacrifice a piece and threaten this.
Rook pawn against the knight.
The only issue that I can see here is perhaps the knight coming this way and trying to stop.
But still, even without the piece,
Yeah.
it's like you are
It's
in
still
control.
equal.
Yeah.
It's still equal, which just shows the potential of white's position, that you can even sack a piece and still be fine, even if you don't break through.
Oh, but if you use the same idea, and while you want to play f4, if your king was on this side,
Yes.
g4,
You
let's
could
say,
improve actually.
would that make a difference?
But do you think that if you try to move your king that side, black will play b5 and try to get some play?
I'll take on b5.
I'll take back with my king.
And
So
then you
let's
have more isolated pawns. I think I'm happy with b5.
Yeah.
It should be lost, no? a5 is another weak. Just make that move and that should be lost.
Aha.
Oh, wonderful.
We have a guest joining us in a bit. So I will be back very quickly and get his thoughts on his own game and also on the game that's going on. Welcome everyone. We have with us the local superstar David Navara. David, welcome to the studio. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me here. Welcome everybody.
And David, you played a very exciting game today.
Yes, it was a very exciting game, and there was also quite some preparation on both sides. Although I was preparing this line particularly for today, whereas Parham has been playing it for a long time.
Yes.
And maybe he had not expected it to appear now.
So can we go through the game? There are a few moments where we thought you took some great decisions and we want your thoughts on them.
Yes.
So,
Yes, so we played a line which Parham plays regularly in classical chess, blitz, rapid, everything. I'm not sure about my move order because I'm not sure if I prepared queen d2 against bishop b7 or against bishop e7, but probably it's not such a big difference. The queen goes to f4, but in some lines I wanted to keep my queen on d2. So far I played rook d1, which is a useful move, protecting my central pawn. And rook b8 was a sort of surprise, because I looked at some other lines, and what I played looks reasonable. I played knight c3 because the knight can be exposed on b5, and because queen g4 allows f5 when my queen could be misplaced or exposed, at least because of rook g6, and g2 might be weak in some lines. Okay. So I played knight e3, knight b4. Now we have transposed to my preparation again.
You had rook b8 in your preparation.
I'm not 100% sure if it was really rook b8, but I think that most likely it was this position, but reached with a different move order, or rather with different move orders, because there were various ways how to reach this. And actually Parham had played some games, and I even believe that we have been following a game against Dmitry Andreikin from chess.com. I think it was titled Tuesday, but I might be wrong. Maybe some other event. And basically my main line of preparation was h6, when knight f3 makes sense because white has provoked some weakening, but I think it probably doesn't promise much against good reaction, and knight ge4 seems to be critical. Now f5 is the move. White takes. And there is a lot of theory in this position. In particular, after knight c5, black should play knight c2, when the point is that here he has bishop c8. And it's around equal, because black takes, white takes, black takes on d4, and black can even sacrifice, or maybe should very much sacrifice the queen here, like this. Actually, maybe white needs to be careful in such positions like this, because it's a position where black just needs to protect everything, and white's queen is not so great at protecting weaknesses, because it's too valuable a piece to be exchanged. So
this was your prep?
It was my preparation, yes.
Wow.
But okay, mostly I have some nice preparation, but mostly it doesn't appear on the board. So here the problem is that white should not take probably on d8, because too many pieces are hanging, like a1 rook, d8 knight. So it probably loses an exchange. And also there were other lines, but Parham played queen e8, which I believe he had played against Dmitry Andreikin.
Did you consider, instead of queen h5, queen h3?
I considered it. Actually, I'm not even sure if queen h5 was the move which I had prepared, because somehow I had not expected Parham to repeating this, because I believed it to be inaccurate. Parham believed to be in his preparation and believed the black position to be fine. I'm not sure if he is confusing it with something, or maybe his preparation is so deep that it is indeed fine if black plays some very accurate moves. I considered queen h3, but I was not really remembering much, and somehow playing queen h5 looked logical to me, because exchanging queens against Parham makes sense because he is a great tactician, and here white has a risk-free slight advantage.
True.
F5.
True.
I was not even sure whether I would have taken on G7
Yes, this
here
was a
or not.
crazy line.
Yes,
Rook
there were
F5.
rook F5, perhaps F4, H6,
rook
G4,
G4, rook
G4,
A5.
rook F5, bishop E7, knight D3, maybe some D4. Computer doesn't like it. It's biased against me. I don't like it. Okay, this was quite risky, but I saw that at least I could play similarly to the game. Maybe here it's a bit less attractive because black's rook is on B8, and I remember that I needed to put my bishop on G3. I was not really sure how to put my bishop on G3 here in the game, which is...
So you considered bishop F4 because you had prepped somewhere that bishop should be on G3?
I saw bishop F4 in Dmitry Andreikin's game in a similar position, not necessarily exactly in this one, and I remember that bishop G3 then is a good move, definitely not against rook E7, but it was in some other line perhaps. That after rook G8 I should play perhaps bishop G3 rather than G3. That was what I remembered.
But
and
bishop H4 or bishop H6 going through your mind, or
bishop H6 I did not like this so much because here my bishop looked a bit exposed, and I was not so sure. Black might have knight D5 sometimes, maybe even some other ideas. I think rook D8 maybe, and knight C2 or rook AC1, and some ideas based on knight D3 perhaps, or knight C6. I'm not so sure, but bishop H4 was a relevant option for me, but somehow I did not want to leave the F4 square unattended because black's knight would be very happy to enter it. And somehow bishop F4 looked sort of logical to me. I am attacking a pawn. I will go to G3 if needed, and it looked pleasant to me. So now I probably need to move further. Yes, bishop G3 is solid. I wanted to play B3 at some point, but knight D5 was a bit of problem, so this makes sense. And here I saw some ideas. Again, I needed to parry rook knight C2, or did not exactly need to parry it, but somehow it was pleasant to play a useful move. Yes, after rook D7 then F6
we were
is a bit...
thinking about rook D7.
Yes.
How would you defend the D4 pawn?
I saw some ideas based on the rightly timed bishop H4 and some A3 stuff, and knight E4 at some lines when black's knight retreats to C6 or D5. But I would need some time to recall what was I calculating here. Actually, even B3 is an idea sometimes, but somehow I'm not really sure if I am able to recall it right now. It was a tough game.
Yes.
I saw some ideas based on this, so it also explains king G7. And here again I saw plenty of ideas like B3, A3, F3, and somehow knight B5 looked good to me, which is probably true. I'm not sure if it's the best move, but it looks reasonable. Of course, I miscalculated somewhere as usually, because here I missed originally that, originally my idea was to play rook A1 and then take on A7, but somehow this C6 is really
C6,
unpleasant.
yes.
So I realized this was not the way, but I found...
rook C7 was a nice move.
Yes, I found it pretty quickly and then spent some time calculating, because there were so many intermediate moves, and even the position with rook and 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces was not so obviously... it was clearly better for white, but still I needed to spend some time. For example, here bishop D6, A4, when black has rook D7 coming with tempo. So now I need to go back. Sorry, I don't have... I have mouse, but I don't have arrows, so I cannot... Thank you. Go back. So rook A1, and this endgame is really promising for white, because the rook can operate on both flanks. Black very much needs to avoid a bishop swap now. So perhaps some king f8 move or something could be useful, because after king f7 I can probably exchange the bishops through rook b7. I don't know if I should go to d3. Okay, maybe it's not so clear, but with the rook on b7, I would have preferred to achieve this with my rook on a7, because then I can exchange and play some rook a8, rook h8 at some point, not immediately. I would first improve my position, like playing g3, activating my king, but it's unpleasant for black, and it's a play for two results. Black can almost never win this unless I blunder some fork, which could happen in blitz, but it's unlikely in classical chess. So bishop f6 was a good defense. Actually, there was a move e5, but it fails. It probably sort of loses because I can take it. I originally wanted to take on a2, but maybe then bishop e6 was something what I had not really seen. But now this seems to be winning for white, because I first win an exchange, and then I win the a7 pawn through bishop d3 and bishop b1.
Wow.
And without the a7
Very
pawn,
nice.
it's just lost for black.
Fantastic.
And sometimes I can even take on b7, but it's the less important pawn of the two. So bishop, so where are we? Bishop c6 was quite good, and Parham was defending very well. I hoped...
Did you feel here that you were close to sort of getting a big edge?
Something between small and big. I was not sure, but I found it promising, and Parham was also short of time. So I saw I could exchange and play b4, bishop d6, bishop c5, but somehow black plays a6, puts his king on g6, and it's hard to imagine how could white make progress. Of course, one can play such a position for 100 moves without any risk, but I'm not sure that I would have been so happy playing for about 100 moves and then making a draw anyway. And what I played looked promising to me, but there was still some defense. I even considered b5, but rejected it on account of knight d2. So bishop d3 looked very promising, but knight d2 was a very good defense in my opinion, because if black plays f5, he weakens the e5 square, and I can sometimes exchange on c4. Say,
sorry, yes.
There was a line where I play f3, and if black, or maybe b5 even now, I'm not sure if I have time for f3, but the point was that in lines like this, I can sometimes make such a transformation, and I'm not sure if h5, h4 is an idea. Maybe black will lose the pawn on h4, or I will play h4 myself, but I can sometimes activate my king, I can attack black's king, and it looks very hard for black here. So knight d2 was...
Did you consider bishop d6 here?
I considered it, but I disliked something, and I also miscalculated somewhere. I think it's similar to what happened in the game.
Yeah, knight b3, maybe rook a4.
a4 was not exactly the square where I would like to go, but maybe it's good, I don't know, but it's not the most natural move. Let's put it like
Because
this.
he can't take on d4, right? In that sense.
Maybe. I considered something like this. Okay, here probably white has f3 or something.
King
But
f2. And
yes, so maybe knight c6 is the move. I don't know really. But I considered taking, which was nothing. But here f3, king f2 is what I tried to achieve later in the game. So maybe I should have played something similar. I don't know. f3 looked nice to me, but I miscalculated in some lines, and also I'm not sure about rook a6, because I played it and then I realized that there was no bishop c2 because of knight c6, knight b4. Also this I found a moment before that, like bishop c5 and knight e6, and then I became happy that I had rook d6, but I mean,
yes, this is
here
some hope. Yeah.
Yes, bishop c4 doesn't work in view of bishop e8 when black is in time to protect everything, but instead I can play bishop b5, and black probably needs to give up a pawn somehow, one of those pawns, I'm not sure, but if a6 or king f8, but rook d7 could be an unpleasant threat. Maybe there is some defense instead of king f8, but it looks hard, especially with little time left.
Yeah.
Maybe there is something like, I don't know,
Bishop
king
e8 maybe.
king g6, rook d7, rook c8. It doesn't look quite
Bishop e8
safe.
doesn't work? Or?
Bishop e8, maybe it works. There is no rook d7, unfortunately. and maybe there is nothing at all. Maybe it just works like this. Okay. So okay, there is nothing, and rook b3, and now I saw so many interesting ideas, but somehow could not make it work. This was, for example, very tricky to face in a time trouble, because I play rook d7 here, and it's not so simple. For example, if black doesn't play this, where is it here? If black plays rook b7 instead, then there is bishop f2, and I believe there is knight c1, and probably black saves the position thanks to some backrank motives like this.
Wow.
But if black plays something else, it can be really dangerous, because there is bishop h4, and black loses a pawn and perhaps more pawns, and it's lost suddenly. And if black plays bishop g8, here there is bishop h4 anyway, and this looks very dangerous with those pieces clumsily placed, although maybe black saves the position somehow, I don't know, but he is losing a pawn perhaps. So it was not, I mean, it could be dangerous, but I spent quite some time on thinking about this, and then it just no longer looked so attractive. For example, h5 can be a move here, also other moves, but then at least I can take on h7 in some lines, maybe not necessarily immediately, I need not hurry with it. After knight d4, there could even be ideas like bishop c5, bishop f8 check sometimes, but basically white might maybe win a pawn in some lines, but it will still be a draw, so it was not so much. So I decided to maintain attention, but somehow it did not really work. So knight c6 was good, I assume. Knight d4, I still had some ideas, but somehow nothing really works here. For example, this was not really my idea. I had planned rook b4, but okay, this is also fine, because then after bishop e7 there is rook b6, and black protects everything, and I'm a pawn down, which should not really matter here, but I'm not playing for a win anymore. So here I also considered instead playing a rook b4, and initially it was my plan, but somehow it did not look so serious, like such a serious winning attempt, because black can play something like bishop f7, bishop g6, or bishop e6, bishop f5, and I mean, one can keep trying, but it did not look like a realistic winning attempt. So I instead went for some traps, because here, for example, if black plays rook d7, I can play either rook d4 or maybe even bishop f5 first. It's no rook d4, bishop f5 doesn't really work, because this endgame could be very unpleasant for black, possibly lost. And instead there are not so many options for black, because at least I play bishop f5, and probably it's nothing, but I mean, there are some unpleasant ideas, and black needs to pay some attention. For example, I will show some random moves. I mean, it's not a serious line, but for example, okay, maybe f5 was not exactly the most clever idea here. So sorry, how was it? I don't remember. Okay, king f7, just some random moves, but I want to show. Okay, maybe with this random move it is actually fine. After king e7 there could still be rook h4, and this, I looked at something like this. Of course it's random, it's like searching for some random chances, but I just wanted to demonstrate that some chances could be found here and there. Maybe king g3, king h4 is actually more accurate, I don't know. And now, for example, like this, and white wins a pawn. So black still needs to be careful, that's the point. But it's a draw, and Baham had to defend it very well, and here it was no longer so difficult. So king f7. Actually, when I went for this, I still believed that black had to play like either something like rook b2, rook takes g2, and then against rook and bishop with some pawns, or without them, but or here king c6, which could still be a little bit, very little unpleasant, but of course it must be a draw. Perhaps even king d6 is a draw here, but okay, king e5 is just simpler, and here I just wanted not to take the pawn too much later than black would do. So, but actually h5 was no slower when it comes to eating pawns, because black cannot play f5 in view of h6, so this would have been much more natural, because in the game I need to be careful not to allow f5, f4. I think it was Nimzovic against Taj who allowed this in a pawn endgame. Yes, this is a draw, of course. Black pushes late king g5, f5. But there was an endgame between Nimzovic and Taj where there was a similar position with pawn on g2. I will probably go a bit back. And the game like this. Okay. White has king on e4 somewhere, pawn on g2. Black has king on, I don't know, g7, g8, and there was f5 check, f4 with pawn on a5 because white was unable to take it, so this was winning.
And then you separate the pawns.
Yes, it happened actually in that game. So it's probably everything from my side. Shall I tell a few words to the remaining game, or better not?
Yes, I would love to, but one question for our viewers here who are sitting, many of them are also playing the open tournament and also back home. You calculate so deeply and so many lines. Is there any advice that you would give to players to improve their calculation? So, I mean, so many lines you showed and so deep calculations.
Okay, I have talent for this, but of course when I was young I was solving a lot of examples. First those were some simple tactics, then in my early 20s I was solving plenty of studies, but not those studies which are produced by people assisted by computers for computers to solve it. I'm exaggerating, of course, but studies which were made often without computers' help, and always for human solvers, which people can solve if they have right ideas, good calculation, and like this, and which studies which are also nice, or examples from games, and it helps when one trains himself or herself in such a way. Okay, since then I have become much lazier in this respect, and also there is too much theory to which one should follow or is expected to follow, so it's perhaps the main thing, but I mean, when I'm in a good shape like today, I can calculate a lot deeply, and of course when the position is complicated I inevitably make mistakes, but it's important not to make too big mistakes, and not in the most important lines at least. And there are many advices how to calculate. Actually, I even had a lecture on this for some youngsters from India and other countries during the pandemic, and it contained some nice examples also. So it was also a sort of training for me, although solving is better than teaching other people how to solve, or calculating is better than teaching others how to calculate when one wants to calculate well, but it can also help sometimes.
Wonderful. Thank you for those insights, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this one game that is going on right now between Vincent and Richard. Do you feel like White has any realistic chances of winning this?
First of all, it's very unpleasant to play such a position with black, because there is one weakness on b6.
Yeah.
Other weakness in a broader sense is that white has a passed pawn and black needs to pay attention to this. And white can play almost without risk, whereas black might sometimes get some counterplay, but somehow his task is harder, more difficult. I see the evaluation bar here, so probably it's fine for black, but I would have been scared if playing this over the board, but perhaps it helps that white's bishop cannot penetrate into black's position, and that black is able to protect b6, and that white's king journey to a4 and b5 would take too much time, and black could probably take on h5 and start some counterplay maybe against f2 in the meantime. So
yes, I mean the king was on a4, it went to b, like this was the position where black kept his king, and then it tried to go the other side where the king went here. So if you tried with white, what plan would you go for, or there is nothing specifically that white can do? Because there are no pawn breaks, right?
You know, you can always move here and there, and black needs to pay attention all the time, because as Vidit played against me, because sometimes it's just moving here and there to gain time, or to maintain the pressure. Sometimes it is connected with some real threats or traps, and the defender needs to pay attention, and then it costs some energy, and one might run low on time, and it's not so easy. In practice it can be a promising way how to play such positions, but okay, I don't know. It will probably be a draw, because Vincent seems to be knowing very well how to defend this position. Sure. And also the bishop on d8 is not a very active piece, but it defends both pawns which could potentially be weak, namely b6 and f6. And black really wants to keep these 2 pawns alive, because after losing any of them he would have 2 weak pawns immediately. So the bishop on d8 is a very good defender, although it's a passive piece.
Fantastic. So do you have any questions?
Yes. No, yesterday we witnessed a beautiful game which you played with Norderberg. I mean, of course, there were chances towards the end. I think there was this nice tactic by Norderberg, but otherwise you were winning in that position.
Okay, I had been losing before, but
yes,
basically all the mistakes were sort of understandable, except for my last one. It was a bit silly, because I still had time, and if I had spent a minute more I could have avoided this, and but I mean it was a difficult game. Norderberg surprised me in the opening. I reacted poorly. I got into big problems, but then started searching for some practical chances, and it was a very difficult position where probably everybody would make mistakes. Yes. Okay, maybe sometimes a player is lucky and in good form and can play everything correctly, but it's very unlikely even for the strongest players. So the mistakes were mostly like understandable. My last mistake was quite silly, because I just saw that if I took on f7, queen e8 would not work because of rook f8, and that it was nice. I think that rook d6 even crossed my mind, but I thought to myself, okay, I will play rook df8, or did I want to play rook f8? I don't know. Somehow I did not really spend more than 1 second on it. I didn't believe it, or maybe it was some other move. Somehow, and then I played it, and rook d6 followed, and I realized it was wrong.
Very difficult game already,
yes,
and a lot of creative ideas. Yes. As we know, you're the most creative player over here, and as I told Sagar yesterday that David always greets with namaste, so I did learn one more word to greet you, dobry den.
Yes,
is it correct?
Yes, it's 2 words actually. So, okay, and unfortunately I don't know anything else in Hindi, so it's maybe I could learn something, but I mean.
But you know, like a lot of languages. If I'm not wrong, how many languages do you know?
Okay, it might be around 3 or 4 well, and around 4 or 5 poorly, or less well, say.
Because totally it would be around 8 as far as I know.
Okay, many are similar to each other, so it's actually not such a big achievement, but I mean, I'm trying, and well, in chess I was very talented and had very good results since my childhood with languages. It came more like gradually, and also needed more work, but I also have talent for it, but needed to work harder, and it needed more time. But okay, there are people who are better in this respect, so I'm trying. I'm good perhaps, but still overrated.
And how does it feel to play in your hometown?
It's nice, because I know many people here. I feel good here. I'm also staying in the hotel, because somehow it's easier for me. I would need to travel like 40 minutes by bus, and here I have food. The food is delicious in the hotel. Many people whom I know are here, so I can have a dinner together with them, to talk to them and like this. And also it helps me to focus on the tournament, because if I were at home, there would always be plenty of things which I could do, I should do, and I had to do, whereas here in the hotel it feels more standard in this respect.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing your thoughts here.
You are welcome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David, and all the best for
Stay still, still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Welcome back, everyone. We had David Navara here, who we greatly enjoyed our time with. Amrita.
Absolutely outstanding amount of calculations. So fast, he remembered his memory. What a genius.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have had 3 guests today. We had Thaidaiwan, we had Vidit, we now had David, and we have one game still going on between Rapport and Vincent. Everyone who's come here has said the same thing. You know, it looks unpleasant for Vincent, but they are not able to find the exact way to break through. That's
Yeah,
how
in
tough
an
the
instant
position
it
is.
feels like, of course, come on, white should be clearly better, and he cannot break through. I think it is one of the extraordinary positions where you have such a bad bishop, but yet there is no breakthrough.
I think the only way in which white can win here is through zugzwang. Like, you reach a position where black does not have a good move to make.
I don't think you're reaching there. Black can keep moving the king.
I have a feeling that with this move bishop a3, he's setting up some kind of a trap, you know, with some idea like d4 in the air. No?
Yeah, that's the pin there. Yeah, at
I
some
think,
point.
like, for
Okay,
example,
you
if
can
you go
try.
king
What
e6,
you do is, ooh, already
this is
a
where
mistake.
he has this idea to just push, so that if pawn takes, you lose the bishop, and if you take with the other pawn, then I can take here with my knight, and all of a sudden we are winning. So
Creative, very creative.
Rapport has this idea in mind, but Vincent, that means, cannot move his king to e6.
Yeah.
His
Well,
king cannot go to these squares. His
not even
knight
G6.
maybe can
Yeah, that
move.
is my question. If the knights are exchanged, is it gone? Like knight at 6?
No, actually it's also a fine move, but you can't exchange here. Like, for example, if I make a, let's say, waiting move, bishop b2, and you take here, then this is lost, I believe. Or even this is not lost. I thought
surprising. I
it
thought
just
king e4
opens up this route.
True.
But somehow you can defend. Just when my king is about to enter, your king comes and stops it. So, you know, black is just hanging in there. I think white's biggest problem here is that the bishop has just no role. Like, somehow it's searching that get me into the game. Give me
Searching
some.
for its soul.
Yeah, give me some way to do something like d4. But it's just not coming up.
By the way, Richard also has 3 minutes now, and this time there is no, increment is 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's no time addition here. Also, bishop e7 looks like a very natural move. But then you are a bit worried, Amruta, because then h6 pawn starts to move ahead. And king g6. Somehow
King
this...
g4, 1 second.
Yeah, king
Knight
g4.
h6, knight h6, check.
No, knight h6 you shouldn't take, I
Check,
believe.
check.
Because then you take here.
Oh, really?
And then my king enters like this and you might be in big trouble. So I think Richard has all the reason to keep playing. And put Vincent in this question, like bring his time down. He has 11 minutes, which is a lot, but bring him down to like 2 minutes. And then bring such a position where you can make a mistake. That's how.
But you know the problem is it's for defending side now it will start becoming easier because Vincent knows for this when the king shifts I have to do this.
Yes.
When the bishop comes here I have to do this.
True.
And then for Richard who is like, oh my god, let me find some or the other idea. He has very less time.
Agreed. Yeah, well, there are both the point of views here that it's also not easy to find ideas for white.
Yeah. Okay, of course it would be very sad if at the very last moment Vincent makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And then for him it would be very
He goes knight h6.
sad.
As we discussed, he is ready to trade the knights. But that being said, what should white's best strategy be? Is one question that we should try and answer here.
So, by the way, all 4 games have been drawn,
Yeah.
right? And if this ends in a draw, it would be a very different day today. All 5
All
games
draws.
will be
Yeah,
drawn.
yeah.
After playing with a lot of intensity, for sure.
Amruta,
But
can we quickly, while they are playing, have a look at the results of the challengers?
that
Because
would be
we have a
great.
big result here. Anton Korobov managed to beat Erwin Lamy. And then we had Rebek losing to Edis Gurel. I think this is Gurel's first win. Jaime Santos Latasa drawing against Abhimanyu Mishra. Vaishali scoring a second win
Wow.
in the event against Stalmark. So she lost 2 games, then she's won 2. And Finek versus Rodstein is still going on right now. And it's actually around even if
Can
we
we-
look at the far right.
Go to that position for a moment.
Yeah, it does feel like black is under some pressure. But yeah, bishop e5, it's too little material on the board. And I think
Tell me something, rook bishop versus rook is a draw. But here if, let's say black gives up the knight for the pawn, 2 rooks versus...
two
Two rooks and bishop versus two rooks.
I believe should be winning for the side with 2 rooks and bishop, no?
Because you can create staircase and...
you can create a lot of attack with 3 pieces. That's what I believe, but maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, those 3 pieces would be like, 2 rooks would be like h2 and bishop would be like o, so...
Yes, maybe.
H2.
Let's see. And also, Amruta, in futures, if we see, we had quickly going through the results, Sisku managed to beat Nicodem. Then Stara, Guntaka and Susanna, they drew. Nerurkar drew his game. He was the leader. He drew with Pavel.
Once again with 1 hour more on the clock. By the way, if you go
Yes.
to Nerurkar's
Yes.
time.
Yeah, he plays very fast. Markina lost to Peglau. And we had Andre winning against Jakubse. So many decisive games in the futures section. Coming back to Masters, where we have Rapport. Oh, knights traded, Amruta. So maybe
Isn't
Rapport
that done
took King G4, King E6. Very important move to stop the king coming in. Bishop C1, Bishop G7.
Oh, can you go h6? Bishop
Can you go
h6, king
Bishop
h5?
takes G5?
So
Oh.
both the moves we have to check.
One is to sack the bishop, sorry, here. The other is to push the pawn and then enter. So
Yeah,
let's say
both ideas are
let's try this
interesting.
first. Take king h6, king h5,
Bishop,
bishop f8,
king g6.
king g6. Okay, some progress, but
But then bishop e7.
I just keep
There's
moving
a
my
barrier.
bishop. You have no way to enter.
This is one thing, you know, the white bishop needed either the h4 square or some square, because normally the f6 or b6, which is weak, is also possible to attack. Here those two weaknesses are there, but you just cannot attack them.
It's also this thing, no? Like in chess, we always keep on saying which is a bad bishop. Like this is clearly a bad bishop. But if you see theoretically, this is a great bishop on c1. But it's limited by the opponent's pawns, so it also becomes a bad bishop. So it is a passive bishop.
Yeah,
It's
I mean also black bishop is like maybe bad bishop but not a dead bishop for sure.
Yeah, it's just hanging in. And if we take here, then now we are risking too much, because king
black
f7
is saying thank you.
and black is the one who's pressing. And I think Rapport, you can see that he's shaking his head. He's like, I don't see a way anymore. And this is the live board. I expect him to offer a draw.
He won't offer a draw, no?
Well, definitely.
Do you
Vincent
remember one of
never
the-
would offer a draw. Like, you know, what happens in kids tournament is exactly the opposite. Like the one who has the worst position always offers the draw. But in the top level tournaments, one who has the worst position never offers a draw, because they find it as an insult to the opponent who's trying. Like,
yeah, that's a
okay,
good point.
if it is
actually.
complicated, they might think otherwise, but once it's clear that someone is a pawn down and someone is trying, no one offers a draw.
True. Also, yeah, you know, Richard had this very nice sense of humor when in World Rapid World Blitz with Nepo, he was playing and he lost. And then he makes an like illegal move, like he keeps the king in the center in a way, two squares, and then Nepo is for a moment like, what are you doing, you know? But then he realizes that's a resign.
Yeah, it was just a very nice
joke.
moment where he makes an illegal move and resigns, and Nepo was also laughing and he did this. You can't play this move. It's a nice one there. You can find it online. For now, I thought they might agree to a draw, but you can still feel that Richard has some final trick up his sleeve. That is what I get the sense, or not.
Now, without the knights...
No, I don't know, but the intensity is still there in him. It's not like he's given up and just making the moves. So,
but Vincent looks more calm and relaxed.
I mean, the other idea is, of course, to move the king here, but as we know that the black king will simply come here, so that doesn't seem like any big progress.
By the way, I heard Vincent can play piano, right?
Yes, I think so. He is into music. In fact, his entire family is into music.
Yeah, so then this hotel must be amazing because we have a lot of live shows with pianos. It is.
You know, every morning I wake up and I go down to the reception, like I go for breakfast or something, there's some music playing. At night when we have dinner, there's some music playing. It's like a very musical hotel. I think, Amruta,
musical and chess, because there is music right there. There is this big chess board. And while we were speaking to one of, at night, 11 o'clock, when, you know, there was this 77-year-old guy, I asked him, how many years you've been playing the piano? And he says, since he was 9 years old.
Yes, since 68 years he was playing. And he told us, this city is not Prague, it's Praha. You know, he was very much like...
yeah, Praha.
Bishop f8 played, and you can see Vincent now drinking water, and he knows he's got half point. Yeah, but a relatively solid day, which means, Amruta, that the leaders remain intact. Makhlou and Nodirbek. They both remain intact, and maybe we can quickly have a look at what is the pairing for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think.
If you can see, I don't know if it is prepared, but if
he brings it here so beautifully.
Thank you. So we have Gukesh versus David Navara tomorrow. We have Mateusz Bartel versus Nodirbek. Praggnanandhaa and Vidit, two Indians face off. Vincent versus Nguyen Thaidaiwan and Parham Makhlou. Oh, there we have a draw being agreed to. Parham versus Richard. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be a very exciting day of chess.
Praggnanandhaa, Vidit versus Prague, right?
Yes, that's-
And Richard versus Makhlou.
Correct.
Maybe the pairings of the day.
You can see Richard there, both of
Vincent
them
is
shaking their head and saying, I guess Vincent is so happy. And as Vidit said, Peter Lecco would be proud of Vincent, the way he defended.
Yeah,
today.
sometimes you make the sacrifices and play aggressive games and then they are amazing. But sometimes you just defend solidly, which is a tough task to go wrong, not anywhere. So,
Yeah, it also sometimes makes your mood really good because there was no point in the game that Vincent was better. He was worse right out of the opening. And then he fought. It's what, like now close to 5 hours, and he got the game to a logical result. You feel that energy. And then maybe let's see what happens tomorrow. You can see them smiling. Very nice scenes there. And with that, I believe we've ended today, the day 4. And we have the standings on our screen. Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Parham Maksoudlu lead. Following them, right on their heels, Gukesh and Richard Rapport. Vidit, again the only player on 2 points.
isolated.
Thaidaiwan, Praggnanandhaa, Navara, Vincent on 1.5 and Bartel on 1.
Yeah, and also Vidit today would be ordering Indian food for you.
For me?
Yes.
Yes.
His favorite. Unfortunately, there is one problem when Vidit orders.
Yeah.
He always orders palak paneer.
Yeah, he likes spinach. Spinach is Vidit's
thanks
favorite
to him,
food.
you're
But
at least-
Amruta, we have wonderful food here. Why do we ask him to order?
No, just a little bit.
You want to eat.
We'll share it.
I understand. Guys, tomorrow is the day before the rest day, and we will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the 5th round of the tournament. Please do vote for your favorite games at praguechessfestival.com/voting.
Yeah,
Amruta,
today,
which one would you choose?
actually, that's such a good question. Maybe we should also ask our people over here.
Yes, which one was your
Because
favorite
it's
game
all
today?
the result-wise, it was all draws. But maybe look at the end position.
I would put Maksoudlu versus Navara. I guess.
actually,
No?
because that would be the...
It was a very exciting game today.
True.
Vincent versus Rapport also fighting
Opening
game.
of the day it was, but then it fizzled out. But Vidit versus Bartel, if at all there was a result, maybe that would have had.
No, but I think from
Navara
action
versus
perspective-
Maksoudlu, but who gets the prize?
that's a good question because all draws. Maybe
Oh, so does that mean no one gets the prize?
let's see what happens.
I don't know, but
tomorrow.
maybe
We'll wait
Navara
for
was
it.
the one who was pressing, so maybe Navara, maybe not, but that was the game of the day for us and for the people over here. Guys, you can also go to praguechessfestival.com/voting and put your vote over there.
And they can also come to Hotel Don Giovanni tomorrow because tomorrow is a weekend, and why not come here, enjoy this atmosphere. I'm sure the masters will be more relaxed after the game because it's a rest day after.
Yes.
So you might get some time to interact with them. Also, we have an open tournament. There's a bookstore here, a bookshop here. Many beautiful things at the venue. So see you all tomorrow over here at 3 p.m. For now, bye-bye.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematic game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.